The story begins with a picture of a storybook written by the narrator's father. The book is about a man with special powers which he uses to help the cripples of the world. That's how he brings prosperity to their world. But in the end, he dies. It is the cafeteria of Wellston Private High School, and it is famous for its super delicious chocolate cake. But this cake is served only once a month. John, the main character of the story, is hopeful to get the slice of this cake, so he is not in a hurry to get it. At the cafeteria, the last slice is served to Rami, but Arlo comes and takes that slice in front of her. She claims the last slice of cake, but Arlo refuses to give it back to her by mentioning that she should have been faster than him to get it. Now that slice belongs to him, Rami denies backing down and starts using her powers to fight him. Arlo happily joins the fight. Meanwhile, John arrives and sees them fighting over a piece of cake. And the irony is, he can't get that cake for himself now. Students of Wellston Private High School are taking classes. John, who is already sad because of not getting the cake, is bored. He finds mathematics boring. While the teacher is giving a lecture on the board, he is lost in his thoughts about how his life is ordinary. As the teacher asks someone to volunteer to solve the problem, he raises his hand and asks for permission to go to the washroom. The teacher glowers at him but permits him. As he leaves the class, Martin mocks him, but the teacher throws a chalk at him and he starts bleeding. In addition to it, the teacher asks him to come to the board and solve the problem. Still thinking of his life as ordinary, John is exhaustedly passing through the corridor. He hears a resonant sound and all of a sudden a Blake falls in front of him as he was beaten and pushed by Ison. John gets terrified. Ison is punishing Blake over a pen that was broken by him. John thinks it unfair to beat someone just because of a pen. Meanwhile, Blake tries to stand up and attacks Ison. John thinks it is better to run to another washroom. And at this moment, he claims that he has no special powers like others have at school. While passing through the corridor, John sees a senior guy beating a kid near the washroom door. At first, he decides to leave them be and go straight to the washroom, but then he thinks it an immoral act. The senior guy is forcing that kid to do something again, but he refuses and asks him to leave him alone. It makes that senior furious and he pulls the kid, grabs his head and again commands him to do as he says. Otherwise, he is going to beat the kid to death. Suddenly, John punches the senior and asks him to stay within his limits. The senior smirks and replies to him by saying that he knows who he is and further calls him a cripple. As he attacks John by throwing a punch toward him, he blocks his attack using his martial arts skills and throws a counterpunch to the bully's face. John warns him and asks him to back off. Senior replies to him by saying that he will pay for that. As John is indulged in a fight with that senior starts using his special powers to take revenge on him. John first gets shocked watching him attack. He is wondering what he should do to fight him. The senior tells him that he should have minded his business as he is a cripple and this world is not a suitable place for people like him. Otherwise, he could get killed if he keeps getting in others' way. John asks him as if he was threatening him. John does not see him coming to attack him and wonders why he is so fast. He gets a bruise on his arm. He just uses his mind to understand his opponent's ability and gets that his opponent has a flashy power. That senior guy tells him that it was just a taste of his powers with which he can do more, and further asks him for an apology so he will spare his life. John questions his opponent's ability and calls it not so good. He tells him that he only does so as he has found someone weaker than himself. After that, he laughs at his opponent and calls it a pretty big demand. He tells that senior to use his words for himself. He mentions some examples of people who have superpowers in his school. He quotes the powers of Rami, who can burn, and Seraphina, who is pretty much a god. Then he mocks that senior and simply shows that his powers are not impressive. He further adds that he can beat him without any power. That senior attacks him, which he defends and throws him out of the window. He then wonders if his martial art technique worked. He became successful, but his arm is broken again. A mysterious girl is sitting on the rooftop and her mobile beeps. After having his arm broken, John goes to the dispensary to see the doctor, whom he lectures to take care of himself. He gives John a potion to drink so his arm can heal in 3 hours. He further adds that he may lose his job one day because of John. He calls him lucky as he just fought with a stone boy and not with someone who has dangerous powers. John stands up and tries to leave by promising to be more careful next time. The doctor stops him from leaving and reminds him that he has to stay here for the next 3 hours until his arm gets healed. That mysterious girl on the rooftop is Sera. As she gets the message for help from John, she visits him in the dispensary. She asks him what his text is about. He replies that he is getting bored as the doctor will not allow him to leave for the next 3 hours. She giggles and tells him that she is going back to class. John reminds her that she is kidding as she never takes any classes. He asks her to provide him with the company. Sera sits with him on the bed and they start using their cell phones. John shares the score of a game with her. She mocks John as she scores more using her ability. While having this conversation, they hear an unknown booming sound and John wonders what it was. John hears a strange noise and wonders what it is. The doctor shouts and warns someone while moving towards the door. As he grabs the knob of the door, he glares at John and warns him to stay inside until he comes back. John assures him by saying that he need not worry about him as he has Sera's company. As the door shuts down, he asks Sera to leave the dispensary. She smiles and approves the plan. Outside the school building, from the bushes, the stone boy comes out holding his head. He looks furious and decides to destroy John next time. While coming out from the bushes, he sees John standing outside the school building. He rushes towards him to attack him and grab his collar. He further reminds him that he has to make up for their last fight. John looks surprised and pretends that they were over it already. The stone boy reminds him that he threw him out of the window. John replies to him that he also broke his arm, so it is even now. It adds to the stone boy's anger and he tries to punch him. John defends himself. Meanwhile, Sera arrives there, and the stone boy stunts. It appears that Sera's full name is Seraphina, the girl who is almost God. The stone boy looks terrible when she glares at him. While composing himself, the stone boy adds that he is not afraid of her as she walks around all day and doesn't seem much powerful. As he asks Sera to leave, she attacks him and throws him far to the wall. The stone boy starts to bleed. He wonders about what just happened in less than a second as she barely moved. Burning in anger, he attacks Sera, which she defends. She slaps him and he gets on the ground unconsciously. She asks John about where he wants to go. He suggests grabbing a drink. Sera agrees and asks him to pay. John looks relieved and they leave the school together. The doctor drags Blake and Issen to the infirmary as they both have gotten hurt after fighting with each other. He scolds them for causing so much wrecking while classes were going on. Issen blames Blake by saying that he would not fight him if he had not broken his pen. Blake shows no care towards his stuff and they start fighting again, but the doctor stops them and warns them about the consequences. At the same time, the stone boy shows up crawling in a really bad condition. Then the doctor notices that John is missing and gets furious. At Woababoba, John and Sera are enjoying drinks while discussing the scene of John and Stone Boy's fight. She taunts him for throwing the stone boy out of the window and laughs. John replies that it's not funny as he could get killed if he didn't do so. Sera points out that he always uses such excuses and yet he is alive. She further adds that it must be enjoying living on the edge. John denies it and says that all he wants is peace, but nowadays every little conflict turns into a big fight, and it is necessary for him to fight back for his life. He adds that the world should not have to be so violent. Sera says that living in peace is a waste of time and she cannot argue with a cripple. John gets furious over this point and says that the strongest persons are not always right. They want to overcome the weak and it is pathetic. Sera takes this argument personally, but he clarifies that he is talking in general. Both of them ignore each other for a while. John thinks that Sera cannot understand the pain of weak people as she was born the strongest. On TV, a news anchor reads the news of the death of a well-known vigilant X-Factor in Lovin who is probably murdered by Ember. She describes the kinds of wounds on the victim's body and especially mentions the brand mark of Ember on the dead body. On hearing this, John mentions that Lovin is just the next town and Ember could be heading toward their city. Sera shows no concerns and says that people should mind their own business and stop being heroes to save other people, especially if they cannot back themselves up. John mentions that the X-Factor wanted to feel people safe. Sera asks him if he feels safer, especially when the X-Factor is dead. 1 year back, John is telling his story of when he joined the Wellston Private High School. It was his first day and he was happy to introduce himself to his new classmates. He was hopeful to make new friends. He remembers all the hard work he did to get admission to Wellston. He thought that study is the main preference here at Wellston. He expected this place different and beautiful, but soon he was proved wrong. Before mathematics class, Elaine, a classmate of his, talks to him. He tells her that he was homeschooled before coming here and he is excited to have new experiences here. This class never had a homeschooled guy before, so all were shocked. Elaine asks him about his special ability. John says that he doesn't have any special ability. Now that was a real shock for everyone present there. Elaine, who was being nice to him just a minute ago, starts showing anger because of having a cripple in their class. And John realizes that this school is like the rest of the world where weaklings are considered low. After classes, outside the building of school, some kids with special abilities try to bully him and ask him to do what they say. Sera, who is a fellow in his class, is standing near him and sees it but doesn't come forward to help him even after he called her for help. Those bullies beat him. Present day. When John is lying in his bed after coming from school, Sera calls him on the phone. He attends the call and starts a conversation by saying hello. John is at his home resting in the afternoon when Sera calls him and asks him to come with her for shopping at the nearest mall. John refuses by saying he has to clean his place and that he wants to be at home the whole day. Sera knows that he is just sad because of some incident at school. She advises him that he wouldn't have gotten hurt if he did walk in school like other high tires. John says that now he has to worry about his life and it is really bad. At the same time, Sera rings the bell at his door. He is surprised after seeing her outside his door. He opens the door and gives her a sad look. She clarifies that she is here to help him clean the house. Soon they both clean the house and Sera notices a book there named Unordinary. Sera asks John to get ready and come with her now. John asks her to keep it short. They both go to Kavora Mall. At Andy's fashion boutique, Sera are busy finding a dress. Meanwhile, John asks her opinion about a shirt that he is holding in his hands. He misreads the word lame as some French word and Sera gives an offended look at his mistake and clarifies him. Even after that, he goes to the trial room and puts the shirt on. Sera comments that he is not looking much worse in this shirt. After shopping, John is happy that things didn't go bad at all as he wasn't expecting this. But his happiness ends as he bumps into someone and gets embarrassed. He sees an ability gauge and asks Sera to try it. She calls it a scam, but after he insists, she gets ready to try it for his sake. At the counter, a girl next to them gets a score of 4 and calls it her insult as she hoped for more scores. The man on the counter clarifies that 4 is a good score as it is for talented people and 5 is for high tier, but 3 is average. That arrogant girl calls him a scam and demands her money back, otherwise she will destroy his counter. John finds it offensive but sees this without taking any action as he is just a weakling. The guy in the stall measures people's abilities. That stone boy's name is Gavin and his ability score is 2.8. The lady who is causing the mess is named Levani. John tries to calm her down but she asks him to stay within limits. He replies that it concerns him as he is waiting for his turn in the line and she is wasting his time. He further asks her to stop bullying the guy and let others take their turn. She gets furious over this and asks him to keep his mouth shut. John adds that he does not want a fight. She replies that they should go somewhere else because waiting here is not worth it. She thinks that John has insulted her and tries to terrify him. He apologizes but she calls him scared. He tries to analyze the condensed energy in her hands and the damage she could cause to the mall. Suddenly, he sees a security guard and gets relieved. He insists on her to attack him. Levani gets confused as she wasn't expecting him to not attack back. She tries to attack him but John calls the security guard at the same moment. The security guard stops her and asks her about the matter. She points towards John and Sera but they tell their side of the story to the guard. She tells the guard about the guy in the stall and his scam. The security guard threatens the guy and demands to return Levani's money. John finds his behavior strange but doesn't speak. Levani thanks the guard and leaves. The guard orders John and Sera to stay out of trouble. John thinks this injustice is cruel. He apologizes to the stall guy for this trouble but he appreciates John for his bravery. In return, he offers to measure their abilities for free. John pushes Sera forward and asks him to measure her abilities. Sera scores 8. The guy on the counter praises her for having that much power. He gives her a prize and mentions that he has not seen someone with this much power in a long time. He tries to measure John's ability but he refuses the offer by saying that he will not get any score. John and Sera leave while that stall guy, having a smile on his face, bids them goodbye. It's the night when John and Sera leave the Kavoro Mall. John thinks that day passed very quickly. Sera reminds him that it's because he was awake late. They look at the rush at the bus stop and get worried. John suggests going to another bus stop which is just across the park. At the park, the lamps are lit. They walk on the grass to cross the park when John notices something strange behind his back but nothing is there. Then he notices Sera smiling and asks. She replies that she was hoping for a great war to come today at the mall but John ended up screaming for help. He mentions that the lady was wrong and that she got her money just because she was powerful. It is so frustrating. Sera suggests John not be so negative and care about himself more. At least he didn't end up having an arm broken today. John asks her if she has any names for that cute teddy she won today. Sera thinks and asks him for a creative name. John suggests his own name which she does not like. He suspects that something is chasing them. He grabs Sera's hand and pulls her and they run out of the park. Sera asks him the reason for running but John just takes her to a small street. He searches for the shirt from the shopping bag that he bought from the mall today and throws it to his front. They both get shocked when the shirt hangs in the air instead of falling to the ground. John tries to say invisible but Sera comes from the back and kicks that invisible person before John completes his word. That kick throws that invisible person away. She asks John to get out of this place. John and Sera take the bus and reach home. After entering the home, they take a sigh of relief. Sera asks John about that invisible thing. He replies that he has no idea. Maybe someone was trying to scare them. He says that they have had enough fun for today. Sera asks him how he came to know that something was chasing them both. John replies that it was just a gut feeling. He tries to change the topic and asks her for dinner. Sera replies that she is going back to the dorm. John calls her crazy for having this thought of going out there, especially after what happened to them. She says that she can take care of herself. But John advised her on staying tonight and leaving tomorrow as it is much safer here. He goes to the kitchen and cooks dinner. Meanwhile, Sera sits on the couch. Suddenly, she gets her eyes on the book she saw while cleaning the house. When John comes to ask her about dinner, he realizes his mistake of not putting that book away. Sera is surprised by seeing this book as she always wanted to read this book but it was banned 2 years ago. She asks John how he got the copy of this book. He replies that his father had a few extra copies of it and he gave one to him. Sera reads the name of the author of the book and comes to know that John's father is the infamous writer who wrote this book. She shows her desire to read this book and wonders about how this book created so much controversy. John is surprised by such caring thoughts of her. She mentions the rumors about this book being cursed as people get delusional after reading it. John clarifies that those people are not delusional, but they get the message this book delivers, which is to help people to bring balance to the world. She says that he sounds like one of those vigilant people right now. John recommends she read this book by herself. She borrows the book happily. A map is showing on the screen and there's this beep sound indicating something. Someone is spying on a target and asks for permission from some higher authority to mark the location of the target, which is given to him. Sera is sleeping on the couch and John is sleeping on the floor. He starts having a nightmare. A girl with green hair appears in his dream, and he wakes up from this nightmare. He sits and starts wondering about this dream. Then he catches a glimpse of Sera, who is sleeping peacefully. He goes to the bathroom and splashes some water on his face. He sees his reflection in the mirror and tries to calm his nerves. He wears his hoodie and puts a glance at Sera before leaving the home. He goes to a convenience store. He sits outside the store to eat a snack. While eating, he closes his eyes and again thinks about that green hair girl whom he saw in his dreams. Suddenly, he stops eating, puts the snack in the bag, and heads toward home. As the door clicks and he enters the house, Sera wakes up. She asks him if he wakes up early. He replied that he could not sleep. Sera asks if he had a bad dream. He tries to change the topic and invites her to breakfast. She notices his strange behavior when they are having breakfast at the table, as John hasn't spoken a single word. She asks John if everything is alright as he is acting weird today. He simply says that he is fine. She offers to share his problem, but John replies rudely. She stands up and collects her things, moves towards the door, and leaves. As soon as Sera reaches Wellston dormitories, Elaine inquires Sera about last night and why she did not reply to her texts. She further questions if she was hanging with John again. She is worried because it may damage her reputation. Sera interprets her and puts a deadly gaze on her. She freezes due to fear. Sera reminds her that she had mentioned many times to stay out of her business. She goes to her bedroom and Elaine sits on the floor. At the same time, she gets a call where Arlo asks her about Sera's arrival. Inside her bedroom, Sera is finding something in her bag when her mobile rings. It's a text from John that he sent Sera to be careful about the books, as it may cause trouble to her if someone sees her with that book. Sera holds the book in her hands and flips some pages where it is written, "Dedicated to my son," by the author. Someone knocks on her door and she puts the book back in her bag. She opens the door and finds Arlo there. He wants to talk, but she refuses and tries to shut the door. He pushes the door and asks her for her time to talk. Sera allows. Arlo mentions the turf war challenge and asks her to join them to be their sub-queen. Sera denies. He mentions that he has been running the show alone, but now he needs a queen and it is her responsibility towards her school. Sera inquires about Remy. He replies that she is not available due to some family situation. He confirms that Sera does not need to take part in fighting the weaklings. They just need her to show up and watch the show. 6 hours later, Sera, Arlo, Blake, and Elaine are traveling in the train heading for the turf war. As soon as they all reach the battleground, they see 4 members of the school Agwin waiting for them. Broven from Team Agwin taunts them at their late arrival. Arlo asks Broven how he had been, as they are seeing each other after a while. Broven asks him to come to the point. Arlo walks towards him. Broven inquires about his plan, as Wellston doesn't need to fight a turf war. Arlo mentions the rumor of hiring a new queen by Agwin and their undefeated fight since. He adds that he wanted a chance to see her in action. Broven warns him about his wish and questions him about the fight rules. Arlo chooses to fight one-on-one. Broven asks him about the new girl in Team Wellston. He introduces Sera by calling her full name Seraphina. Broven tries to recall where he has heard this name before, and he came up with a memory of how she took down their whole roster alone in no time. Arlo asks to start the war. Rules are announced. Jacks of both teams take their positions. Jack of Team Agwin, Gu, starts to attack. He is fast. Blake is surprised but prepares for attack. He tosses energy bombs to slow him. Gu does his final attack, but he uses his energy beams to dodge the attack. Meanwhile, he attacks Gu and he gets his leg bleeding. Gu tries to take him but fails. Before Blake makes the final attack, the Queen of Agwin, Rain, accepts the defeat and asks him to end this round. Now she will take it from here. War begins and Blake attacks Rain, but it seems in vain as she dodges the attack with the help of some spider legs. She attacks him with those legs and he looks helpless. He gets hurt. She again attacks him, but he dodges the attack somehow and gets a clean shot on her. As soon as he attacks her, 2 more legs grow out of her back and she counterattacks Blake. He gets serious injuries. Sera is waiting for Arlo to end the round, but he does not. Blake wonders how many of those legs her queen opponent has. Rain appreciates his spirit and wonders why his team has not called him out. He says to her that it's not her business. She is ready for the final attack. At the very last moments, Sera stops the match and accepts defeat. She orders Elaine to take care of Blake and taunts Arlo for destroying the team while she left turf war only for one semester. She tries to take Blake's place in the war, but Arlo stops her and says that he will take care of it from there. Team Agwin celebrates their victory, but Brovin asks Rain not to let her hopes set high. There is a reason that Wellston never lost a match before. She tells him not to worry much. Now the match is between Arlo, the king of Wellstons, and Rain, the queen of Agwins. As the match begins, she attacks Arlo, but he defends himself with a force shield around him. This makes her furious and she jumps over Arlo to find his weak point. As she attacks from the upside, he uses his force to reflect her attacks and she gets bruises all over her body. She gets shocked and asks him to step back from her as he is moving towards her. She attacks him again, but it goes in vain. He gets her trapped inside his barrier. She tries to free herself but can't. He gets inside the barrier and gets closer to her. He reminds her that she was supposed to be undefeated, but she is nothing more than an ordinary. She tries to slap him, but he grabs her hand with his left hand and grabs her neck with his right hand. Brovin accepts the defeat and asks to end this nonsense, but Arlo does not stop. Thu tries to break the shield, but he is too weak and he throws him away. He tightens his grip around Rain's neck and tries to kill her. Meanwhile, Sera says it's enough for Arlo and asks him to stop. Sera asks Arlo to leave Rain. He replies, how can she think to order him after being absent all this time? This reply offends Sera and she runs toward him. Elaine tries to stop her, but she runs and breaks Arlo's barrier with a single punch. He gets hurt also and his grip around Rain's neck looses. Rain falls to the ground and Brovin rushes toward her to help her. Arlo yells at Sera about how she could do this to his team member. Brovin calls their fight embarrassing. Sera comes close to him and mentions that the fight is not over yet, and he has two options. Either he accepts his defeat and leaves, or he has to fight her. Brovin chooses to lose as he has no chance to win the fight against her. Team Wellston takes the train to go back home. While sitting next to Elaine, Arlo asks her about her strange behavior towards Sera, as he says that Sera does not listen to her anymore. Arlo replies that she must check on Sera as she is her roommate. Elaine mentions John as the cause of her current behavior. She says that Sera was perfect before meeting John, but she is a completely different person now. Arlo inquires about John as he is still unknown to him. She mentions that he is their classmate and he is a cripple with no ability. She further adds that Sera slept at John's place last night. Arlo asks her to keep a close eye on Sera and that he will deal with John personally. Meanwhile, John is walking on the pavement holding a bag in his arms. It seems that he has caught the flu. Last night at 8:23 p.m., when John was passing by an electronic shop, he heard about death news on TV. The victim is identified as Arcragus and he was a powerful vigilante. He thinks that attacks are getting closer to Wellston. The news commentator mentions that so far victims are only well-known high-tier superheroes. The commentator asks the public about their opinions on these recent killings. Some reply against the vigilantes, and some answer that they are right but they cause more trouble instead of helping. At Wellston School, Ison surprises Blake from behind and wishes him good morning. He tells Blake that he looks terrible. It seems that he lost in a turf war. Blake replies that at least he is strong enough to fight in the turf war. It slipped from his tongue that Sera went with them yesterday. Ison calls it his luck as he saw Sera in action. Blake says that she attacked Arlo but then remembers that he wasn't supposed to talk about it. When Ison insists, he spits the secret out. While walking in the corridor, John is worried about his history test which he forgot to prepare. He accidentally bumps into Arlo but says sorry. Gavin, who is with Arlo, creates a fuss over it and asks him to apologize again. John mentions that he has to go as he has a history test in 10 minutes. Arlo asks Gavin to let go of him and wishes him good luck with his test. John thanks him and moves forward. But Arlo has something in his mind. As John leaves for his class, Gavin asks Arlo why he let him go. But Arlo notices something else. He thinks that John is not as feared as a cripple should be in front of a king. He finds John interesting. It is a pleasant sunny day and Sera is busy playing games on her mobile. She gets perfect ratings, but the word perfect takes her back to memory lane. She was taught to be perfect from the very beginning. She was trained to be the strongest physically and the smartest mentally. She thinks that perfection becomes an expectation as people expect a lot from you every time, and you lose your life. But this is the reality. Then she remembers the day when John showed up and Lynn and Carol were bullying him. John saw Sera who was passing by enjoying her drink. Carol tries to punch him. He dodges the punch. He tries to make a smooth conversation, but when he sees Lynn and Carol attacking him together, he uses his martial arts skills to beat the crap out of them. Sera gets surprised by watching two kids with special powers getting beaten by a cripple. John runs saying thanks for doing nothing. She wonders what John thinks of himself. Sera remembers her first interaction with John. She remembers getting the best grades every time. She remembers how the teacher advises other students to follow her as a role model. She remembers how her peers call her different by calling her extraordinary. She asks herself what she gets in return for being this much perfect. It's the day when students are being served triple choco cake. John hears about it and gets to the cafeteria early and gets his slice. Sera comes to him and demands that piece of cake. He refuses to give it to her. He adds that he is not going to give his slice to her. Sera puts pressure on him. He moves the plate towards her, but he throws the plate down intentionally so she can't have that cake either. Everyone looks over them and thinks it is a disappointment as Sera has lost to a cripple. She beats John angrily. She calls him nothing and reminds him that she is superior. People around them get terrified and start to leave as they don't want to be a victim of her anger. She is feeling helpless and crying. Sera receives a text from John about his failure in his history test. He asks her for lunch. As she walks down the stairs, she hears people talking about her fight with Arlo. They call her present activities absurd. But as she passes among those people, everyone keeps quiet and she passes like a queen. It's John's house. He was drinking water after his workout when his mobile rang. It's a call from his dad. He takes the call. His dad asks if everything is all right there and warns him about Ember. He replies that he already knows and he will take care of himself. His dad gets another call and they bid each other goodbye. It's Wellston dormitories. Sera is sitting on her bed and reading the book she borrowed from John. She opens the page where it is written dedicated to my son and ponders about the reason behind it. Well, she flips the pages next and keeps reading. After some time she closes the book and tosses it onto the bed. She needs some fresh air. While she wears her shoes to leave, Elaine asks her if she would like some orange juice. Sera says sure, but she'll have it later. While walking outside, she thinks about the story of the book and the concept behind it. The concept of defending the world of cripples looks strange to her. She thinks that John's father may have written this book to introduce the idea of equality between high tires and the cripples so John could have a much safer world. Now she finds the reason for banning this book authorities as it challenges the whole current structure of their society. When Sera is not in her room, Elaine comes inside to put a glass of fresh orange juice on her table for Sera. When Elaine is about to leave the room, she sees the book on Sera's bed and wonders after reading the title Unordinary. As Sera returns to her room, she sees a glass of orange juice on the table. She also notices that the book is on the bed. She guesses if Elaine came here, she must have seen the book by now. Meanwhile, in her room, Elaine is searching for that book on the internet. She comes to know that this book is the reason for the creation of vigilantes. She takes her research deeper and gets to know that many vigilantes have been murdered recently. She gets shocked and shuts down her laptop. She thinks about the next step as she doesn't want Sera to be a vigilante. She looks at her phone and decides to call Arlo. Arlo takes the call and Elaine updates him about the whole current situation. Arlo asks her to calm down and not share this news with anyone else. At the school's rooftop, Sera and John are sitting and John looks worried. Sera asks the reason and he replies that result cards are coming out this Friday, that's why he is anxious. Sera says that John can't do anything about it now so he should stop worrying about it. After a pause in their conversation, Sera tells John that she can't return the book. John guesses that Elaine must have found the book and that's the reason. John adds that she is always careless and she can't rewind her mistakes. Sera accepts her mistake. John asks her about the next step. She says that she is not in a situation to return the book because she doesn't want anyone to trace it back to John. John asks her, what about you? Sera shrugs as she also doesn't have any plan about it. John asks her about her thoughts on the book. Sera calls it absurd. She adds that she needs John's help to understand the full picture. John shares his reviews about the hero of the Unordinary. He says that he is powerful yet he helps the cripples. John says if he had any powers, he also would have joined them. Sera apologizes as she can't return the book. John says that it's fine with him as he has read this book many times. Maybe it's time to take a break from it. Blake is studying in the library when Remy brings a pile of books to his table. He looks surprised after seeing her and asks her about her arrival. Remy replies that she came back last night. She asks him about all the happenings she missed last week as she was on leave. Remy tells her about the winning of the turf war and mentions the fight between Sera and Arlo. Remy tells that she knows as everyone was talking about it in the morning. Blake looks surprised. Remy tells her that Sera and Arlo always have disagreements with each other and it's nothing new but it's not her business. Blake changes the topic and asks the reason for her immediately leaving. Remy replies that she went to attend the funeral of his brother who was murdered, therefore she left in an emergency. John is in the classroom where the teacher is about to give them their result cards. John looks worried and is forcing his pencil to break it. Some bad memories come to his mind and he recalls the time when some kids beat him and he was sitting having wounds. Then a girl came and offered him help. The pencil breaks and John comes back to reality. Teacher hands over the results to John. John looks happy as the result was not as bad as he thought it would be. Arlo is walking in the corridor thinking about Sera. He thinks the book is the reason for her changed behavior. Suddenly, John and Arlo bump into each other again and he drops his papers onto the floor. John explains that he just got his grades and was reading the teacher's comment. Arlo gets a glance at John's report card. He bends down and helps John pick up his papers. Everyone around seems surprised watching this. Arlo roars at them and asks them to do something better. He hands over the papers to John. John says thanks. Arlo advises him to walk carefully next time. Arlo leaves with a smirk on his face. Arlo calls Ison for a meeting. Arlo inquiries about John. Ison replies that he is a cripple who always hangs out with Sera, but why Arlo is interested in him. Therefore Arlo wants Ison to find what John is hiding. Ison thinks this investigation is unnecessary. Arlo says that he wasn't asking, he was ordering. Ison gets it and apologizes for his mistake. Arlo further mentions keeping this investigation a secret. John is walking in the corridor and sees a paper on the wall on which the death pool is mentioned. It seems that students place their bets on this paper about the next death of a superhero. John finds it offensive. Suddenly he sees that Kralik is bothering a kid just because he bumped into Kralik. That kid asks Kralik to stop destroying his homework, but it doesn't matter to Kralik. All of a sudden, John punches Kralik and he falls to the ground. That kid collects his paper and runs away. John gives a lecture to Kralik and calls him pathetic. Kralik, in his arrogance, tries to laser attack. John defends himself. John beats him more. While beating Kralik, the face of a beaten-up kid comes to John's mind for a second. John tries to calm himself. John just runs away from Kralik. Kralik calls names behind John's back. On the other side of the corridor, Ison is looking at what just happened. Remy looks at that death pool paper when she walks through the corridor. She reads names on it. Tears ran down her face. She burns the paper with a lightning jolt. Only the name Ecstatic remains intact. Remy knocks at the door. Elaine comes and asks Remy about the reason for her coming. Remy tells that she wants to see Sera. Elaine tells her that Sera is in her room. Sera is sitting on the floor reading a magazine. Remy knocks on her door and asks for her permission. Sera allows her to come in. As Remy enters the room, she feels that there's a chip inside that bear. Sera asks Remy about her purpose for showing up. Remy first apologizes for her absence last week and thanks Sera for taking her place in a turf war. Sera says that there's no need for this as she owes Remy for facing the burden of a queen every day. Sera is calling Remy, but Remy is thinking about that bear. Remy mentions that there's a weird circuit inside your teddy bear, and it is making her worried. Sera looks surprised. Remy asks for her permission to take a look inside. Sera allows. Remy finds a blinking chip and tells Sera that it's a kind of transmitter. She adds that someone is tracking Sera. Sera recalls that the guy at the mall gave that bear to her and he might have put that chip inside all the prizes he gave. She guessed that he was targeting high tires. Remy asks her to stay alert from now on. In the school, Ison is sitting on the stairs, summarizing all the information he gathered from the people John encountered in the past. He concludes that John is no more than an ordinary. Suddenly, his brain works and he compares all the information he got with yesterday's incident, and gets that all the information was wrong as he saw the opposite yesterday. So Ison tries to talk to John. John is surprised. Ison tells John that the school magazine is going to write an article about low-tier students, therefore he needs to ask John some questions. John shows willingness but wants to have it later as his class is about to start. Ison puts his arm on John's shoulder and orders him to answer him right now. Ison is glad that John came to interview. John replies that he was dragged here without his willingness. Ison tells John that he is writing an article about low tiers, so John should be completely honest. John replies that it's a generous act. Ison asks John where he is from. John replies that he belongs to New Boston. Ison says that it's pretty far from here. John mentions that Wellston is his first real school as he was homeschooled before. Ison asks him the reason to switch. John tells that his father was a bit overprotective before, but John wanted to have a real school experience, so he joined Wellston. Ison asks about John's experience here so far. John replies that it's pretty awful as low tiers don't have any rights and high tiers treat them as trash. Ison further asks how John survives here. John replies that he keeps his profile low to avoid others. Ison asks John the reason to choose Wellston instead of other schools. John states the reason that Wellston offers the best academic programs. Ison mentions that Wellston is considered the most powerful school in terms of abilities as well, so why does John take the risk to be here? He adds why his father hasn't warned him about this environment before and how John persuaded him to be here. John is uncomfortable with this conversation and grabs Ison's collar. John says that he came here to talk about the problems of the low tier and not about his personal life. Ison says that John is lucky as Sera has got his back and asks him to get his hand off Ison. Ison leaves John here and goes away. Ison searches for New Boston School on a laptop and finds a picture of John in a class group photo. He finally caught John's lie. Blake asks Ison to keep quiet in the library. Ison shows John's picture to Blake. Blake asks Ison the reason for searching all this. Ison remembers Arlo's warning. He changes the topic and reminds Blake about the task he was working on. The librarian catches them both talking and kicks them out. Ison reports to Arlo about his findings. He tells him that John has been lying about this preschooling and that his answers during the interview were hypocritical. Arlo is surprised to see that photo. Ison guesses that John must be lying about his abilities too. Arlo tears that picture and says that he'll look into this matter from here. Elaine receives a text from Arlo when she was studying in her room. Elaine opens the text happily. Arlo asks her to report to the headmaster about finding that book from Sera. Elaine obeys the orders. Sera is called to report to the office. Elaine is present here already when Sera enters the office. Sera glares at Elaine but she avoids it. The principal asks Sera to sit. The principal introduces Miss Nadia, who is going to question Sera on behalf of the authorities. Miss Nadia explains the rules of interrogation. Sera agrees. Miss Nadia asks about the possession of the book to Sera. Sera replies yes. Now Miss Nadia inquires where did Sera get it from. Sera mentions that incident of being followed by an invisible man and says when she reached home she had this book in her bag. Miss Nadia asks who else was with Sera. Sera shocks but doesn't answer. The principal interrupts and asks Miss Nadia to ask only relevant questions and not to waste Sera's time. Miss Nadia excuses for asking a personal question and asks Sera where the book is now. Sera says that she destroyed it. Miss Nadia inquires if Sera shared the content of the book with anyone else. Sera replies no. Miss Nadia asks about Sera's thoughts on the book. Sera replies that the idea of the book was absurd. Miss Nadia looks relieved and asks Sera to leave. John is taking the class when he receives a text from Sera to meet her. He runs to meet her when he sees her with luggage. Sera says that she has been expelled for 1 month. She says that she tricked Miss Nadia so John is safe. John worriedly mentions that Sera should have been told the truth about the book as it all started because of him. Sera tries to relax John as nothing matters now. Sera bade him goodbye and left. John is going back to school and Arlo has been watching everything through the window waiting for this news to spread. John is walking outside the school building when Gavin clasps him from behind. John recognizes the voice. Gavin wants revenge. John runs from there but Gavin chases him. John stops at a dead end. Gavin kicks him from behind but John dodges it. John, using his martial arts tricks, pushes Gavin back and runs from there. John throws his notebook on Gavin to distract him and runs away. Gavin sees him running and catches him using his fast running ability. He throws John on the ground and sits on him. Gavin takes his revenge on John. John visits the doctor at the infirmary. The doctor gives him the potion to heal. John asks the doctor the reason for his smiling. The doctor replies that he won a bet as he knew that John wouldn't escape a fight for long after Sera's suspension. John lies on the bed when he receives the text from Sera about her arrival. At the infirmary, John is observing his arm. The doctor says that his arm is just about to heal completely. The doctor mocks John and says thanks as it is because of John that he gets to practice new potions every day. John is going to class when some students threaten him in the corridor. They want John for their target practice after school. John replies fearlessly that those three are not able to hit him. Meanwhile, the doctor arrives there and warns them all. After the doctor leaves, they threaten John again and call him a leech who feeds off others. Then they leave but John thinks about the comment he got, and the picture of that girl with green hair comes to his mind. John becomes sad. On the other hand, Sera enters her home. Her mother comes to her and slaps her. Her mother scolds her and calls her reckless. She adds that Sera will also be a failure like her sister. Then she walks out of the home. Sera is sitting on her bed using her laptop when she receives a text from John. John wants to talk on call. Sera answers the call. Sera asks John if he already misses her. John just smiles. John remembers that he forgot to grab homework from the teacher when he sits to study. Sera is still on the call. She sends the homework to John. Sera is also working on a laptop and says that homework is easy. John asks Sera about her family. Sera says that her parents left for a trip and she's alone at home. They start playing games instead of doing homework. John loses and Sera gives him tips to build a glass house. John replies that it doesn't make sense. How a glass house can be stronger than a wooden house. Sera asks John if it's the developer's choice to deal with it. Sera reminds John to sleep as he has school tomorrow and it's 2 p.m. already. The next day at school, while John is walking in the corridor, Arlo grabs his shoulder. Arlo thinks that John is not much affected by the recent events. John asks Arlo to let him go. Arlo sees the text by Sera opened on John's phone. He walks away silently and thinks that John shouldn't get any means to talk to Sera. At school, some random students again beat John and walk away. John visits Dr. Darren at the infirmary. He is badly injured this time. John says that he didn't pick a fight this time. He was just attacked. Dr. Darren asks John if he is tired of all this and John must find a way to avoid these incidents. John just sits there hopelessly. He reaches for his phone to text Sera but his phone is broken. John wonders what he should do next. He is angry at those 2 students who attacked him today. He turns to walk out of the infirmary but Dr. Darren stops him. John asks Dr. Darren to let him go. He says that he didn't join the school to stay the whole day at the infirmary. Dr. Darren orders him not to take another step out. John says that Darren should not be worried about him this time. Dr. Darren forces him to stay as he doesn't want any trouble. John is angry but goes back to bed. While John is walking through the corridor, someone shoves him and his papers are scattered on the ground. Everyone around starts making fun of him. Blake and Remy are also passing by. Remy suddenly looks at John collecting papers. She moves to help him. She asks John if he is okay. John goes back to memory lane and unknowingly slaps Remy. Remen is shocked. Soon John realizes his mistake. Before John apologizes, Blake laser attacks him, which he barely escapes. Blake asks him for a reason not to beat him. John accepts his mistake and tells that he mistook her for someone else. Remy asks Blake to let it go and they move away. John thinks that the hero of the book was wrong. Not everyone has a valuable thing to offer, especially the students of Wellston. As John reaches home, he calls Sera on his laptop and tells her about his rough day. Sera expresses regrets. She starts the topic of games to freshen John's mood. John becomes happy. John feels better after talking to Sera. Sera's mother is back home and her maid welcomes her. She asks the maid about Sera's behavior. The maid replies that she spends the entire day in her room. Sera is playing video games on a laptop and it starts buffering. She is surprised as it never happened before. She goes to check the router. As she opens the door, she finds her mother there. Her mother asks her for her phone as she wastes her time socializing. Her mother taunts Sera that she is becoming a disgrace like her sister. Sera gives her phone to her mother. Her mother reminds her why she was sent home. She says that she has turned off the Wi-Fi as well. Sera is shocked. John comes home from school in a messed up state. He opens the laptop and finds Sera offline. He wonders but then starts playing the game. He loses the game. It looks like he is stuck in this round. He thinks about Sera worriedly as she is still offline. The next day at school, when he is carrying his lunch, Howard attacks him from behind. John attacks his face with his ankle and Howard starts bleeding. John says that he is not in a good mood today and leaves. As he goes to the rooftop, he finds Arlo there. He asks Arlo what he is doing here. Arlo thinks it's the order of nature that the weak always fear the strong. But John goes against this order. As John finds Arlo on the rooftop, he asks him the reason to be there. As Arlo looks at John, he thinks that he is different from his photo from 2 years ago. Arlo decides to ask John a question. Arlo mentions that this area belongs to Real, so it's John who shouldn't be here. John ignores Arlo and sits to eat lunch. Arlo finds John's attitude offensive. He asks John if he isn't afraid of anything. John replies that there's nothing to be afraid of. Arlo tells John that he can kill him in a few seconds. John replies that you can, but you will not do so as he won't be satisfied. Arlo sits and asks John the reason for thinking so. John replies that having one disobedient among all obedient shows that the king is doing his job well, so Arlo should be grateful to John. John finishes his lunch and stands up. Arlo is still processing what John said, but John walks away. Arlo is desperate to want John's history. Sera is lying on her bed when her maid brings books and reminds her to do her work. Sera asks the reason for bringing the books. The maid replies that her parents want her to read them and make a report by night. Sera thinks this is torture. Sera does this work but gets tired. Sera thinks about John. She recalls the time when she beat John and thinks that it wasn't her at all. The teacher assigned everyone a project. John apologized to the teacher for being late to class as he was at the infirmary. John was looking angry. They were both shocked when the teacher made them partners for the project. They sat together and started fighting. Sera said that she would finish the project alone as she didn't want John to ruin her grades. John thought that she was kidding, but Sera was serious. She left the John there and walked away. Sera works on the project while John kept sleeping. She hands over him some notes for the presentation. John takes the notes and tears them. He tells that he came here to learn and he has prepared as well. Sera starts the presentation about Hamlet. After explaining some points, he asks John to explain further. John starts, but it seems he has read a different book. Sera looks angry. She gets a B grade. She stands up and leaves during the class. As John moves into the corridor, he hears whispers about Sera's grades. John hears students judging Sera. He comes to Sera at the library and offers to work together for the next part. Sera becomes furious and threatens him if he doesn't do as she commands. John asks her why it is important for her to seem perfect to others. Sera replies that it's not John's concern. John says that he wouldn't do as she says and he doesn't care if they both fail by doing so. Sera asks the reason for this. John says that he doesn't care about people because he lives as she wants. Sera looks at him hopelessly. Sera lays in her bed and thinks about today's conversation with John. He thinks John is delusional and closes her eyes. The next day at the library, she is surprised by watching John already working on the project. Sera sits on the opposite chair. They both consider themselves rivals. After some time, Sera asks John to share the work he has done till now. She doesn't like it and gets angry. Then she tells him about the mistakes. John says that the language in the book is difficult to understand. They both work together. John falls asleep and Sera wake him up and ask him to get back to work. Even after all the hard work, Sera gets an AA negative. She is sad. John comes to her. He is happy about getting an AA grade. Sera says that it's in a negative, which means they didn't perform well. She leaves John there and walks away. Sera walks through the corridor when she hears John scolding two girls who were talking about Sera. Those girls ask John to shut up and insult Sera, but John still defends Sera. One of those girls attacked John. Suddenly, Sera beat that girl. The other girl is terrified and runs away. She apologizes to Sera and runs. John thanks Sera. At the library, John asks Sera to explain a point he can't understand. Sera is surprised as she didn't expect John would ask her a question. Still, she helps John. Before the presentation, Sera and John sit together but remain silent. Sera observes that John is nervous, so she asks him. John replies that he wants to perform well this time and doesn't want to drag Sera down. Sera taunts him. Sera asks him not to think about it and focus on the presentation. Sera starts presenting the first part of their presentation and John presents the second part. When Sera gets the result, she gets an AA positive grade. She is surprised by it. She asks John about his results. John also gets an AA. John is over the moon about this achievement and asks Sera to celebrate. Sera isn't very happy as the final grade still will be a negative. John says that they both have worked hard on it and they should celebrate. Sera says that she is going to the library, but John tells her to learn to relax as well. They go to Woaba Boba. Sera feels great inside and feels wonderful to celebrate it and live for herself. The maid woke Sera up. She asks Sera that she's here to collect work. Sera replies that she has not finished it yet. The maid mentions that Sera's parents have arranged an internship for her, so Sera should prepare for her interview tomorrow. Sera mentions that it's a very short time to prepare. She again starts working on her assignment. John comes back home. He is disheartened due to his current routine. He starts kicking and punching the punch bag in anger. Everything seems worthless to John until Sera comes to her mind. He suddenly calms down, and he starts crying. He opens the laptop and finds Sera offline. It's almost 1 week since they talked. John wonders where Sera can go and what he should do. He calls his dad. His dad asks about his phone. John says that it broke as it fell down a flight of stairs. His dad tells him that he will send him some money to buy a new phone. Now his dad asks the reason for the call. John asks him to send another copy of Unordinary to John. His dad refuses as there are no more copies left. John cancels the call in anger and shut down his laptop. The next day, Ison sees John and guesses that Arlo's plan is working. As John starts showing his true color, Professor Keen visits the headmaster at his office. On TV, the newscaster tells the news of the murder of another superhero by Ember. The headmaster asks him about his thoughts on these current murders. Keen replies that it's difficult to guess the purpose of Ember. Maybe they are trying to send a message to other vigilantes to stop the opposition. Yet it is not easier to kill a high tire. Headmaster mentions that Rel, a graduate in The King Before Arlo, was also murdered last month. Keen is shocked to hear this. Headmaster says that it's because he also had a copy of Unordinary. Keen wonders about the power of Ember. Headmaster says that they should take cautious at school. He makes Keen head of security and asks him to keep an eye around. Ison is looking down from the window where some students are bullying John. John tells them not to touch him. The other guy attacks John. John grabs him and breaks his arm. The other students rush to attack John. Suddenly, John's eyes glint. As the other students attack John, he stands up. His eyes glint and a memory flashes in his mind. In that memory, a girl is on her knees before John. John asks that girl how she could think of taking John down. He calls the girl Claire. He asks Claire the reason for turning everyone against him. Claire smacks John and replies that John has become selfish now and he always hurts people. She adds that John doesn't deserve this strength. He is a monster. John is shocked by this answer. John gets angrier and he beats Claire. The memory fades and John comes back to reality. He is calm now. As Alina attacks John, John stops her and punches her in the stomach. At the same time, Rauker attacks John with his beams. John tries to think of a plan to escape Rauker and run, but Wenky attacks him from behind. Tanner finds his chance and punches John. John falls to the ground. Alina also attacks John to get her revenge. John gets hurt badly. Alina grabs his hair. Tanner mocks John. Suddenly, John's vision gets blurred. Alina again tries to punch John, but a shield appears around John. Alina's arm gets injured. Tanner looks shocked by this barrier appearing. Arlo is standing on the other side. He walks towards them. John is surprised to see Arlo as well. Tanner apologizes to Arlo as he had to witness this. He says that John was annoying them, therefore they were teaching him a lesson. Arlo traps Tanner in a barrier. Tanner asks the reason for this. Arlo keeps shrinking the barrier over Tanner and asks who gave him any right to speak. Arlo reaches John and helps him to stand and takes him away. Arlo asks John if he had the power to fight them, but why didn't he fight back? Arlo brings John to the infirmary. He sits beside John's bed and reads the newspaper. He reads Ison's name as the author of the top story and is impressed by him. Meanwhile, John is having a nightmare. In his nightmare, John is sitting outside where the clouds are rumbling. Adrian calls John and John asks the reason. Adrian stammers. John grabs him and threatens him to spit out whatever it is. Adrian mentions Claire as he overheard her talking to someone about her dream about John reaching the top. Therefore she approached John when he was weak. How John relies on her. John thinks it is a joke. He doesn't believe Adrian and smacks him. Adrian asks John to trust him as Claire was just using him from the start. John asks Adrian to shut up and beats him again. His nose bleeds. Adrian requests John to open his eyes and watch what's going on around him. John asks Adrian to leave his site and not waste his time. Then John remembers getting attacked by Claire and others. He recalls beating Claire also, and he wakes up from his nightmare and sits. He sees Arlo sitting beside him reading a newspaper. He punches Arlo and asks why he helped John. He inquires Arlo about his motives behind saving John's life. Arlo replies to John that he is not the center of the world, so he shouldn't be so delusional. He asks John to wake up and think about whom he just hit. He says that John is lucky as he is not impulsive. He stands and tells John that he hates people who forget their place. Arlo warns John if next time John hurts Arlo, he wouldn't be so lenient with John. Arlo leaves John there. John wonders about his current behavior. As Arlo shuts the door of the infirmary, his mobile beeps. He gets a text that Ison has been following Arlo. As Ison walks through the corridor, he thinks about what he saw and how Arlo saved John. He guesses that Arlo knows about John also. Suddenly, Arlo comes in front of Ison. He tries to run, but Arlo calls him loudly. Ison pretends that he didn't see Arlo there. Arlo asks Ison the reason for still spying on John even after he asked him to stop. Arlo tells Ison that he knows about his search for a news story for the school newspaper. Ison requests Arlo to keep quiet as he doesn't want his story to be stolen. Arlo offers him a deal. He gives Ison 2 weeks to find out everything about John and update Arlo before Sera comes back, and guarantees him his story on the front page. Ison agrees to this deal. Arlo warns Ison not to disappoint him and leaves. In his room, Ison is searching for something on his laptop. He finds John's old school transcript. Suddenly, Blake comes from behind and congratulates Ison on his front page story. Ison tries to hide, but Blake sees John's picture on his laptop. Blake calls Ison's obsession-related John useless as he slapped Remy the other day. He advises Ison to spend more time with Remy instead, as she's been so quiet after Ray's death. Ison doesn't show concern. Blake asks Ison to pretend to care at least. Ison suggests taking Remy out this weekend to freshen her mind. Blake agrees to the plan and leaves. Ison goes back to his research and gets to know that John was expelled from his previous school. He gets the reason John got expelled was excessive violence. Ison is shocked by reading that John took down his half-class alone for no reason. Arlo is standing on the rooftop watching down when John opens the door and finds him there. John apologizes to Arlo and says he wants a quick chat with him. John asks Arlo for his permission. Arlo permits John. John sits beside Arlo. Arlo asks why John is sitting down, as he said earlier that it would be quick. Arlo asks him to hurry up. John says that he wanted to thank Arlo for saving his life and apologizes for punching him as he wasn't himself when he woke up. John appreciates Arlo for helping him, as most people don't do it for people like John. Arlo clarifies that he didn't do it to become friends with John. He helped him because 4 against 1 didn't seem like a fair fight to him. Arlo says if had fought them separately, they wouldn't have stood against John. John says that it might not go this way as he is a cripple, and he'll always be at the bottom. He says bye to Arlo and runs. Arlo calls him a liar as John is not a cripple, but he shows him as one. John ignores it and runs away. Ison walks into the corridor and thinks about John's expulsion. He reviews his transcript and comes to know that he wasn't expelled because of beating his class fellows. He was expelled because the school wasn't able to control him anymore. Ison decides to keep this a secret even from Arlo, as John's reaction could be dangerous after this news gets out. He decides to avoid Arlo for a week, but Arlo catches him from behind at the same moment. Ison turns and finds Arlo. Arlo puts a barrier around them so Ison doesn't run away. Arlo inquired why Ison isn't replying to his calls for the past few days. Ison says that he hasn't much to inform yet, but Arlo calls him a liar. Ison says that he is dropping the story and wants to pretend that this investigation never happened, as it is best for everyone. Ison says that John might have reasons to hide his ability, so they shouldn't provoke him. Arlo says that John isn't in the right place. Ison unintentionally says that it shouldn't bother Arlo. Arlo slams Ison and he cannot compete with Arlo. Arlo reminds Ison that he is the boss here and asks him again. Ison denies. Arlo asks the reason for the denial. Ison says that you'll blast him after knowing, but he fears more of John's reaction over this. Arlo releases Ison. Arlo says that he'll get to the bottom of this even without Ison's help. Ison tries to stop him as he doesn't want them all to get into trouble. John walks through the corridor having some papers in his hand while recalling the last chat he had with Arlo. Then he shakes this thought off his mind, as such things make him angrier. John again collides with Arlo at the corner of the corridor and his paper falls on the ground. He excuses, but Arlo is used to it by now. John sits and collects his paper. Arlo finds John's way of presenting himself pathetically. He drops his binder and asks John to use it so he doesn't get embarrassed the next time. John refuses to take it, but Arlo orders him to keep it. John offers Arlo some refreshments after school. They go to Woaba Boba. John asks Arlo if he has been there before. Arlo replies no. John suggests Arlo try their mango tea, but Arlo orders the coffee. John orders the waitress to bring 2 mango teas and scratch the coffee as he is paying the bill. The waitress gets confused. Arlo orders her to bring a coffee and add the bill to his name. On TV, the newscaster tells the news about a top-secret project, which the NXtGen company is working on, but the project was put on hold as a lot of important data was stolen. John drinks the coffee he ordered and neglects the mango tea. John tells him that he reminds him of Sera, as she was as stubborn at the start as Arlo is now. Arlo mentions that Sera and John seem pretty close. John explains the story of their friendship from the start. Arlo asks John where he learned to fight as he does. John replies that his father taught him to fight like that so John can defend himself. Arlo asks if John's father is also a cripple. John replies yes and says that his father is the nicest guy who does the best with what he has. John asks Arlo whom Arlo admires. Arlo names Ray as he was extremely powerful and lovable. But he died. Arlo stands, puts his share of the bill on the table, and leaves. John is surprised. He calls Arlo from behind and asks him to take this mango tea with him. Sera is working on her project. Suddenly, she throws her book in anger. The maid comes and tells her about how she got rejected by the company for the internship. She tells Sera that her father is disappointed with her and wants her to work harder. It's the weekend. Ison and Blake are taking Remy to a movie. Blake asks Ison about the tickets. Ison shows the tickets for a romantic movie. At the same time, Remy arrives there. The first go to U-Mart for some shopping. Arlo can't decide which pen he should take. Remy throws a ball at Blake and asks him to guess who she is. Blake tosses the ball back to Remy but he misses. Ison is still busy deciding which pen to buy when Remy throws the ball at his back and asks him to join them. Then they go to the Kavora Mall cinema to watch the movie. An emotional scene is playing on the screen and they all start to cry. After watching the movie, they wander in the mall. Blake sees the same ability gauge stall and reads about the prize. They both decide to take Remy to the game to get the prize. Ison drags Remy to the counter and they present her to play the game. The guy on the counter takes Remy's hand and gives her a score of 5. He gives Remy her prize. Remy recognizes the teddy bear and opens it. She finds the same chip in it. That guy on the counter gets shocked over this. Ison and Blake ask him to explain it. The guy replies that he is as surprised as they all are. Ison catches that he is lying by checking his pulse. Ison orders him to come with them. That guy drops a smoke bomb there and runs. By taking advantage of the smoke, that guy frees himself and runs. Ison asks Blake to clear the smoke. They see that he is not on the counter. Ison had set a lock on him. He finds him running through the exit. They all run after him to catch him. The security guard notices the smoke. He sees Blake, Isney, and Remy running, so he thinks that they have set the bomb. He asks for backup to catch them. At the parking area, Ison points towards a bike but there's no one on the bike. Remy runs after the bike and Blake backs her up. As she gets in the range, she attacks the bike. The riders on the bike fall. She runs to reach them but a security officer attacks her. As she touches Remy in her electric state, she faints. Remy notices that those guys on the bike have gone. That security officer grabs Remy and takes her to the security room. Ison and Blake are already there in handcuffs. They tell the security that they are from Wellston School and ask them to check the camera to understand the scenario. The guard turns to check the camera and asks them all not to create any mess here. Ison looks at the cuffs and thinks that he can break out of these cuffs easily. Blake tells him not to do so to save them from more trouble. Remy says that these cuffs are not designed for people like them. She reminds them of the reason for getting caught by security even if they could beat them easily. She adds that the cuffs serve as a reminder for them to not cross the line. The security guard is checking security camera footage and finds that the kids were not lying. After this incident, he also finds someone picking up those teddy bears from the counter and disappears. In the lookup room, Blake, Ison, and Remy are talking. Remy tells them that she knows the power of authorities, but what if someone like Arlo or Sera challenges them? Ison says that it's dangerous that authorities let such people with that much power roam free. Remy says they don't have as much freedom as they think. Blake says that Sera and Arlo do whatever they want. But Remy tells them that they both are obsessive. She mentions Sera as an example that she always works hard to show her perfection. And Arlo is always busy maintaining the order. Both of them are so caught up in their responsibilities that they don't have time to question the authorities. It's almost like they are cripples. Ison adds that the authorities need a reliable way to keep them at the top. Therefore, a mysterious group kills those who go against the authorities. Ison mentions that he wrote that article about Ember because Remy wanted the others at the school to know about this connection between authorities and Ember. The security guard arrives and declares them clean. He asks them to report an official statement before leaving. At Sera's house, the maid brings more books and tells her to finish these assignments by morning as it's her father's order. She asks her not to disappoint her parents this time. As she leaves, Sera throws the books away. She thinks about how John can handle the hard things even if he is a cripple. If he can do this, why can she not? The next day, the maid comes to her room and sees her using her laptop. She asks her for homework. Sera replies that she didn't do it. The maid asks the reason. She replies that she just didn't want to do it. She stands and says that she'll talk to her mother directly. As she walks to speak with her mother, the maid stops her and says that she'll convey the message. Sera angrily replies that she'll do it herself. She reaches outside the room of her mother. She opens the door and finds her mother sitting on the couch. Her mother asks what she's doing here instead of doing her homework. Sera replies that she's not going to do those assignments and she doesn't like the way she is treated here. She says that she wants to be free. Her mother scolds her and asks her not to be selfish like her sister. Sera replies that now she realizes why her sister Layla ran away from here, as this place is unbearable. Her mother asks her to shut her mouth and slaps her, but Sera grabs her hand and stops her. Her mother wonders how she stopped her. Sera says that she's faster than her. She freezes her mother. She says that she is going back to Wellston tomorrow. Her mother says that she's not going anywhere. Sera threatens her that she'll run away too, and what image her mother will have after her both daughters run away. She gives her mother time to think. She comes out and feels good as she finally did it. The next day, Blake and Ison are checking the front page of the newspaper. A story is mentioned there about those three. Ison is sad as his story is not published on the front page. Blake tells him that he still made it to the front page somehow. At the same instant, they are called to report to the office. The headmaster asks them about the article. They explain the whole story of what happened at the mall. The headmaster appreciates them for their bravery but tells them they are not allowed to use their power outside the school freely, as it may damage the reputation of the school. He gives them a warning and lets them go this time. Blake and Ison are relaxed, but Remy thinks that someone is continuously spying on them. Arlo is on the rooftop when the door cracks. John comes and tells him that it's good to see him again. He asks if Arlo enjoyed mango tea. Arlo replies no. He asks John what he is doing here. He says that he's just catching some fresh air before the next class. Arlo reminds him that this place is not for him. John says that it doesn't matter, because he would have thrown him away long ago if it mattered. He asks why Arlo comes to this place often. He replies that it's quiet here and helps clear his mind. John remembers that he used to sit alone like that once. They both stand silent. Then John remembers that he has a class to attend. Before leaving, he asks Arlo if he's free after classes. He replies that he has some important things to do. John asks if he can join him and he'll help him. John doesn't wait for the answer and leaves by telling him to meet him at the school gate. Arlo thinks that John is unbearable. Still, he waits for him at the school gate after classes. John asks Arlo where are they going now. Arlo and John take the train to go somewhere. John has no idea where they are going. He asks Arlo about that. Arlo replies that he'll find it soon. Sera reaches the airport. She calls John, but his number is unavailable. She guesses that John hasn't got a new phone yet. On the other side, Arlo brings John to Wellston's turf war location. John is shocked and reminds him that he is not fit for a turf war. Arlo asks him to relax as he is here to meet someone and not to fight. John follows him to the location where Ventus and Maylee are waiting for them. John gets shocked after seeing them there as they both broke his phone. John asks Arlo what's going on here. Arlo goes to them to talk and orders them to lock down John. John is shocked. They both run toward him to attack him. Suddenly a memory flashes in front of John's eyes where he was betrayed by a trusted friend. Maylee attacks his shoulder and it starts bleeding. Ventus attacks with a sonic boom on him and he falls to the ground. Maylee points her claws at John's neck. He looks at Arlo, who looks happy. Ventus grabs John by the head and makes him bow in front of Arlo. Then Arlo reminds him that Ventus and Maylee are those who broke his phone, and they did it on his orders. He says that he was just bearing John. Otherwise, how could someone with a status like he is a cripple's friend? He in fact hates him very much. Another memory flashes in John's mind. In this, he gets a letter from Claire to meet her in the fields. He goes there and finds that Claire betrayed him. He comes back to reality. Arlo tells him that he brought John here to put him down and no one around is here to save him and he is completely powerless. He adds that whatever happened to John for the past few weeks was by his will. This makes John angry. He remembers that he came here to have a new life. If he didn't hurt anyone here, then how could this all happen to him? He recalls all the events and says that he is not the monster, they all are. Arlo mocks him. John gets angry, and all of a sudden, he uses his ability to push them away and stands up. He finally shows his reality. Ventus and Maylee are surprised as they thought John was a cripple. But Arlo is still smiling as he knew. John runs to attack him, but Maylee blocks his attack. He pushes her away and she falls to the ground. He attacks her again, but Ventus uses his storm attack and throws him away. But he uses this storm and starts flying. Ventus and Maylee decide to attack together. John uses their combined ability against them. He almost kills them. Then he turns to Arlo. Now Arlo finally finds John's secret. John attacks Arlo, but he blocks it. John attacks him again with more power. He traps him in a storm and runs to attack him with claws. Arlo says that it's nonsense if he thinks these little tricks will make him use his barrier. John attacks him with claws, but he defends. He says that John must try harder than that. John flies in the air using that wind power and attacks downward. Arlo is still standing as such. He thinks that if he activates the barrier, John will use it. He has only one shot to take him down. He activates the barrier. John gets hurt, but still, he cracks the barrier. Arlo punches him and throws him away. He stands on his feet again. Arlo traps him inside the barrier and crushes him. The barrier shrinks, but John creates his own barrier by copying Arlo's powers. Arlo is completely shocked. John tries to break his barrier and he breaks it eventually. Arlo is weak due to using that much power and attacks on him. John comes out of the barrier and directly hits him and throws him away. He traps Arlo inside a barrier and hits him hard. He keeps attacking Arlo. Finally, Arlo grabs his hand and tries to break it. John hits him on his head and Arlo falls to the ground. John puts his shoe on his face and presses it. John warns him to keep this a secret of what happened here, otherwise he'll kill him. Elaine reaches there as soon as she can. She runs towards Arlo as he is bleeding. She asks him what happened to them. Arlo asks Elaine to heal Melee and Ventus first. She starts using her healing powers to heal them. She tries to understand the reason for these wounds. Arlo coughs badly. She asks Arlo if he is okay. He asks her not to worry about him and focus on healing Melee and Ventus. She asks Arlo about what happened here. He replies that it's better for her to not know. He asks her to promise him to keep this incident a secret. Elaine agrees. John walks towards home. He is angry as he got betrayed by Claire and Arlo. He thinks that trusting someone isn't worth it. He tosses his bag to the ground. Sera, who is sitting in front of the door, hears the sound. She watches John and calls him. John shocks. She picks his bag up. She smiles at John. He drops himself to the ground. She runs towards him and asks him what happened. John recalls the whole incident in his head. He asks Sera not to look at her as he looks pathetic. Sera helps him stand and takes him inside the home. She asks him what happened when she wasn't here. John lies on the couch. She calls Elaine for her help. Elaine takes the call. Arlo is surprised after hearing Sera's name. She agrees to come to her. After the call ends, she asks Arlo if he would be fine without her. Then she leaves. Arlo grabs her arm and reminds her of her promise. Sera takes cold water in a glass and touches John's neck with it. He reminds her that he's injured. Sera tells him that Elaine will be here soon. She offers him his leftover water. John drinks it. Then she asks what happened to him. John replies that it's the same as everyone kept targeting him since she left. Sera says that she hasn't seen him break down like this before. John says that he is fine now and he wasn't expecting her back so soon. He changes the topic and asks where she had been as she wasn't online for a long time. Sera asks him not to change the subject. John says that he was worried about her as she disappeared unannounced. Sera tells her side of the story and that she'll stay here with him. She again asks him about his situation. John says that he was bullied a lot and just didn't want her to see him like that. But as she is back now, things will be normal. The doorbell rings. Elaine is at the door and she is panting. She apologizes for taking so long. Sera calls her in. She also apologizes for complaining to the principal. Sera says that everything is fine. Elaine is shocked to see John and asks what he's doing here. John says that it's his home. Elaine unhappily heals him just because Sera asked her to do so. John feels that Elaine's energy is down. It seems that she has used to heal someone else before. Elaine asks him to show his other arm. He refuses, saying that he'll heal it up at the infirmary tomorrow. She says that she doesn't leave her job half done. She reaches for his arm. She finds his wounds familiar. She connects the pieces and solves the puzzle. She is shocked. John grabs her mouth and asks her to shut up. Sera comes out of the room and doesn't find Elaine there. John says that something urgent came up, so she left. The next morning at the school, Arlo is walking in the corridor and thinking about yesterday's incident. But someone is spying on Arlo. At the infirmary, Darren and Keen are having snacks. Keen jokes with Darren that an apple a day keeps the doctor away. Darren then asks why Keen always sits in his office. Keen tells him about his investigation and not finding anything yet. He says that all eyes of hope are on the school in the current situation, but Vaughn, the headmaster, wants to keep it private. Keen then asks him about his new girlfriend. Darren says that it's nothing serious yet. Arlo interrupts their conversation. Darren asks what happened to his face. Arlo replies that he's not here to talk about it. He wants to get healed so no one knows about it. Keen asks who did this to him. Arlo replies that it doesn't matter as he has everything in his control. Darren gives him a potion to heal. Arlo thanks him and leaves. After that, both Darren and Keen wonder about what happened to Arlo. Keen names John. Darren reminds him that he's been playing the role of a cripple, but he's doubted as well. Blake and Ison are discussing the lecture. Suddenly they hear someone talking about Arlo's visiting the infirmary with the wounded face. Ison is shocked. In the press room, Remy calls Cecile and asks her the name of that anonymous writer. Cecile replies that the writer doesn't want to publicize his name. Remy says that he doesn't have good intentions, but Cecile refuses to give away the name. Remy says that she is queen and she is demanding this information. Cecile shows arrogance and says she won't tell anyone about it at any cost. Cecile says that Remy just holds the title but she has no authority. She taunts that she doesn't act according to her title as she keeps hanging with Ison and Blake. She listens but doesn't say anything until Cecile mentions Ray and calls Remy delusional as he was. This makes Remy furious and she asks Cecile to shut her mouth. Cecile keeps going on and tells that Ray didn't care about hierarchy and he considered everyone equal and burdened the high tiers with unnecessary responsibilities. She adds that Ray left school in a mess. Remy answers that Ray didn't create the mess, he helped everyone instead. Cecile says that kindness is not appreciated in this world. Remy leaves the room hopelessly. Arlo is walking in the corridor when he gets a message from Remy. She wants to meet him. Ison is keeping an eye on John. He sees two guys bullying him. John calls them garbage in return. It makes them angry. Before they attack him, Ison makes them run away. He just has to keep John cool until Sera comes back. Remy and Arlo meet in the park. Arlo tells her that she's late. Remy says that she lost track of time. Arlo asks her about the incident at the mall. She says that it wasn't a big deal. Arlo asks her to be careful about the school reputation, but she has a bigger issue to discuss as she believes that someone was chasing them that day. Then she asks Arlo about the rumor she heard about him. Arlo calls the rumor ridiculous. Now he doubts too much of being followed. He asks Remy about the details of what happened at the mall. She mentions everything that happened. Arlo says that if she is right then that anonymous writer should be Cecile. It seems to him that they are targeting every high tier at Wellston. Remy shocked as Arlo is being followed too, so the rumors about him being injured were true. She asks him why he didn't tell her. Arlo says he'll tell everything at the right time. She starts crying as she's terrified. Arlo calms her. Right now he is thinking to get to the bottom of this issue of being followed. The flight lands at the airport. John's dad reads the address of John's place. At school, Arlo is walking with his fellow students in the corridor but is not listening to his talks. John bumps into him again. Arlo ignores it, but his fellow pulls John back and scolds him. Before he hits John, Arlo grabs his hand and pretends that he doesn't want to waste time on a cripple. He thinks that John is disgusting as he is wasting his power by pretending like a cripple, and he corrupted Sera with his ideology. Ison watches this all and calls this battle too much to handle. At John's house, Sera is sitting on the couch when the door opens but it's not John there. She guesses that he must be John's dad. They shake hands with each other. Sera and William are having a chat when John opens the door and sees his dad. He gets shocked and asks him what he's doing here. William says that he's here to see if John is okay as he was not answering any calls from him. John asks Sera if he wants some private time with his father and almost drags William out. Sitting outside the home, William scolds John for not answering his calls. He says that John is even living with a girl. John explains that Sera had no other options. He asks his dad about the talk she had with Sera. William answers that he asked her which one of you is more powerful as John never answers this question. He gets angry and asks about Sera's response. William says that she didn't take it seriously. He takes a sigh of relief. William asks him why he is acting shady. John explains that he is playing the role of a cripple here. William asks him the reason for this nonsense. He says that back in Boston, people always talked about his power and called him unworthy of this. Therefore, he chose this lifestyle and it suits him. William says that when he is planning to tell Sera as he can't hide it forever. He says he doesn't see any reason to tell her right now. At night, William is sleeping while John and Sera are doing homework. William wakes up and tells them that he didn't come here to see his son doing his homework. He calls him to play cards with him. Sera finds William cool as a father. William, John, and Sera are playing cards at night. Sera recalls the rules of the poker game. The purpose of the game is to make the highest ranking 5 cards combination with 2 cards in hands. Players bet chips based on how high their hand is. In the end, the player with the highest hand wins. They start the game. Sera thinks that she has the highest pair so she places her bet. William and John also place the bet. Sera tries to read John. John smiles and raises his bet and seems confident. Sera gets confused. She tries to read his card combination. William also raises his bet. Sera's nervousness increases. She folds. John and William check their cards. William wins. William knew that John was bluffing. Sera tells them that they both bluffed her out. She could have won as she had the highest hand. William cheers up Sera and says that she'll learn quickly. He shares a lesson with Sera that a big part to win poker is how you present yourself and how others perceive you. Confidence is the key. They kept playing and John won this time. Then they go to sleep. While lying on the bed, Sera thinks about the lesson William shared with her. She gets the reason for John having a strong attitude as he applies the rules of poker to real life as well. John wakes up early to finish his homework. He yells after finishing it. William wakes up with this noise and asks him to keep his voice low. John says that he is just leaving. There's a sandwich shop near and Sera will take him there. Sera also wakes up due to this noise. William says that he is going for a run to keep himself in shape. He asks her to join but she doesn't seem interested. At school, Arlo visits Cecile in the press room. He He says that he wants some information. He asks about that anonymous writer. She replies that Arlo keeps favoring Remy and it will spoil her. She also mentions Ray in bad words. This makes Arlo angry. He reminds Cecile that she's not a royal because Remy dethroned her, and she should respect Remy instead of mocking her. He asks her again the name of that author. She replies that it's Terrence. Sierra takes William to the sandwich shop. William likes the taste of sandwiches. He thanks Sierra for showing him around town. Sierra asks him about the inspiration behind his book. William says that when you are powerless like he is, the world feels unfair. He tells her about his childhood and his thought of having an open world for everyone. He calls it childish, but he's happy that many people agree with this idea. Sierra asks if the book was about himself and why he dedicated it to John. He says John was a troubled kid and he didn't listen to him, so he thought to get through to him this way. He says that he's relieved now about John. He thanks Sierra for taking care of John. William is leaving after spending one night with John as his editor won't let him leave for long. He asks John to take care of himself as he still doesn't trust him, but he is happy that John's got Sierra with him. Sierra tells William that his story is very inspiring. William hugs them both. Before leaving, he warns John to reveal his secret to Sierra, otherwise things would get worse. He replies that he'll figure it out. William says goodbye and leaves. Sierra is sitting on the sofa and using her mobile when John sits beside her after finishing his assignment. She asks if she should review John's assignment, but he refuses. He asks Sierra if she is excited about coming back to school tomorrow. She replies no. She says that going back to that environment where everyone judges her is not fun. John becomes sad. Sierra feels it and tells him that she was just kidding. She says that she'll miss the freedom she had this past week. At Sierra's house, Kian and his assistant Zender from the authorities pay a visit. The maid replies that Sir and Madam are not home and they'll be back next week, so they can return next week. Kian says that he is here to ask some questions to Sierra before she joins school tomorrow. The maid replies that Sierra isn't home as well as she left for Wellston a week ago, so Kian should ask her questions when she returns to school. The next day at the infirmary, Keen asks Darren about his date. Darren says that it never happened as his girlfriend was sent on a 2-week trip by her company on short notice. Elaine is passing through the corridor when she sees Arlo coming from the front. She tries to avoid him. Arlo notices this and calls her. Elaine excuses that she didn't see him coming. Arlo asks if she's alright as she looks worried. Elaine says she just has something on his mind and she'll talk to him later. Arlo asks her angrily why she is behaving so weirdly. She says that she's just processing what happened that day. She tells Arlo that when Sierra called her that day, she was at John's place and she wanted her to heal John. That's how she guessed that it was John who fought with Arlo. As they are having this conversation, someone is spying on them. Elaine tells Arlo that she's afraid of John as his glare that day was malicious. She feels that something is terrifying about John and she doesn't want to get involved between John and Arlo. She's not strong enough to defend herself. Arlo tells her not to worry as John wouldn't act if his secret doesn't get revealed. At the same time, Arlo feels that someone is listening to their conversation secretly. Sierra comes out from Wabba Boba after getting her drink and walks toward home when a girl with golden hair chases her. That girl with golden hair calls Sierra and asks her the time as she's forgotten her phone at home. Someone is targeting Sierra from a distance. That girl is keeping her engaged in conversation so she doesn't leave. Sierra feels a sensation and her phone falls to the ground. She feels awkward and bends to pick it up. She wonders what just happened. She tells the lady time. She thanks Sierra and leaves instantly. As she's walking home, she feels her hands shaking. Suddenly, a van tries to hit her from behind. She uses her ability and hardly escapes the accident. She feels that she's working slowly. Some people come out of the van and apologize to her. Sierra says that she's fine. One of those people drags her and asks her to come to the hospital with them. Sierra asks them to leave her. Meanwhile, a guy appears from behind and injects something into her neck. Sierra attacks them all using her ability. She asks one of them what they want. He tells her to come with them willingly or they will take her forcefully. Meanwhile, one of those people stabs a knife in her back. Sierra gets that these people are trying to kill her, so she attacks that girl and kills her. She pulls the knife out of her back. That injection has somehow stopped her healing ability. She freezes her wounded back. Then she turns to the other two attackers. She cuts their throats with the same knife. The last guy opens a portal and runs. She finds that her freeze is wearing off on its own. She gets that injection has done much damage to her. She is losing her focus, so she tries to get out of her. She walks among people wounded and tries to be careful. One guy asks Sierra if she needs any help. Sierra can't trust anyone now, so she asks him to get away. She feels weak, so she runs home. As John gets back home, he sees blood on the door handle. He quickly opens the door and sees Sierra covered in blood lying on the floor unconsciously. He gets shocked. John lifts Sierra and tries to wake her up. He notices that she is bleeding. He calls Elaine from Sierra's phone. Elaine picks up the call, but as she hears John's voice, she hangs up the call immediately. She doesn't want to hear his voice. John finds Arlo's contact in Sierra's emergency contact list. He calls him. As Arlo picks up the call, he asks him to bring Elaine to her place immediately. Arlo asks the reason, but he just shouts to bring her now. Arlo calls Elaine. After some time, they are at John's place. They also get shocked as they watch Sera in this state. Elaine sits near Sera and asks John what happened to her. She thinks that John has done it. She shouts at him and calls him a creep. John slaps her and asks her to shut her mouth. Arlo watches this happening but says nothing. John tells her that he hasn't called her here to listen to her nonsense. She's here to heal Sera, so she should better do it. Elaine uses her ability to heal Sera's wound. While Arlo is thinking about how someone can overpower Sera, it's impossible. Elaine says that she's done. John asks her why Sera hasn't woken up. Elaine says something is off with her and she can't figure this out as it's beyond her ability. John again tries to hit her by calling her useless, but Arlo grabs his hand and tells him to figure it out by himself. John asks Arlo to leave his hand. Arlo releases him. John sits beside Sera and scans more injuries using his ability. He finds a needle mark on her neck. John asks Arlo what is that. Arlo replies that someone might drug her, therefore she isn't waking up. John heals that mark. He just wants to know who did this to her. He lifts Sera in her arms and takes her to the bedroom. Elaine tries to go after them, but Arlo stops her and asks her to leave them be. John sits on the chair near her bed and says that he'll find the one who did this. Arlo is sitting on the sofa outside the bedroom. He thinks that Sera never needed any medical attention and now she is in this state. Whoever did this to her must have slowed her reflex and his healing ability, and he can be a threat to all of us. Elaine brings water for Arlo, but he refuses to take it, saying he's not thirsty. She sits beside him and asks if he is okay, as he seems a bit careful lately. Is John that much powerful? Arlo turns his neck and replies that as long as his secret is safe, John won't do anything. It's past midnight. Everyone is sleeping inside John's house when a van passes nearby his home. The van stops outside John's house. They take an inside analysis and find everyone sleeping. One of them intrudes into the house. Elaine suddenly opens her eyes and sees someone attacking Arlo. She defends him and gets a knife stabbed in her arm. Arlo wakes up and catches the intruder inside the barrier. Elaine pulls out the knife, but her wound is healing slowly. She recognizes the knife and tells Arlo as it's the same one Sera had with her. Arlo asks him to explain. A second intruder is secretly entertaining in Sera's room. John hears the noise, so he turns out the light and asks Arlo what's going on. He tells John that they've found the one who attacked Sera. John can't believe that the attacker came back. He sees that Arlo's barrier is on, but he can't sense it. Arlo asks the intruder the reason for attacking Sera. He replies that he won't say anything. Arlo wonders why the intruder isn't trying much to release himself. He senses a trap. Suddenly they all hear a crashing voice. John and Elaine run to Sera's room to check on her. Arlo makes the intruder unconscious. John sees someone carrying Sera jumping outside the window. He tries to activate a barrier, but his ability doesn't work, so he jumps to follow that guy. John runs after him, but he's almost to the van. Suddenly, Arlo activates a barrier to stop him. John runs towards the kidnapper. He puts a knife on Sera's neck and asks John to turn off his ability and Arlo to remove this barrier. Otherwise he'll kill her. John doesn't take that warning seriously and moves forward. That kidnapper cuts slightly on her throat. John stops. The kidnapper again asks him to remove this barrier and turn off his ability. John asks Arlo to take down the barrier. Arlo thinks it's crazy. He winks at Arlo. He just wants Arlo to keep the conversation going. Arlo understands the plan and sends Elaine outside. The intruder asks him to hurry up. John is waiting for the knife to get down a little so he can get time to reach the kidnapper. John and Arlo keep the conversation going according to the plan. Elaine reaches down. John is keeping an eye on the knife as well. As the knife gets lower, he runs toward the kidnapper and steals the knife from his hands. He beats him and releases Sera. The intruder falls to the ground. John sits on him. Meanwhile, Elaine gets inside the barrier and holds Sera. She is still in an unconscious state. John stabs the intruder in the chest. Suddenly, the van breaks the barrier. Arlo gets hurt by this. The van hits John and throws him away. Arlo thinks about how a van could break his barrier. The kidnapper's partner comes out and helps him. John stands again on his feet. The kidnappers cancel the plan to kidnap Sera and run away. John makes another barrier to stop their van, but they crash it and run away. John again gets hurt. They all get inside the house. Elaine heals Arlo while John is healing himself. John looks angry. He tells Arlo that he had only one job to keep the barrier intact, but he even couldn't do so. He calls Arlo useless. Arlo replies angrily that it wasn't him who left Sera alone in the first place. He adds that instead of stabbing the kidnapper, John should have pulled Sera out of the danger, and it's his fault that they couldn't capture those kidnappers. John punches Arlo in the face. Arlo grabs him from his shirt to fight back. Elaine tells them to stop fighting and wasting energy. Instead, they should think about what to do next. Arlo says that it was a planned attack, and they must have done something to weaken our abilities. John thinks that's why he wasn't able to sense the barrier. Arlo wonders if they had everything going on according to their plan, so why did they ran away? Elaine says they were mumbling before they left, but she couldn't hear it. John says that they were saying something like it's going to wear off soon. He thinks that they were on some kind of timer. Elaine says that her healing ability came back after they left. It means they could only maintain that ability damping effect for a limited amount of time. Arlo says they must have done something like that with Sera too, so her power was reduced, and they were able to hurt her. But she managed to escape. Still, they traced her. It means they already knew where Sera was. He suddenly remembers the conversation with Remy where she told him about that chip in the teddy bear of Sera. He shares all this with John. John is shocked. Arlo says that Sera stayed here that night, therefore the assassin knows about this place. They have been tracking Sera and planning this attack for 1 month. John taunts Arlo that not everyone spends a month planning the downfall of a person. They all become quiet after this. Sera is still unconscious. Elaine suggests that they should take her to the hospital and report the authorities. John says they'll call Dr. Darren in the morning and tell the headmaster as well, but not the authorities. The next morning, when others are still sleeping, Sera wakes. She wonders how she ended up here and why Arlo and Elaine are here too. Then she remembers the incident that happened to her yesterday. She feels dizzy and runs to the toilet to vomit. John and Elaine wake up. John asks Sera if she's okay. Sera doesn't reply and runs towards his room. She is unable to activate her powers. John tells her not to jump to any conclusion as she's just woken up. Drugs are still in her system. Arlo and Elaine say hello to Sera. John tells Sera that he called Elaine here to heal you and Arlo came along with Elaine. He further says that those guys came to kidnap you last night and Arlo saved us all. Arlo thinks that John is so fake. John asks Arlo for his phone as some jerks broke his phone. Then he calls Dr. Darren. John calls Dr. Darren. As soon as Dr. Darren hears his voice, he hangs up the call. John again calls him. Darren yells at him for disturbing him on a weekend morning. John tells him about Sera's situation. Dr. Darren takes her blood sample to run some tests. He tells her that usually, such drugs hide the ability for 4 days. If she does not get her ability after 4 days, she should visit him again. He asks them to keep this secret to themselves only. John tells Sera not to worry as 4 days will pass in a blink of an eye. On the other hand, Arlo and Elaine report the incident to the headmaster. The headmaster says that he will take care of that from here. Elaine is still upset about last night's incident. Arlo assures her that things will be alright as the headmaster is taking care of it personally. Arlo tells Elaine that he is going to take rest and she should also go to sleep as she has used a lot of power in healing us. Elaine is much more relaxed now. She's hopeful that things are as still normal as before as Sera will get her powers back in a week. The next day, Sera comes back to school after 1 month. She sees everyone talking about her suspension. They have published an article about her return in the school newspaper. She ignores everyone and moves. Ison and Blake also see her coming. Ison is happy as he does not have to worry about John anymore. The headmaster is taking tea in her office when John comes there. He is here to talk about his shift to school dorms. He does not want to move here as he is doing fine at his apartment away from school. The headmaster tells him that he cannot take any risks after the recent attack on John's apartment. He orders John that he already has made arrangements for him here as he will be much safer there. John says that he can take care of himself. The headmaster tells him that his decision is final. John leaves the office in anger. Sera is sitting on the rooftop playing a game on her broken phone when John visits her there. He asks her how she's been doing. She says that things are the same as before. John asks her to avoid everyone so no one knows about her secret. She replies that it doesn't matter if anyone gets to know her. He says that he just doesn't want her to get hurt as such things start hurting up mentally. Sera says she will take John's advice. John is relaxed now. Arlo is moving in the corridor when he sees Blake putting a flyer on the notice board. Arlo asks him about it. Blake replies that he's distributing flyers about Ember attacks to warn students about Ember and Remy has ordered him to do so. Arlo stunts. He asks Blake what kind of nonsense Remy is up to now. Blake replies that she is too much obsessed with this Ember thing and it is dangerous for her. He asks Arlo to talk to her about this. Suddenly, Remy comes running and asks Blake about the progress of the task. He says that he is doing fine. Meanwhile, a student passes from there. She calls him and hands him a flyer and to keep his eyes open. That student leaves wondering what just happened. Arlo tells her that she is creating panic in students. Remy replies that she is just trying to warn them about the danger so they take care of themselves. Arlo asks her to meet her after school. She says yes and leaves. Keen is helping John in shifting. He knocks at the door. Blake comes to open the door when he sees John. He shocks and glares at him. Professor Keen introduces them both to each other. John is also shocked to know that Blake is going to be his roommate. Keen makes them shake hands with each other forcefully. Remy runs to meet Arlo as she is again late. She stops to have a look on news playing on TV about Ember. Arlo is waiting for her at a coffee shop. He recalls his last meeting with Ray where he gave him some advice to fulfill the responsibilities of a king here. He also warned him that a lot of students would try to dethrone him so he must have to watch his back. Arlo replied that he will not let anyone do this. Ray asked him not to disappoint him. As the door opens, he comes back to reality. He sees Remy standing there. She apologizes to him for being late and sits in front of him. Arlo asks her why she is too invested in this Ember thing. She replies that people are dying because of Ember, so why is no one worried about it? Not even authorities are taking any action. She cannot just sit and watch this happening. Arlo asks her why she cares about those superheroes too much. Remy replies that they take care of other people. Suddenly, a girl, Melody, from Agwin High School splashes a drink on Remy as she ruined her date with her loud talk about superheroes. Remy asks her to apologize right now. She denies. Remy asks her again politely. She attacks Remy. She gives her an electric shock and she drops to the ground. Her boyfriend helps her to get out, but Arlo creates a barrier around them as she has not apologized to Remy yet. Melody soon realizes that these must be Arlo and Remy from Wellston High School, and are much more powerful than her. She apologizes to them for causing this trouble and leaves. Blake wakes up to get ready for school. He opens the door of the bathroom and sees John standing there in front of the mirror, and remembers that he is now his room partner. He slams the door and goes back. While going to the school, Ison asks Blake who is his new room partner. He replies that it's John. Ison spits out the milk as he gets shocked hearing this. Blake says that John is so annoying. Ison asks him to take it easy. Blake glares at him. On the other hand, John tells Sierra that he has been shifted with Blake and he will murder him in his sleep. Sierra comforts him by saying that Blake has got better things to do. She adds that it was she who crowned him as Jack. Arlo was furious with her choice, but she preferred him as he is much more open and straightforward. She believes that John and Blake will get along pretty well as John and Sierra did. Sierra is walking through the corridor when she sees a senior girl bullying a junior. At first, she ignores it, but then she stops her from slapping that junior girl. Sierra calls that junior girl to go to her class while grabbing Bria's hand. Then she glares at Bria and asks her not to waste others' time. Everyone standing there starts making fun of her as Sierra leaves. This makes her angry and she attacks Sierra from behind. At the same moment, Arlo protects Sierra by creating a barrier around her. Then he asks Bria how she dare attack a royal from behind. He punishes her. He warns everyone standing there to stay within limits, otherwise he will not forgive anyone. He asks Sierra that he wants a word with him. They go into another room. Arlo tells her that it is necessary to remind these people of your power, otherwise they forget their position. He asks her how she could risk blowing her cover to help a low tier. Sierra asks him why he is showing so much care and not treating her like a cripple now. Arlo remembers the warning John gave him about protecting Sierra, but he does not tell her and replies that things will be back to normal as Sierra will get her ability back soon. She leaves by saying that he never does anything until it benefits him. Outside the school, Sierra checks her phone and finds missed calls from Fiora. She also finds that John called Arlo from her phone but never mentioned it. She finds that John lied to her. In the press room, Cecile is listening to an audio tape of a conversation between Arlo and Elaine. She finds that Arlo was attacked by John and he is not a cripple. She thinks if she publishes this report, Arlo will be dethroned. Then she remembers that Arlo wanted her not to publish anything without his consent. It seems that Arlo does not want anyone to know about John's powers. At the same time, a student comes to her and tells her about a sketch of Sierra she prepared when she was attacked by a girl. Cecile looks at the sketch and wonders why Sierra is shielding herself with her arm. Instead, she could evade the attack. That girl mentions that she never saw Sierra so panicked before. It seems something has happened to her abilities during suspension. Cecile asks if she has any solid proof or this is just a theory. She asks so as the press would lose its credibility if the news turns out to be fake. She asks her to get out and come with a solid proof. She sits and thinks if both the stories are true, Arlo will not let her publish anything. But if she could somehow bypass his orders, she would be able to do her job. John is walking towards his dorm when he is attacked by Martin from behind. But he grabs his arm and throws him on the ground. Zeke comes from behind and welcomes John. John tells him that throwing someone on him is not a welcome at all. Then he says that he is leaving. Zeke grabs him from his shoulder and tells him that he is king here and John has to bow in front of him. John does so and says I have work to do and runs. Zeke finds his tone offensive. He catches him using his ability and grabs him from his jaw. Then he asks him to show some respect to him. He crushes John's jaw and he can't move. John throws a leg in his stomach to free himself. Then he pushes him away and runs from there. Martin catches him and Zeke punches him in his stomach. Then he breaks his arm. John says that every single person here attacks the weakling for no reason. Zeke tells him that moving here is the biggest mistake of John's life. John calls Zeke insecure and he kicks him and throws him away. John tells Zeke that he will not be satisfied by beating a cripple as he is as useless as I am. Zeke slaps him and John falls on the ground. He says if John could do as he was asked, he wouldn't get that much hurt. Ison and Blake are walking towards the dorm. Blake says that Remy is acting crazy as she asked him to stop working on Ember thing. Ison replies isn't that he wanted. Blake says that something wasn't right when she said so. Ison replies that he is just overthinking. Suddenly they see John fell on the ground unconsciously. Ison runs towards him and wonders what happened to him. He asks Blake to help him. They both bring John to his room. When he wakes up, he sees them both standing there. Ison asks him if he is okay now. John sits and feels that his arm is broken. He thinks why did they both help him even though they are not friends with him. He asks Ison what he wants. He remembers how he crushed his wrist during the interview. Ison says it was unintentional and he didn't want to do so. John replies that he will not fall for his tricks this time. He angrily asks them both to get out. Blake comes forward, grabs his collar and asks John if he understands the meaning of courtesy. They helped him and he is talking nonsense to them. John asks him to release him. They were about to start a fight, but Ison forcefully takes Blake out of the room. He pushes Ison to the wall and asks him why he favors John so much. Ison replies he cannot tell him at all. Suddenly he gets a call from Cecile and he runs from there to meet her. During their meeting, Cecile asks him about his article about John being a cripple. Ison shudders after hearing this. Ison tells her that being a low tire is difficult and he stopped working on that article. She tells him that John is not a cripple and she has proof. Now she wants John to be the new king as he is stronger than Arlo. Ison says she can't do so. She asks him what he is hiding as she knows that he has more information about John. Ison says he will tell her everything if she promises to keep it in between us. She ties his hands so he doesn't run away. Ison tells her about John's past and that his school couldn't control him anymore. He tells John was almost a cripple till middle school, but somehow his abilities raised up drastically in high school. This shocks Cecile. Ison says that after his expulsion to his joining Wellston, there is 1 year's gap and no data of that 1 year was found. Perhaps something has happened that changed him to act as a cripple here. He advises her to not mess with John by revealing his secret. In her bedroom, Sera is reading a book when she gets a call from her maid. She tells her that authorities were here to interview Sera in the morning. As she was not found at home, they may visit her at school, so she must prepare herself for that. Blake brushes his teeth thinking why John takes so long in the washroom as it makes him late. He runs for the class. Outside his room, he finds 2 random guys bullying John on behalf of Zeke. He shoots lasers at them and warns them to never pick a fight in front of his room. Blake and John are going to school. Blake asks him why he is following him. John replies that he is not following him. It's just they are heading in the same direction. Blake sees Ison and catches him from behind. He asks him why he was not answering his calls. Ison, who was trying to avoid him, replies that he was just busy. He asks Blake why is he not in school by now. He replies that John makes him late as he takes so long in the washroom. Then he mentions about today's incident outside his room. Outside the school, that green-haired girl spy on Sera. To confirm her doubts, she hits her with a stone. Sera starts bleeding. She is wondering about what just happened. Everyone around her starts whispering why she is not healing herself. That green-haired girl comes running towards Sera to apologize and says she did not do it on purpose. It was just an accident. Sera says it's fine and leaves. At the infirmary, John takes the medicine and rests so his arm can heal. The door opens and Sera walks in. Darren is shocked to see her in this situation. John hears her voice and comes to say her hello but gets angry seeing her like this. They both sit on the bed after she gets a bandage. Sera says that it's not much bad getting hurt and says that John always overreact on such things. John asks her who did this to her. She replies that it was a green-haired girl and Sera has not seen her before. John says that the girl might suspect Sera has no abilities now, but Sera is relaxed as everyone comes to know about it after all. John shouts at her that how can she be so careless. She shows her his wounds and says that it hurts when they attack you just because you cannot fight. Sera replies that she knows it hurts. She asks him that he is acting like a different person since she came back. She asks what happened between Arlo and him when she was not here. John shudders over this question. John asks her where did Arlo come from in this conversation. She says she doubted when she saw Alo at your place that day as you both did not know each other before. Then she asks why he called him from her phone if he did not know him before. John surrenders. He tells her that after she left, he bumped into Arlo but he thought he is nice like she is but he played him. He took him to a place where 2 of his goons ambushed him to show him his place. Then he mentioned not to tell anyone about this incident. But that day, when he saw her injured, he had to call him for help as Elaine already hung up on him and he did not know anyone else. Sera becomes angry after hearing this. She tells John that Arlo was trying to get her back through lies ever since she left the title of queen. She decides to take revenge after she gets her ability back. After some time, Darren calls her to take in private about her test results. Arlo is walking in the corridor when he remembers the day when Remy told him about Ray's death. He connects all the pieces and gets that Ray was one of those superheroes and was murdered by Ember. Suddenly, John pumps into Arlo and asks him to meet him on the roof in 15 minutes. John is waiting for Arlo on the roof, but Sera finds him in the corridor and calls him. She tells him that she knows how he betrayed and humiliated John when she was not here. She warns him if he disturbed John ever again, she would end him. Arlo visits John on the roof. John asks him why he is late. Arlo replies that he is not a servant who will take orders from him. He tells John about the encounter with Sera and asks why she told her. John asks him why she was hurt when H asked Arlo to look after her. Arlo replies that he cannot be with her everywhere. He is the king and he has other responsibilities too. He reminds John that he is the king here and John cannot order him until he dethroned him officially. He adds that John should protect Sera as he spends more time with her. Arlo leaves but John punches him on his face. Arlo grabs him and presses him against the wall and tells him that he cannot do anything here and Arlo can easily throw him off the roof, so John should not forget his place at all. Then he releases him and tells him to stay from him from now and leaves. Sera recalls the meeting with Darren where he told her that her situation is beyond him, so he sent the samples to the hospital for examination. Kian and Nadia from the authorities visit the Wellston school to interview Sera. As they step in the boundary, Keen gets alarmed and comes to ask them their purpose of coming here. Kian introduces himself and states the purpose of their visit. Keen takes them to the headmaster's office. Kian starts questioning Sera about what she did during her suspension period. Sera answers that she was asked to do a lot of assignments but she did not do so. Then he asks her why she did return to school a week before her suspension period ended. She replies that she was missing the environment so she came back. She mentions about the attack on her after she arrived here and says she has no abilities right now. She is asked where she stayed after being attacked. Sera tries to avoid telling John's name but she is forced, so she tells about him. Kian wonders if it's the same John he dealt with 2 years ago. He asks Sera if she agrees with the idea of the book Unordinary. She replies in no. Nadia tells that Sera is lying. Kian tells her that she can leave. Kian tells the headmaster that she is assigning Sera to another 3 months program to clear her mind from the concept of that book. It's because he did not want Sera to be like those superheroes and get killed like them from Ember. He asks the headmaster to remove her from school until her readjustment program starts. The headmaster refuses to do so as she is already powerless, and that is enough punishment for her. Kian asks him that the guy Sera mentioned is the same John from Boston High School. The headmaster replies yes. Kian asks permission to interview him as well, but the headmaster says he cannot until he brings a permit. Sera walks through the corridor when she hears everyone talking about her being powerless. She is being followed by that green-haired girl again. She pushes Sera from the stairs and takes a photo of her as a proof to show her powerlessness. Her arm and ankle broke. She barely walks by taking the support of the wall. Remy sees her and runs towards her to help her. She supports her by taking her to the infirmary. John hears people talking about Sera's condition in the corridor. At infirmary, Sera gets a cast on her arm and ankle. She asks Remy why she is worried. She replies that it's shocking to see a royal getting hurt like that. Sera asks who's the first. Remy names the Arlo. Sera asks who did hurt Arlo. Remy says she doesn't know, but she suspects that they both are the victims of the same person. She says if that were the case, Arlo would have lost her ability as well, but he has his ability. She tells Remy about everything that has happened to her since she came back. Remy wonders it could be Ember who attacked her. Sera doesn't want to talk about it now. Remy wishes her good health and leaves. Outside the infirmary, Remy bumps into John and excuses, but John hurriedly runs towards the infirmary to see Sera. He asks who did this to her. She mentions that green-haired girl. She asks him to sit with her and he sits. She then tells about the interview and mentions Kian. She feels guilty to mention John in her interview. John wonders if it is the same Kian who dealt with him 2 years ago. John tells her not to worry as it's not her fault and he will deal with Kian if he interviews him. Remy is thinking about that Ember stuff when Blake calls him and asks him to hang out after school. She refuses by saying she has something important to do. He sits in the cafeteria thinking about her current behavior when Ison passes by him. He comes and asks what happened. Blake mentions Remy and says he is worried about her as she is behaving strangely, as she never did before. Ison suggests visiting her room after school. Remy is doing her investigation when they both visit her. She asks them the reason to come. They reply that they are here to help. She says she doesn't need any help. Blake replies that he knows she is still working on that Ember thing secretly. He goes into her room to investigate. He sees a curtain on the wall and pulls it. There's the work she was hiding. He asks her how she could do all this without them. She replies that she did not want to bother them. They figure out that she is doing this investigation about Ember to take revenge for her brother's murder. Remy tells them about her research. Ison asks her why Arlo and Sera are mentioned here. She replies that they both were attacked and injured. She shows them all the articles about superheroes and Ember she could gather. She says that people liked superheroes when they appeared first, but then they started getting killed and people became terrified. She shares that all the superheroes were high tires and noble even after the authorities did not solve a single murder case. She thinks that authorities don't want to go after Ember. She says that when the authorities gave her news of her brother's death, they assured her to find the criminal. But she asked them about the case, and they kicked her out. She says that she will be the bait and present her like a superhero so Ember comes after her, as it is the only way to reach them. On their way back, Ison is panicked over her decision. Blake asks him to calm down. Ison says that it's dangerous as more powerful people than them are getting killed by Ember. Blake says that he is not leaving her alone and that those three will have a better chance if they work together. Next day in the morning, they bring her the superhero costume to hide her identity. Ison calls the costume a crap that Blake brought for Remy. Blake says at least he did not come empty-handed like him. Remy tries the costume on, but both boys don't like it much now. They all sit and do research to find their target. Ison finds a guy named Waldo in a town of low tire as their first target. Ison and Remy ask Blake about their opinion but find him sleeping. They both draw some marks on his face but don't tell him. Remy asks them to start their search from today. Both boys give a shocking reaction. They make a plan and divide them into 2 teams. Remy will be on the front and both of them will watch her back. Both boys reach Branish and find it a deserted place. They wonder if Remy has reached here yet or not. Meanwhile, Remy is exploring the city and wonders where everyone went. Remy puts her superhero costume on and contacts Ison and Blake. Then she starts searching the town. It looks like everyone is inside their houses as the streets are completely empty. Ison finds a guy and asks Remy to go into that direction. She finds that a guy is knocking on a door. He busts into a house where he grabs a woman from hair and demands money from her. Remy gives him an electric shock and he falls on the ground. She asks the woman to relax and tells that she is here to help her. She introduces herself as X-Ray. She asks the woman about Weldo. She replies that I know him. He was fired from office a few months ago. He disappeared then. After some months, he broke into the office but he was changed as his powers were amplified drastically. So started taking control over this city and here we are. She adds that authorities never paid attention to Branish as it is a town of low tires. Remy feels sorry for them. Suddenly, Ison finds some people coming to the Remy and warns her. She gets ready to deal with them. Quiche, Bimmel, Wyme and Quentin gather at the place where they got the signal from. Remy introduces her as a superhero. She asks them about Waldo but they attack her. Ison and Blake ask her to attack them back so she does so and makes them fall on the ground. Then Quiche binds her with her hairs. Remy gives her an electric shock and leaves her unconscious. She walks towards Quentin who is surprised by seeing a high tier for the first time. She sits near him, grabs him from the shirt and asks about Weldo. Meanwhile, that guy makes that woman a hostage and asks Remy to leave his partner, otherwise he will kill her. She releases Quentin. Blake attacks that guy with a laser and injures him. Remy asks Quentin again about Waldo. He replies that he cannot tell as his family will be in danger if he tells. Remy says that she will stop Waldo and free them all. Quentin takes her to Waldo's office. He asks her how she can come to his office uninvited. He attacks them with a shock wave. Quentin gets hurt but Remy survives this attack. She notices that this attack was more powerful than 2.8 ability. He again attacks her but she dodges it and gives him a taste of her power. Waldo says that he is being watched. If anything happens to him, all the hostages will be killed. Waldo attacks Quentin but Remy protects him and gets hurt in process. She asks Ison and Blake to find hostages and free them, otherwise she will not be able to take down Waldo. They find the hostages in a basement and free them. Remy hides Quentin to a safe place. Ison tell her that they have completed the mission. Then she attacks Waldo and takes him down. She finds injection marks on his body. They tie Waldo and carry him with them while going to free the hostages. Remy is hurt by the attack. Quentin asks her if she is alright. Remy tells him that he is brave and he should not consider himself weak as many people depend on him. They go to the basement and free the hostages. He is very happy after meeting his wife. She asks everyone that Waldo is defeated now and they all are free to go. But all those people wonder after seeing her as they had never seen a high tier before here. They thanks her and ask what she wants in return. She says that she doesn't want anything as she is just here to help. Quentin asks everyone to go to their homes and get some sleep as they all are free now. He explains Remy that those people are just surprised as they never got attention from a high tier before. Blake says that these people always get neglected by high tiers, therefore there is this tension between low tiers and high tiers. He thinks that they do not deserve such treatment. Blake comes back to his room and finds John awake. John asks him what's on his face. Blake finds that mark embarrassing. He says John good night. The next morning, John gets ready and is about to leave when Blake calls him and asks him if he can wait. They can go to school together. John says no and leaves. In the press room, Arlo reads an article about Sera losing her abilities. Cecily asks his permission to publish the article. Arlo tells not to publish it. She reminds him that as Sera has lost her abilities, he is on first rank now. Doesn't he want people to know about it? He says that Sera's abilities will return and in the meantime, publishing this article will create problems only. He orders her to throw this article in the trash and leaves. Cecile says she will not let this news go away like this. She asks that green-haired girl to spread this news by other means and she will reward her for that. Sera and John are walking in the corridor when they see students gathered around the notice board. He sees the article about Sera on the notice board and is shocked. All of a sudden, all the students start looking at Sera. John grabs that paper and tears it. Sera tells him that it is not useful as everyone knows about it. He grabs his arm and asks her to leave this place. Two boys make fun of them running and decide to attack them. John takes them down even without using any ability. He asks Sera to run towards the stairs as many others will follow them. Another student attacks them with a laser beam. John defends Sera and gets hurt badly. One of those two bullies again attacks John and he falls away. Sera pushes the guy away and asks him to back off. At first, they get terrified seeing her but they remember that she is powerless as well. John wonders that she is powerless yet she stands against them and he is sitting there doing nothing. Suddenly, he hears a voice to stop this fight. It's Blake there, who orders everyone to end this fighting right now and go back to their classes. Everyone turns their heads towards Blake. Those bullies apologize to him and leave. He asks Sera if she is fine. She replies that she is fine, but John is not in a good condition. She thanks him for saving them. He replies that it's not a big deal and he leaves for the class. At the infirmary, they sit beside each other. Sera is thinking about what just happened a few moments ago. She looks at John. He looks terrible. She asks him if this is what he was trying to warn her about. Is being powerless means to run every time to defend yourself? John says yes. Sera wonders how they all turned on her just because she lost her ability. John replies that they got a chance to feel powerful, so they took it. He says that he is always on the bottom so he can realize what just happened. They did so to get the satisfaction of feeling powerful for once. Suddenly, he observes that she is sad, so he cheers her up. Sera asks him if he often thinks about having an ability to fight back. Then she suddenly changes the topic by saying that at least she is not alone in this situation. In the corridor, John calls Arlo from behind. Arlo asks what business he has now with him. John smacks that poster on his face and asks him about it. Arlo is unaware about this, but he tells John that it's not his business, so he should solve it by himself. Elaine gets a massage from Arlo to meet him after school. At Wabba Boba, she finds him waiting for her when she reaches there. The waitress takes their order. Arlo orders mango boba. Elaine tastes the drink and loves it. Then she asks him the reason to call her here. He replies that he wants updates about Sera. She says that it's been over a week but her powers have not returned. She mentions that a few days ago, she heard her talking to the doctor. They have sent her reports to hospital. She says that she could not hear much, but Sera was terrified. She asks him about posting about Sera at school. He replies that it was going to be revealed sooner or later. He adds that once her abilities return, things will go back to normal. Elaine asks him what if her abilities never return. Arlo tells her not to be ridiculous. Suddenly, they hear about another attack of Ember on TV. Arlo asks her if there is anything he should know about. She replies yes. Then she mentions that on Saturday night, Blake and Ison came to her and took her to the room. She was injured. It looked like she was attacked by an elite tier. Arlo wonders and recalls his last meeting with Remy. He thinks that she was attacked by Ember. 2 years ago, John was expelled from New Boston High School and was sent to 3 months of readjustment classes. John is sitting in a dark room when Keon visits him. He has been John's instructor for 3 months. He tells him that he has dealt with kids like him before. He tells him that despite being powerful, he is not allowed to do whatever he wants. He calls him lust. This makes John angry and he says it is his right to stand above all as he is the most powerful. Keon slaps John. John hits him in the back of the head. Keon grabs him from head and presses it against the table to remind him of his place. He shows him the pictures of the students whom John harmed. John says that whoever messes with the powerful gets punished. Keon asks why he hurt his friends. John replies that they got what they deserved. Keon uses his ability to look into John's memories. He does so to find the reason behind John hurting his friends. John asks him to get out of his head. Keon leaves him. Keon asks him if he realized his mistakes. John misbehaves with him while crying. Keon again gets inside his head to show him what he has done. John regrets it. Keon leaves him, saying to reflect on what he has just shown him. 3 months later, John comes back home after finishing his classes. William welcomes him. John spends most of his time in his room. He cannot stop thinking about all the damage he caused. William brings a copy of his new book for him to read. He takes the book in his hands and flips a page where it is written, "Dedicated to my son." He finds that it is a story about a superhero who lives in a world of cripples and he helps them. Because of him, the world becomes peaceful. He gets the massage his father wants to give him. John starts spending most of his time with his dad playing cards and learning how to fight. He applied to take admission at Wellston and moved here. He decides to fade away in the background. John is sitting on the floor beside his bed. He is thinking about the conversation he had with Arlo where he tells him to fix his own problems by himself. John thinks he cannot do it. Next morning, Sera is walking towards school thinking if her ability loss is permanent. John comes from behind and greets her. He asks her if she slept well. She replies that she is not able to sleep properly as she has a lot on her mind. While they are having this conversation, Zeke chases them and plans to attack them. Arlo walks around the corridor thinking that there were only 3 people in his life who could defeat him and all 3 of them were foolish. Ray killed himself over a foolish book. Sera abandoned her role and now she is powerless. And John is hiding his ability as nothing matters to him. He thinks about why he is fulfilling all the responsibilities alone. Suddenly, he catches a glaze on Sera and John is beaten up by Zeke. Arlo goes near him, punches him on the face and throws him away. He tells him that beating a cripple is not something to brag about. Everyone standing there ran away. Then he comes near John and punches him. He smashes him and asks why he did not do anything when Sera was getting beaten. Sera tries to stop him, but he reminds her of her place as she is a cripple now. At the infirmary, they sit in front of each other. Sera is sad over Arlo's words. John asks her not to be worried over that as Arlo was not saying right. He comes near her and tells her that her powers will come back. She asks how long it will take as she is completely hopeless now. She asks what she should do now. John tells her that she is not alone as John is powerless too. He says that nothing much has changed. They both can live their lives as before by going to shopping, restaurants and playing games together. They will get through this together. When Sera goes to sleep, he leaves the infirmary and walks in the corridor. He thinks about the incidents. He thinks why he did not do anything. It's because he does not want Sera to see his true face. He does not want her to call him a monster. He starts punching on the wall and thinks why he is such a coward. He thinks that he should have done something. He thinks that it's Zeke's fault as he started this, and now he will pay for this. Zeke is walking in a street carrying a wrapper. He throws that wrapper in the dustbin. It seems someone is chasing him. The guy who is following Zeke attacks him from behind. Zeke dodges that attack. He looks at the guy and finds it's someone hiding his face with his lunchbox wrapper. He thinks that someone is trying to mock him. He asks the guy who he is but no reply comes. He thinks that someone is trying to challenge his rank but why is he covering his face? He says that he came at the right time as he wants to take his frustration out on someone. He moves forward to remove that wrapper from his face but that guy grabs his arm and throws a punch in his stomach. Zeke falls behind. He gets hurt and coughs blood. He wonders who can have that kind of power except him. He is trying to guess when that guy attacks him again and throws him away. That guy keeps attacking again and again. Zeke cannot hold it more as his opponent is very strong. Zeke tries to attack from behind but he blocks it and throws a punch on his face. Zeke crashes on the ground. That guy kicks in his stomach. He grabs him from his shirt and punches him in his face. Zeke falls on the ground. That guy leaves him there half dead and leaves. Ison and Blake are walking in the corridor when Blake asks him to meet him and Remy after school as she wants to discuss the next step. Ison replies that he will meet them after the press meeting. He hears students talking about Zeke who was found in a street near school half dead. Ison thinks that it must be John behind this. Blake asks him not to think about every news he hears. Ison says goodbye to him and leaves to attend a meeting in the press room. Arlo opens the door of the press room and walks towards Cecile. She asks him the reason to come here. He slides that paper of the article about Sera towards Cecily and smashes so hard on the table that it gets broken. Cecile shouts why he is behaving like that. Arlo tells her that he asked her to keep this information between us, so why is it floating around the school? He says that he had been lenient with her in every matter but now she has gone far and she will get punished. She tells him that she did not publish this article. Arlo reminds her that she controls all the information. How he can believe that she was not involved. Arlo orders Ison that he is the new head of the press club. Ison shocks. Arlo tells him not to disappoint him and leaves. Ison comes to Remy's place and tells them both what happened today at the press club. Blake says that it's good news, so why he is not happy. He replies that he does not want that kind of responsibility and wants to be free. He adds that he does not want any stupid leadership position. Blake and Remy look at him who just called the leadership position weird. Remy shows him an article about her which already got 152 views. Ison tells her that the article is not written well, and these views are not enough to get attention. He shares his research. He shows them their next target. He says that Remy will fight her and Blake will watch her back. Meanwhile, he will take some cool pictures of Remy to publish in an article to get more views and attention. John is already waiting for Sera outside the school. He asks her why she looks tired. She replies that she could not sleep again. She asks John to teach her basic defensive skills. He takes her to the roof and teaches her some defense moves. John asks Sera to try what he taught him. He attacks Sera, which she barely escapes but does not counterattack. She tells him she did not expect him to be so fast. John yells at her that it takes a lot of practice to get expert and she will learn with time. Suddenly, a random student comes on the roof and asks them both to leave as they both are cripple and not allowed here. They leave. Sera asks John if this is the way she has to live with now, by taking orders from unknown students. John tells her that it is tough but she should stay strong. Sera thinks that John never complains but she always keeps complaining instead of being positive about things. Sera tells him that she is going to take classes. Suddenly, John sees that green-haired girl who pushed Sera from the stairs. She asks him if he is coming with her to the class. John replies that he has to go to the infirmary first to take medicine for his hands. Sera leaves and John goes after that girl. John, wearing that wrapper on his face, attacks that girl. She gets alert and dodges it. She tries to analyze whether she should attack or run and gets that she cannot do any of these. Meanwhile, John pushes him from the stairs and she falls down. She runs towards the canteen to escape John. As she opens the door, everyone looks at her and wonders what happened to her as she looks terrified. She keeps staring at the closed door. As the door opens, John comes out of it. She wonders where that guy went who was chasing her a minute ago. She runs out from the canteen to escape the danger. John, who was sitting at a table, stands and comes after her. She keeps her ability to get alert for any attack. John comes from nowhere and punches her in the face. John grabs her from the collar. She says she does not know what's her fault but she is sorry for that. John shows no mercy and keeps beating her until she is half dead. John leaves her there and goes away. Holden and Arlo are walking in town. Holden tells him that they have found the girl who wrote that article on Sera, half dead in the hallway. He thinks it's the same guy who went off Zeke. Arlo asks, who do you think is after this? Holden replies that everyone thinks that it's Arlo. Arlo asks, why is it so? Holden replies that you had that dispute with Zeke and then he was found in that street beaten up to death. Then you fired Cecile because of that article, and next day, the author of that article was found half dead. You are connected to both cases, and despite that, no one else could beat Zeke up to this degree. Arlo suspects that it must be John behind this all. In her room, Sera cannot sleep, so she starts practicing what John taught him. Elaine hears voices from her room, so she comes to check on her. She sees Sera covered up in sweat. Sera asks her to practice with her. Next morning, she tells John that she is ready to learn more as she has mastered the trick he taught him yesterday. But first he has to go with her to buy some new clothes as her old clothes are ruined during practice. At KOVORO Mall, they both stop at a mobile phone shop and buy a new phone. Then Sera goes into a dress shop to buy her new clothes. John is bored. John asks Sera if she needs a drink as he is going to buy one for him. On his way to the cafeteria, he thinks about why she makes buying clothes so complicated instead of just buying any shirt. Suddenly, he sees a mask shop. After a while, he comes back to her bringing her a drink. Sera just comes out from the try room wearing a new shirt. John tells her it looks good on her, so she buys it. On their way back, she looks at a corner and remembers that it all started here. John asks her if there are any updates from authorities. She replies that they always tell her that they are still working on it. Sera says that those attackers were not some random guys. There is a large network behind them who are making these drugs to suppress the abilities of high tiers. She then remembers that Remy might have any leads on it as she was also subjected to the same incident here at the mall. In his room at night, John is chatting with Sera when his mobile's battery is about to run out. He opens his bag to bring out the charger and finds a mask there. In the Luz City, Remy fights Alana, her new target, and easily defeats her. Like asks Ison did he get any good pictures of fighting. Ison replies no, as the fight was not very interesting. Ison wonders how such a weak lady comes to terrorize a whole city. He thinks that she must have gone through some modifications. Remy notices some injection marks on her arm. She takes her to a warehouse and ties her there. When Alana comes back to her senses, she asks Remy who she is. Remy introduces herself as X-Ray. She asks her about the wounds on her arm. Alana refuses to tell. Ison asks Remy to zap her to get the answer. She refuses as it would be cruel. Then she sits near her and presents her an offer. If she tells her about the source, she will be free to go. Alana takes her to a street where they wait for the supplier. Ison is recording this scene. Suddenly, a woman in black mask comes there. Alana calls her Vulcan. She asks Alana who that young lady is. Alana tells Vulcan that the girl is just a friend and wants to buy the stuff also. She adds that she forgot to bring the money. Vulcan calls it disappointing and stabs her with her claws and kills her. Remy is shocked over this. Ison couldn't take the killing scene and panics. Vulcan attacks Remy but she dodges. Remy pays attention to those sharp claws and flames. She recalls that all the Ember victims had the same wounds of stabs and burns. So Vulcan is from Ember. She attacks her but Vulcan just cuts her attack. She attacks Remy back to back and stabs her both arms. Remy tries to attack back but she is so fast. She dodges all her attacks and keeps beating Remy. Blake asks Ison to stop crying and go help Remy. Vulcan tells Remy that she is wasting herself helping others. Instead, she could have joined her and be more. Remy tells her that she is a killer and she cannot be like her at all. She tries to give her an electric shock but she grabs her arm. Remy's arm gets burnt. Vulcan says Remy has to do better than that to kill her. Blake leaves Ison and says that he will help Remy without him. He takes aim on her and thinks that he has to make it count. Vulcan again attacks Remy but she jumps and kicks her face. Blake attacks Vulcan at the same time and it damages her shoulder. She says that it seems like Remy has some backup as well. Remy sends a shockwave to her but she is too fast so she escapes the attack. Remy moves forward to catch her but she stabs her. Blake attacks Vulcan to free Remy. Remy is badly hurt and falls on the ground. Vulcan moves forward to kill Remy but Ison kicks her and throws her away. He lifts Remy. Vulcan gets furious and moves forward to attack Ison but he smashes the ground to stop her attack. At the same instance, Blake targets her hand and stops her reaching Ison. Ison kicks her and throws her away. Blake attacks her leg this time to slow her. Vulcan falls on the ground partially. He asks Ison to get her out of there. Ison takes her and runs away. Blake covers him so Vulcan cannot go after them. Then Vulcan also runs from there. Blake knocks on the door. Elaine opens it. He asks her to come with her right now as Remy needs her. Sera sees them and asks Blake what's the matter. He replies that it's nothing. He drags Elaine to come with her. As she sees Remy in that state, she asks them what they three are up to. Ison replies that they got into some trouble. She heals Remy's wounds and she opens her eyes. She tries to sit. She observes that her arm is burnt completely. She asks about Vulcan. Ison tells her that she ran away. She says that they both could capture her to get some answers. Blake replies that their priority was to keep Remy safe. Remy asks Ison about the recordings. He says she could not capture anything after she stabbed Alana. She replies that they will use what they have to catch her. Ison says that they should stop going after Ember as it is too much to handle for them. Remy says they cannot stop it now as they are so close now. Ison says that they all could have died today. He says that he is not going to be a part of it and leaves. Blake also says that it's dangerous and he does not want to get her hurt anymore. He also leaves and asks Elaine to take care of Remy. When Elaine comes out of Remy's room, she calls Arlo to tell him everything. Sierra knocks at Remy's door. She opens the door. Sierra says that she wants to ask some questions. Remy invites her in. She sits on the table and asks Sierra if her ability returned. Sierra replies no as she is still waiting for the news from authorities. Remy asks Sierra not to trust authorities as they are not reliable. Sierra asks her about that Gauger from the mall as Remy tries to get info about it. Remy says that she could not get anything as they ran away. Remy asks her that she was injected something by attackers to suppress her abilities. She adds that she has done some research and found that there are also some injections to amplify abilities, and that amplifier is directly linked to Ember. Sierra asks Remy how she did this research. Remy says that she just used random links on the internet and she does not remember now. Sierra tells her to keep her updated if she finds anything else. Sierra tells John about her conversation with Remy and that she could not find any leads. He asks her to not stress out as they will figure it out. She tells John that she is not going to take class and moves outside. In the hallway, she sees a guy beating a girl. She asks him to stop but he attacks her. She uses the technique she learnt from John and knocks him out. Sierra and John jog together and she becomes tired. She wonders how John and his father used to do it twice a day. John tells her that it is necessary to enhance endurance. He tells her that fighting is like playing poker. You have to bluff your opponent that you have the larger hand to win over him. Come back to now. Sierra asks that girl if she is alright. That bully attacks her when she is distracted, but she grabs him and kicks him. Then she slaps him and he runs away from there. That girl thanks Sierra but she waves at her and leaves. Remy is walking in the corridor when Arlo catches on her. He drags her to a room to talk to her. He scolds her for what she has been doing. He orders her to stop this nonsense and reports to authorities about what she has found. She refuses to do so and leaves. Outside the school building, Sierra is waiting for John when that bully guy comes with other students there. John comes at the place where she called him but she is not here. He wonders where did she go without leaving a message. He calls her but she did not answer. John comes back to the dorm after waiting for some time. Blake sees him. He comes near him and asks him why is he so late. John replies he was waiting for a friend and says this and walks away. Blake asks him if he is heading back to the room. Then he can join him and they both can do homework together. John replies that Blake should stop talking to him as he does not like him. Blake says that they are roommates now so they should try to know each other. John reminds him of that incident when he threw a laser beam on his face and asks how could he suppose them to be friends. Blake replies that he did so because John slapped his best friend. He asks John what would he do if someone hurts his best friend. Blake asks him to start over, but John says he is not interested. While lying on his bed, John is still waiting for her response. After a while, he gets a text from Sierra that she is okay and she went home after classes. While Sierra is being kidnapped by a bunch of students, those students keep torturing her. They tell her that they never liked her. They say that they have to bow down to high tiers and they are sick of being treated like dirt. And now they have the opportunity to take revenge as she is below all of them. Sierra replies she will make them pay for this once she gets recovered. They reply that she might be stuck like that forever and they are not scared of her anymore. She asks them to untie her and then fight her if they are not afraid of her. They accept it and untie her. They offer her if she could defeat any of us in one-on-one fights, they will let her go. She accepts. Elena, who is one of these kidnappers, attacks her and breaks her arm. Then the next girl takes turns. Sierra stands to compete with her but she smashes her head on the wall and she falls down. Then the guy comes, whom she beat today in the hallway, and says to watch her steps from now. They tie up again and leave her there for night as they will decide tomorrow what to do with her next. Someone knocks on Elaine's door. She runs to open the door. It's John on the door. He asks if Sierra is there. She replies she has not come back since yesterday. John runs towards her room to check but the room is empty. At school, Holden and Arlo are walking through the corridor. Elaine comes from behind and asks Arlo to come with her. Arlo follows her and she brings her to John. Arlo asks him why he tricked Elaine to call him here. He turns to leave when Elaine tells him that Sierra is missing and they need his help. Arlo calls John an idiot as he spends most of his time with her yet manages to lose her. They both start fighting with each other. Elaine asks them to stop it and focus on finding Sierra. Arlo says that he will not help and asks John to find her alone. He tells John that he wants all the authority of a king but does not want to deal with the burden. He is a leecher. He takes Elaine and leaves. Elaine asks him not to abandon Sierra especially when she is powerless. Arlo asks her to call Ison and investigate it secretly. She calls Ison and asks him to do so. Arlo calls Meili and Ventus there as well to help them in finding Sera. He assigns duties to everyone and orders them to keep it a secret. They obey him and everyone starts their search. John is also running through every corner of the school to find her. He asks Darren about her. He replies he has not seen her. John searches for her in the cafeteria, library and lawn as well, but she is not anywhere. He goes to the roof to have a wide view. Suddenly, Abel comes there and asks him what he is doing here again. He asks him to leave right now. John says that he is not going anywhere until he finds what he is looking for. But Abel attacks John and makes him leave the roof. On the other side, Elaine, Meili, Ventus and Ison are searching for her but they find nothing. John is running through the corridor and some students make him trip and he falls on the ground. They bully him and beat him. Then they leave him there injured. John thinks about why everyone keeps getting in his way and not leaving him alone. He decides that power is the only thing that matters, so he will show them the real power. Those guys who bullied John a while ago are walking in the corridor discussing something. John follows them and attacks one of them. He beats him and makes him bleed his nose. That guy asks his friend for help. The other guy asks John to leave him. He shoots a projectile at John but John dodges the attack. The beaten up guy notices that John is already hurt. He stands and tells him that he will not stand much against them as he is already beaten up. He uses his ability to heal himself. John copies this ability and heals himself. Those bullies get shocked watching this. John attacks them and beats them well. Ventus gets a lead. A girl tells him that she saw 4 students taking Sera with her but she did not pay much attention. She describes their appearance. John goes on the roof and takes revenge from Abel. He finds Ison from there. Ison is going somewhere when John follows him. Ison notices that he is being chased, but he ignores and leaves as he has important things to deal with. John shoots a bomb at Ison. It makes him angry and he gets ready to fight back. Ison asks him who he is and why he is randomly attacking him. John does not reply. He throws projectiles at him. Ison dodges this attack and runs towards him. He sets a target at John and punches him and throws him away. He again attacks him but John escapes the attack this time. Ison notices that John is regenerating himself. He wonders how someone can have an explosive and healing ability together. Ison attacks again to stop him from recovering fully but John stops the attack. He sets a target at Ison and throws a punch at him and smashes him into the wall. Students are watching this fight from the window. Cecile is passing by there when she observes this rush through the window. She comes near the window and sees this fight from there. Ison guesses that the guy in the mask is John. He tells him to stop attacking him and that he knows what he wants and he can help John. John does not listen to him and keeps beating him until he becomes unconscious. Then he sees through the wall to search for Sera but finds nothing. John runs from there. Cecile, who is watching this fight, calls John's power incredible. Arlo is walking in the corridor when his mobile beeps. It's the message from Ventus about the students Sera was last seen with. He thinks that Ison must know any of them. He calls him. Ison's mobile rings but he does not answer as he is unconscious. Arlo wonders why Ison is not answering his call. Cecily is waiting for someone standing in the hallway. A student comes running to her and tells her about Sera's missing, and that Arlo's team is searching for her. Cecily gets the reason for John's being angry. Elaine is questioning some students about Sera when the girl, whom Sera helped, hears about it. She comes to Elaine and tells her about yesterday's incident. She grabs her and takes her to Arlo. Meili hears some students talking about Ison being attacked by a mystery guy. She reaches there and sees that Ison is half dead. She carries him and takes him to the infirmary. She also texts Arlo about Ison's situation. Arlo is busy finding those 4 students by looking through all the pictures when he gets Meili's text. He becomes angry at John. Meanwhile, Elaine comes there with that girl. She tells Arlo about that incident and how Sera was threatened by Howard. She mentions his group of 4 mid-tires and how they bully low tires. She shows their pictures to Arlo. Arlo finds Howard and says he wants a quick word with him. Howard wonders what Arlo has got to do with him. Arlo asks him about Sera. He tells that she was taken to an abandoned house and mentions the address. Arlo asks how many of you were involved in this kidnapping. Howard says 8 or 9. He says that she was kept there the whole night. Most of the students did not come to school today. They are probably there right now. Arlo leaves him there saying he will deal with him later. Cecile hears this conversation hiding. She finds John to tell him about it. She says that she can help John in finding what he is looking for. John grabs him from the collar. First, she introduces herself and tells him that she knows everything about John and also that he has beaten Arlo. Then she says that she knows where Sera is and asks him to follow her. Sera is still tied up and unconscious. When she wakes up, she sees Alina standing in front of her. Alina slaps her and asks how she could hope that someone would come to rescue her. She grabs her hair and says that none of her friends care about her as she is powerless now. She asks Sera to admit that she is worthless and she will act as such. Alina keeps torturing Sera and asks her to admit. Kralik interrupts and says that it's going beyond limits now. Alina asks him to shut up and stop being a coward. She adds that we owe this to her and this is nothing compared to what they all high tier do to them. She says that Sera is not going anywhere until she admits we are better than her. Suddenly the door opens and they see Arlo and Elaine standing there. All of them get shocked seeing them there. Elaine sees Sera and runs towards her. As she unties her hands, Sera drops on her. She starts healing her. Arlo asks them whose idea was this. All of them points at Elena. Arlo goes near her and asks how dare she could abduct a student and gathers other to torture her. He tells them all that he is going to report this incident to headmaster. They take Sera and leave. Elena in anger yells from behind that it was not different from what they high tier do with them. She adds that Arlo would not even care if it was any low tier in place of Sera here. She attacks Arlo from behind, but Arlo activates his barrier, and she gets hurt herself instead. Arlo asks Elaine to take Sera to infirmary. All of those abductors are about to leave when John comes there wearing the mask. John sets a target at Elena and kicks her so hard that she hits the wall. He walks toward her and grabs her. He is about to punch her when the girl with blonde hair runs to attack John. John drops Elena on the ground. He grabs the face of that blonde girl and smashes her on the floor. The rest of the three try to run, but John blows the exit door. Then they three decide to fight back. Kralik fires a laser beam at John. He blocks it with his wrist and gets hurt, but he heals himself. Those three were shocked by watching this. John runs towards him, sets a target at him and throws him at the wall. Then he turns toward the green hair girl and punches her face. After that he blasts a projectile at her. The last guy drops to the ground and apologizes to John while crying. John does not show mercy and eats him to death. Cecile is waiting outside when John comes out. He unleashes his face to her and says that they are done here. Sera is lying on the bed at the infirmary. Elaine tells her that she still cannot believe those students treated the school's ace like this. Sera replies that she is not the ace anymore. She is powerless. Elaine says that she should not be hopeless as they will protect her until her powers come back. Sera says what if her powers never come back? She doesn't want Elaine to babysit her. She asks Arlo why he helped her as she is a cripple now. Elaine tells her that they all were worried about her and Arlo gathered a whole search party to find her. John comes there running. Sera becomes emotional seeing him there. Sera says sorry to John as she lets him down. John hugs her and tells her not to think about it. Remy and Blake enter the infirmary shouting Ison's name. Ison looks embarrassed seeing them both here. Remy wonders about seeing Arlo, Elaine, Sera and John there. She mentions that masked guy who fought Ison and wonders who he could be. Both Arlo and John glare at Ison to keep his mouth shut. Ison says that he wants to rest and they can ask him questions after he recovers. Blake and Remy leave the infirmary. Sera is sleeping and John is sitting beside her. Arlo asks John that he wants to talk to him in private. They go into a classroom. John asks what Arlo wants to talk about. Arlo asks John why he beat Ison up to this extent. He was just finding Sera. If it was not Arlo's team, Sera would not been found yet. John reminds him that he refused to help at first, so John was doing whatever he could. Arlo says that beating him up to this extent just to get his ability was not fair. John replies Ison deserved it as he crushed his hand before and humiliated him during interview. He is a double-faced guy. Arlo tells him that he always acts like a madman instead of acting like a high tier. John says he does not want to be a part of this system. He just wanted a peaceful life, but Arlo crushed it just because he wanted to place John somewhere in his hierarchy. Arlo replies that nothing of this could have happened if John used his powers from the start. John says that if Arlo really wants him to do something for system, he will do it. He will tear this system apart. He leaves by saying Arlo to enjoy his throne while he can, as he is going to end this kingdom. Blake and Remy are walking in the corridor when Remy hears some random student talking about that masked guy. She asks him to tell her about him in detail. He tells her that he had more than one abilities like projectiles, healing, strength, and explosions. Remy asks Blake not to explode Abel's ability. Could he be behind this? They go to the roof to investigate Abel and find him badly injured there. Remy asks her who did this to him. Abel says it was some masked guy. He was somehow able to mirror his explosion ability and he did this to him. Remy guesses that he must have mirrored Ison's strength ability as well, therefore he overpowered Ison. They take Abel to the infirmary. John comes back to his room and Blake welcomes him. He tries to be friendly with John and tells him not to be worried about that masked guy as he will find him and expose him. John says that he is not. The next day at school, John and Sera are walking in the corridor when a student makes fun of Sera. They ignore and move. Cecile comes there and punishes him and asks him to shut his mouth. Sera wonders why she stepped in. John says bye to Sera and goes to take his classes. Sera enters the classroom. Everyone is surprised to see her there as she never takes classes. She finds her seat. She sees Evie there in the class and asks her since when she joined this class. Evie replies that from the beginning of the year. At lunch break, Sera carries her lunch and asks Evie if she can sit with her. Evie happily welcomes her. Sera thanks her for helping Arlo find her yesterday. Evie tells Sera that she is brave and strong as she stood up against Howard even without having any ability. Sera says it was an easy fight but she is not going to do it again as she wants to avoid trouble. Evie tells Sera that she is always calm and she wishes to be like her. John stops Cecile and asks why she helped him in the morning. She replies, isn't it what he wanted then? She tells him that they both want the same thing and it is to dethrone Arlo, so they both should team up. John agrees. Kian and Nadia again visit the Wellston school. John was taking his class when he was called to the report office. John knocks at the door. He gets in after getting the permission. He is shocked to see Kyon there as all the bad memories of those 3 months with him come to his mind. The headmaster asks John if he is alright. John says he is fine. The headmaster says that Kyon is here to ask John some questions about the book Unordinary. John agrees. Kyon asks him if he possesses the book right now. John replies no. Kyon asks for how much time he possessed the book. John says he had it around 2 years ago as his father wrote it for John. John says that he has no intention to become a superhero, so they should not worry about it. In fact, he does not agree with the book's idea. Kyon asks him how life is going here. John says he is doing well here and has made good friends here as well. They allow him to go. John comes out of the office and takes a sigh of relief. Kyon asks the headmaster that he wants to meet John again next week and wants to suspend John for 1 week. The headmaster refuses, saying it's he who runs this school and not Kyon. He asks him what he did with John during readjustment classes as he was too much nervous around you. Kyon replies that he is not authorized to share the details about it. He adds that he will come back after a few days to take Sera for these readjustment classes. The headmaster says he will not allow him to take her unless he is provided with the details of the courses. Kyon and Nadia leave the school. John is standing outside the school building waiting for Sera. He is still thinking about the meeting he had with Kyon. Sera comes there and calls John. She asks him if he is fine. John replies he is fine. He asks her to go back to the dorms. While going back to dorms, Sera asks him why he was called to the office. He replies he was called for an interview with Kyon about the book Unordinary. He says he wants to have a walk to clear his mind and leaves. Blake is standing outside the boys' dorm at night. He is still thinking about their encounter with Vulcan. He wants to stop thinking about it, but he cannot escape this thought. Meanwhile, Arlo comes there and asks him why he called him here. Blake asks if he wants some advice on how to handle things after being a king. Arlo tells him that he is already taking care of those responsibilities even though he is not king yet. Blake replies he is not confident about his strength lately. Arlo tells him as long as he keeps growing his abilities, others will follow him. He adds that he should focus on controlling fresh students. Blake remembers that his whole class was rebellious in the beginning. Especially, he and Ison used to fight every time and how Arlo kicked their asses to teach them a lesson. Arlo says that he had bigger problems to deal with at that time. He says when Ray was king before him, he tried to create equality, and this made everyone uncomfortable. As he left his kingship, all high tires started beating low tires as they were considering themselves equal to high tires. Blake asks how he controlled this situation. Arlo says he taught every problematic student his place. At school, Cecile asks a student to practice his ability so John can copy it secretly. Blake is walking outside the school building. He notices that he is being followed by that masked guy. Other students at school notice them both through the window. Blake remembers that this guy copies the abilities, so he decides not to activate his ability. John attacks him, but he blocks it. He tries to remove the mask, but John stops his arm and kicks him in the stomach. Blake guesses that he must have copied the strength ability already, therefore he is hitting this hard. While Blake is busy in thinking, John throws a punch at him, but he escapes it and attacks back. John throws him on the ground and tries to break his arm. Blake finally activates his ability to attack John. Blake attacks him with laser bombs. John blocks them. Blake throws a laser beam at him, but John escapes. He attacks Blake from behind and he falls to the ground. He throws a punch at his back. Then he leaves him there unconscious and leaves. Arlo is walking in the corridor when he listens to some students talking about the fight between Blake and that masked guy. They give him the name Joker. At the infirmary, Blake opens his eyes and finds Ison and Remy standing there. He tries to sit down, but Remy tells him not to move much as he is still healing. Blake says he cannot take it easy when a maniac is roaming around the school freely and is more powerful than all of us. He adds that he forces his opponent to use his ability and then mirrors it. Remy wonders if he mirrors the ability of his opponents, then they fight should be even. Then why does he always win? Blake agrees with her and says his energy beams were amplified than Blake's. Remy asks Ison if his ability was also amplified during their fight. Ison replies that he was using 3 other abilities also at that time, so he is not sure. Remy says if they could find out his limits and who his next target is, they can get a chance against him. Arlo is standing on the roof thinking what John said to him about tearing his system apart. Meanwhile, Ison comes there and asks him if he has any plan to stop John. Arlo says that John is just throwing a tantrum and he will get over himself soon. Ison says he will not. He says that John was a king at his previous school, and he almost killed half his class and got expelled. Arlo traps Ison in a barrier and says that he should have told this thing to him before. He asks Ison to leave. Evie is going to meet his friend Roland and Sera is also going with her. When they reach there, they see a girl named Cleo bullying Roland. Evie thinks about what she should do and then remembers what Sera told her, that abilities do not matter. She decides to stop her. She pushes her away but gets beaten and thrown by her. Then Cleo moves towards Sera. Sera gets terrified. Cleo grabs her from her collar. Sera thinks she will get beaten, either now or later, so she decides to fight back. She hits Cleo with her head. Then she kicks her and throws her on the ground. Cleo gets furious. Sera is helping Evie when Cleo punches her face. Sera's vision blurs. Cleo keeps punching her when Evie uses her ability to blind her temporarily. Sera punches her and knocks her down. They together make Cleo run away. Evie introduces Roland to Sera. He asks Sera to teach them how to fight like her. Sera replies that she learned it from John and she will ask him to teach you too. They say that they have tried to be friendly with him, but he gave off some bad vibes. Sera wonders and says she will talk to him about this. Cecile asks John why he does not reveal his identity. John tells her not to question his actions. She says who is going to be his next target. John replies that it's you. She is shocked by this answer. Blake returns to his room and sees John there. He greets him. He asks him if he has heard about his defeat from that Joker guy. John replies he has not. Blake sadly says he could not even fight back. John shows no concern and leaves. John and Sera are hanging out after a long time. Sera asks him what he does in his free time as she rarely finds him. He replies that teachers have given him extra work to do so he can boost his grades. Sera says she can help him with this. John replies he will do it by himself as it takes him away from other students and troubles. John asks her what happened to her face. She replies she picked up a fight with a mid-tier at school. John asks her shouldn't she be more careful after what happened with her. She replies if John can get into whatever trouble he wants, why can't she? John says he just does not want her to get hurt. He adds when he saw her at the infirmary that day, he was feeling helpless as he could not protect her. Sera tells him not to think this way. She says she wants to stand for herself and fight back, just like John does. At Starlight Restaurant, Darren is sitting when his girlfriend Layla comes and greets him. Darren stands up from his chair to meet her. She hugs him and says she missed him. Darren blushes. They sit on their table. She keeps staring at him. He asks her the reason. She asks him why he looks so angry and asks him to smile. While eating, Darren asks her about her trip. She replies that her company Zeta Psi has opened a new branch across the country, and she was sent to train new guys there. She says that her company is working on some small new gadgets. Darren asks what kind of gadgets. She says that's a secret she cannot share. She asks him about his students at school. He says that things are bad there as a girl lost her ability when some strangers injected her with some drugs. And it's been over a month but he has not figured out why her abilities are not back yet. He asks Layla if she can help her as her company specializes in abilities. She agrees. She asks the name of that girl. Darren says it's Seraphina. Layla is shocked hearing this name and spills wine on her dress. She runs to the restroom to clean it. Next day, Darren and Keen are having a conversation about his last night's date. A student comes with a broken arm and asks for help. Otis is passing through the corridor when he sees a rush. He joins them to see what is happening. He sees that the Joker is beating Cecily this time and has defeated her. Joker sees at the window and threatens the students. Everyone gets terrified. Sera hears students talking about the Joker. She wonders at this name. Then she ignores it as she cannot do anything about it. Otis visits Cecile at the infirmary. He tells her if she was beaten a little bit more, she would have been in hospital by now. He adds that students are freaking out and something must be done to stop it. She replies that it's the king's and queen's duty to do something. She asks Otis to leave as she wants to take some rest. After a while, John comes there and asks her how she is doing. She replies how could he ask her this question after doing this to her. He says he could not show mercy otherwise students would not get terrified of him. Remy opens the door of a classroom and asks Ison if he found anything. He introduces Junie to her and says she is one of her initial victims. Remy asks them what they have found yet. Blake says that we questioned every victim of the Joker and all of them were beaten by using their own abilities against them. But Junie somehow managed to escape him as he could not copy his abilities. Junie says her ability is flash forward and she can see the future and make the best decision according to it. Therefore she was able to trick the Joker and escaped. Remy asks how they can find which abilities he cannot copy. Ison thinks that it seems that he cannot copy the abilities he cannot see. Arlo is told about the attack on Cecile and that the next target is Remy. Arlo is shocked. He leaves saying he needs time to think about it. He lays on the roof and thinks if Remy and John fight, this will be a bloodbath as both will not quit. He thinks he has to stop this fight. He sits and wonders what he should do. He thinks John does not deserve this power as he acts like a child. Then he remembers what Ison told him about John. Arlo thinks that John is aware that he is not able to lead, therefore he acted out like a cripple. But Arlo pushed him to use his power. He also remembers that John told him to tear this system. Arlo realizes that it's all his fault and everyone is being punished for his mistake. He finds Arlo and says he wants to talk. John says he does not want to. Arlo grabs his arm and says he is sorry. Arlo says that he should not have tricked John. John yells at him that sorry is not going to change anything. Arlo says he will do anything John says and asks him to stop hurting others in return. John says he knows that Arlo is not even sorry. He just wants to save his hierarchy. John turns to leave but Arlo says he is not going anywhere until they settle it down. John smirks and says he won't fight back as he is a cripple for the school. and by attacking him, Arlo will lose his reputation. He says that he will fight Arlo but on his terms. While sitting in his room, Blake thinks that after so many days, he is just able to shoot with 3 fingers only. But that Joker just mirrored his ability and was shooting with all his 10 fingers. It means he has been observing all of us and has skilled our abilities merely by watching. But how he looks when he has no ability with him. Suddenly he hears John coming in. He sees him coming and shuts the door. Blake is walking towards the school thinking about John. Remy comes from behind and surprises him. Remy asks him why he looks so bothered. He replies that he thinks John is the Joker. Remy and Ison are shocked to hear this. They all go to a separate classroom where Remy asks him the reason for thinking so. Blake says it's just his strong feeling. He says that he was thinking about what the Joker would look like if he is powerless, and John came to his mind as he is also powerless. Remy asks Ison about his opinion on this. Suddenly, Blake remembers that Ison had been searching about John's history in the past. He grabs him and asks him if he knew from the start. Why did he not tell them before? Ison says he did not tell this as Blake's impulsive behavior could make things worse. Remy asks him for an explanation. He says he had no proof to show John's true identity as he has been presenting himself as a cripple and no one would believe him without solid proof. He says that Arlo provoked him to show his true nature and John has defeated Arlo as well. Remy gets shocked. Remy goes to Arlo and asks why he did not tell her about John. Instead of answering this, Arlo tells her to surrender to him in their fight as she cannot beat her, and he does not want her to get hurt. Remy says she will not do so and will find John's weakness. It gives Arlo an idea as Sera is John's weakness. Sera is at the cafeteria taking her lunch and Evie and Terrence join her at the table. Evie asks Terrence about his club meeting. He replies things haven't been the same since Cecile left. Club members are not happy as Ison does not publish what is happening at school. Meanwhile, Roland joins them. Does Evie ask why they are not publishing anything about the Joker? Sera thinks that they all are too obsessed with this Joker. Terrence replies that many of them have written articles about that but they do not get published. Roland says that it sounds shady as they are trying to hide it from the students. Sera says that it seems he is just climbing up the ladder. Terrence says, for now, it is true, but what if he starts picking his targets randomly? It would be terrible as no one knows how to stop him. Roland adds that he is cruel as he wins the fight but still keeps beating his opponent. During the workout, Sera asks John about his opinion of that Joker. He replies that he is just climbing the ranks and it has nothing to do with them as they are powerless. And even if he comes for them it wouldn't be anything new as they have been beaten many times publicly without knowing about it before. So she should stop overthinking it. Outside the school building, Arlo calls Sera to talk to her. Sera turns back as she does not want to talk to him. Arlo tells her that John is a Joker and he wants her to talk to him. Sera turns and says to him angrily not to drag John into this. She says that she is sick of her games as he already has done a lot of harm to her and now he wants to destroy her friendship with John. She asks him to leave John alone. Arlo realizes that she will not believe him so he apologizes and leaves by saying it was a joke. Cecile and John are in a classroom where she asks him why he is not making any plans for her fight against Remy. John says he is not afraid of her. She warns him that Remy is very powerful and can knock him down if he is not careful. John suspects that someone is spying on them. Ison is listening to their conversation secretly. Cecile catches him and takes him to John. He beats Ison and asks is this how their queen wants to win by spying on her opponent. He asks him to go back to her and tell her that he will fight her after 2 days. In her room, Remy and Blake are searching about John's history when Ison enters in an injured state. They get shocked seeing him like this. Remy asks him what happened to her. Ison explains everything that happened to him. Remy angrily says that he should not have to do this as he could let him go with a warning. Blake asks him how John finds him spying as he is an expert in spying. Ison says he does not know. Remy says it's because Ison's ability was active. She shows them that John can sense ability auras around him, but she thinks that he can only sense abilities within a specific range. Blake asks her if he can mirror ability outside that range, because if he cannot, they may have a chance against him after all by fighting him together. He says that Ison and he will hide at a safer distance so if Remy needed help, they would attack John from there. Ison remembers that John and Cecile are working together so he would be hiding near and fight so John can mirror her ability whenever he can. He adds that Remy may fight him when he mirrors his ability but won't be able to hold up against Cecile's ability, so she has only one option left to lose to him quickly. Remy says the only solution is to talk to him directly and come to an agreement. They all go to John's room. He asks them what they want. Remy says that she wants to talk to him. John says he is not interested and asks them to leave. She asks him to be civil as she just wants a private conversation between them. They go to a separate room and John asks her what she wants to talk about. She says that she wants to stop this fight and is here to negotiate. John says he won't back and does not want to negotiate either. She asks him the reason. He replies that it's time that people should know how useless your high tires are. You always start the fight. He mentions how he beat him as a welcome gift, and how Ison crushed his hands and Blake shot a beam at him for no reason, and how Arlo dragged him and ambushed him because I was being friendly with him. He shows his wounds and says there's not a single day he was not beaten by someone for no reason. Remy is shocked and says she was not aware of this happening and apologizes to him. John says she is saying so just because her reputation is at risk now, and she is not even sorry, and all of them deserve these defeats. Remy realizes that she was neglecting low tires unknowingly and it's her fault. She says that she was so busy with his personal issues that she lost focus on what was happening. But now she will work to remove this imbalance. John says how would she do that when she doesn't know how the world works. Remy says she might be distracted, but John also had the power to solve the problem, but he did not, so it is his fault too. He replies that he was a cripple and it was their duty to save them, but they didn't. Now he will end this system. Remy says this will make things worse rather than solve them. She says she will talk with other high rankers and find a solution to solve it. She mentions that his brother had created equality when he was king and she can do that also. He replies that Arlo had worked closely with her brother, so why didn't he follow him? It's because people don't accept change until you beat them to do so. Therefore, Arlo never worked on her brother's system as he never cared about weaklings. Remy says John does not understand that things still can be made better by following Ray's model. John says that his brother was not able to end this abuse and he was as useless as other high rankers are. Remy gets furious and asks John to take back what he just said about Ray as he doesn't know him at all. She says John doesn't want to listen, so there's no point in continuing this conversation. She leaves by saying she'll see him after 2 days. She asks Blake and Ison to leave too. Arlo is sitting on the roof thinking something when Elaine comes there and asks if he really told Sierra about John. He says yes, but now he thinks he shouldn't have as she is already going through a lot. He adds if to throwing him ends this nonsense of John, let it be. Elaine says that Arlo she knew before wasn't so hopeless. Instead, he would find a solution to end the problem. Remy is walking in the hallway thinking about the conversation she had with John. Suddenly she hears a sound like someone is yelling. She sees a girl threatening a low-tire boy. She asks them what's going on here. That girl says that this boy bumped into her intentionally. Remy asks the boy his side of the story. He says that it was an accident and he didn't do it on purpose. Remy asks the girl to stop being aggressive on it and let it go. She accepts it unwillingly and leaves. Remy thinks about how she would stop this inequality. Sierra and John are going back from school, but Sierra is still thinking about what Arlo told her. She asks John if he is the Joker. John shocks and says how he can be. She says that Arlo told her this yesterday and wanted her to talk to him about this. John says why he just can't leave them alone. Sierra says that she also told him so and he won't disturb them for a while. Ison and Blake leave Remy's room and she asks them to rest properly to get ready for tomorrow. While sitting on her bed, she thinks about tomorrow's strategy. She would handle Cecile's ability as she had defeated her before. She has practiced with Ray to fight the lightning ability as well, so she can handle it as well if John mirrors it. While Blake and Ison would be there to back her up from afar. She doesn't want to beat John, she just wants to unmask him in front of others. At the school, John asks Cecile if she isn't happy that he is going to defeat their queen. She shows concern by saying that there was no need to inform her before as she would come up with a plan. John says he already knows about her plan, as she cannot beat him, so her efforts would be to unmask him instead. Cecile asks him whose ability John would use to start. John says that he has something different in his mind. Zeke is going somewhere when Cecile blocks his way. Ison and Blake are keeping an eye on the distance. Remy is walking outside the school building when John comes there. She asks all the students to clear the space and gets ready for a fight. John attacks her, which she dodges and gives him a shock. But John uses their defensive ability and attacks her again, which she barely escapes. She wonders if John is using Zeke's ability. John attacks Remy with lightning, which she escapes, but John again tried to hit her with a punch. Meanwhile, Blake shoots him and saves her from getting hurt. Remy strikes him with lightning, but she stands up. He amplifies lightning ability and throws it at Remy to slow her down and tries to hit her again. But Blake again hits him with the beam and John drops to the ground. Remy tries to unmask him, but John hits her hard as it was his trick to bring her close. Remy falls away. John looks at Ison and Blake and scales the wall to reach them. He kicks Blake and gives him shock and throws him away. Ison attacks him, but John dodges it and blasts his arm. Then he shocks him. Arlo and Holden are walking in the hallway when they get informed about the fight. Arlo runs to watch it and sees John beating Blake. Remy calls John to stop this fight as it is not going to solve anything. John targets her. Arlo asks Holden to find Sierra and bring her here and make sure she sees the fight. He jumps from the window to help Remy. John attacks her, which she is not able to escape, but Arlo creates a barrier to protect her. Holden finds Sierra at the library and asks her to come to see the fight. Sierra agrees to go with him. Remy asks Arlo if he is okay. Arlo says he is fine, but he asked her to stay down. John stands up and is angry at Arlo for stepping in. Arlo asks Remy which abilities he has. Remy says he has 4 abilities right now and probably yours too. But he is 1 arm down, so they have a chance. John shoots a beam at Arlo, which he blocks. Meanwhile, Remy gives him an electric shock and it works. John attacks Remy. Arlo finds that John cannot handle more than 4 abilities. He protects Remy. Sera comes to the window and finds Joker's posture the same as John's. Remy and Arlo do a combined attack on John. John breaks the barrier and attacks Remy, which she defends. She another try to unmask John, but John beats her and defeats her. He is about to crush her face when Arlo pushes him away. John shocks him and then attacks him with a beam and smashes his face to the ground. Sera finds that he is John as he used the moves he taught her. John has crushed everyone, so he is the new king of Wellston. Ray is beginning. At the boy dorms, Ray sees Kuyo carrying his stuff. He offers him his help. Kuyo says he is not in need of help. Ray introduces himself to Kuyo. Kuyo asks Ray about his ability level. Ray says it's 3.2 and asks Kuyo about it. He says that it's 3.5. Ray is shocked that Kuyo is only once a year and has that much ability level already. Kuyo says to Ray that stick with him and he will get stronger as well. While walking in the hallway, Kuyo tells Ray that the headmistress called him to the office and suggested that he should acquaint himself with royals. Ray finds it awesome. Kuyo tells that he is going to meet them right now and he can come with him. When they reach the royals, one of them pulls Kuyo and takes him to meet the others. He is introduced to Cassandra. Ray also introduces himself. Cassandra says that Ray must also be strong if he is Kuyo's roommate. He says that Kuyo is stronger. She tells him that he will get stronger also if he works hard and leaves. Ray wonders if he will be able to join the royals. Ray is beginning too. Kuyo and his gang are bullying a low tier. Ray asks him to stop as it's enough. Kuyo yells at Ray and asks on whose side he is. He calls him soft and says he won't get stronger with this behavior. He pumps into him and leaves. Ray is upset due to Kuyo's behavior. He opens his laptop and calls his mom. She asks him how he's doing. Before he answers, Remy comes in front of the camera. He asks her about her school. She says it's fun and she has made a lot of friends. Does Ray ask what level they are? Remy can't understand the question. Her mother sends her to play and asks Ray when did he start caring about such stuff. He says everyone talks about it here at Wellston. His mother orders her to ignore it. She says that such things should not bother him to do what he does not want. Ray is having a walk in the garden when he sees Kuyo's gang beating a student. He asks them to stop. One of them attacks that student otherwise, but Ray grabs his arm and says to let him go. They run away from there. Ray reaches that student and asks him if he is okay. At the cafeteria, Ray is carrying his lunch when a guy smashes his tray. Kuyo calls him a traitor. Ray tells him that he supported him, but Kuyo always pushes people away. John is called to the principal office. He says that when he took admitted here, he was granted some privileges, but after attacking the royals, it is going beyond limits. John says that they teamed up against him and he was defending himself. The principal says that he can make up as many lies as he wants, but this is his last warning. As he leaves, Keen asks the headmaster if it is a good decision as John is a late bloomer and he does not see things as they all do. The principal says therefore we need him. John calls Sera but she does not answer, so she goes to her dorms. He knocks on the door and Elaine opens the door. He asks about Sera. She says that she does not want to see anyone. He still knocks at her room's door and goes inside. He asks her if she is okay. Sera says she had a lot on her mind, therefore she wants to stay alone. She looks at John and he looks like a monster to her. She asks him to leave. Outside her room, John asks Elaine if she told anything to Sera. She says no. Sera is angry as she is powerless and is of no use. She says she looked up to John and wanted to be positive like him, but he was a liar. At Wellston Hospital, Ison and Arlo visit their friends. Remy and Blake are lying on hospital beds. Ison opens the door and they come in. Arlo asks Remy how she's been doing. She says that she is feeling crappy after that defeat. Ison asks about Blake. She says he has suffered a lot more than others, so he is not talking. She apologizes to Arlo as he warned her, but she did not listen. Arlo asks her not to think about it and focus on recovering. She asks what they will do now. Arlo says they don't have a choice to do anything as they all were defeated by him single-handedly. Arlo asks her to stop looking for ways to get in trouble again. They bid them goodbye and leave. At the school, John keeps terrorizing students. While sitting in the class, he thinks about Sera as if she was not acting herself yesterday. Cecile comes there and asks John why he is not declaring himself king as he has defeated all the royals. He tells her that there is no rush, and asks her to relax and enjoy. During training, Sera punches Terrence really hard. He asks her why she did so. She replies that her enemies are not going easy on him, so he must be tough. She leaves and they wonder what's wrong with her today. Sera sits alone. Evie comes to her and asks if she is worried about something she can share with them. After all, they are her friends. Evie thinks that she is frustrated because she could not take part in the fight against Joker. Sera says she is frustrated as she does not have a useful ability. Evie asks her how she can sound like giving up when she taught them to be confident and fight for themselves. She stands up and says she is not feeling well and they can continue training without her. John is calling Sera but she doesn't answer. He wonders why she is ignoring him. Then he thinks if she came to know about him somehow divided by. Then he thinks it doesn't matter as he will reassure her and she will believe him. The next day, Elaine is walking in the hallway when John follows her. She asks him what he wants, but John cracks his fingers. As the Joker activates his ability, Elaine finds that his ability level is nothing as compared to real Joker. She knows that he is an imposter. When he attacks Elaine, she grabs his arm and breaks it. She asks him who he is. As she tries to unveil him, he pushes her away and runs. Elaine runs after him, but he hides himself in the crowd and she loses him. As Arlo comes to school, every student starts chattering about his defeat to Joker. He doesn't react and keeps going. Suddenly, he gets a call from Elaine. During their meeting, Elaine tells him about the incident that happened with her. She says that the one who attacked her was not John. Someone was impostering him. She tried to catch him, but she lost her to the crowd. Elaine is worried if this news spreads, more and more fake Jokers will appear to create fear among students. Arlo gets angrier and he punches the wall so hard that it cracks. Elaine asks him to calm down and says they still can find a solution to fix this. Cecile is waiting for John in the hallway. As he comes, she tells him about the news of multiple Jokers running in the school. He asks her to go find it. She gets angry and tells him that he has started chaos in the school, and he must reveal himself to stop it. John replies, what if he doesn't do so? Blake comes to his dorm. John opens the door and asks him what he is doing here. He gets terrified seeing John there and replies he is just here to pick his things and he will leave after that. Blake goes to Ison's room and makes his bed on the floor. Ison asks him not to take this defeat hard on himself as he was not alone who got defeated. Blake replies he has never felt so worthless before. Ison tells him that's how life goes on. We get defeated by someone stronger than us sometimes. Blake says he is not worried about being lost. He is just worried who will control John as he is destroying everything. While lying on the bed, Blake decides that he will get stronger and he will stand against John. Remy and Blake go back to school. Students whisper about them too. Blake says that it's been over a week and they should have forgotten about that fight. Ison tells them that a lot of fake Jokers have started appearing and they are attacking those who wronged them. Remy thinks it's totally opposite to what John wanted to accomplish. She thinks if it's true, who would be the most popular target? John is walking in the hallway towards Sierra's classroom. He is thinking if she is not replying to his calls, he should catch her after her classes. Suddenly he sees a fake Joker attacking Sierra and Evie. John wonders why that fake Joker is after Sierra. That fake Joker attacks Sierra. She tries to dodge it but couldn't as he is much faster. He keeps hitting her. John runs towards him and punches him in his face. He asks Sierra if she is okay. Sierra doesn't reply. John is still looking at her, unaware that he is going to be attacked from behind. Sierra runs and kicks that imposter and pushes him away. John calls it embarrassing for that imposter getting beaten by two cripples. That imposter stands and asks John to shut his mouth. He again tries to attack them. John makes him trip and he falls on the ground. He smiles at Sierra as they won, but she doesn't show any response as she knows the reality of John now. Evie wonders how those two defeated the Joker without having an ability. Jaeon high-fives Sierra in excitement, but she ignores it. She says that there's nothing to celebrate. She removes the mask of that imposter and finds it's a girl. She says that now anyone can impersonate the real Joker and beat others and fear them. She turns to John and says she wonders what that Joker did was intentional or just a reaction. John replies that how could they know? Evie says she knows this girl as she is from their math class. Sierra turns towards her and asks if she is okay. Evie says that she and John are cool as they took down that girl without an ability. Then she remembers that her leg is sprained. Sierra helps her to stand to take her to the infirmary. John offers help but she refuses and walks away. Sierra brings Evie to the doctor. He tells her to take her to the bed. When DRN looks at Sierra, he finds her similar to Layla. He wonders why. Sitting beside Evie, Sierra is lost in her thoughts. She used to think that John would always be with her, but after knowing his truth, she feels alone. She remembers all the things that John used to say and thinks if any of it was real or he was just acting all the time. She begins to cry. Evie asks her if she is okay. She replies that someone she used to look up to for a long time is no different from others. Another fake Joker is bullying a student. Remy interferes and slams the imposter on the wall and removes his mask. The other guy recognizes that imposter, saying he ran into me the other day. That imposter says that it was an accident and yet he ripped his homework. Therefore he was taking revenge. Remy teaches them both that they both did wrong to each other and asks them to apologize to each other. At the press room, Ison is checking a student's article. He scolds him that he didn't even remove the grammar mistakes. Another student comes to her and tells him that he just found out about fake Jokers running in the school. He suggests that they should publish an article on this. Isons refuses and says he doesn't want to hear about a word on this Joker thing. Everyone in the room finds his behavior offensive. At a juice bar, Ison is acting childish in front of Blake. He says he hates his job as students don't listen to him. They just want to publish whatever they find and don't understand that not everything is meant to be shared. Blake asks like what kind of things. Ison says it's like the news of fake Jokers running around. He says now most of the students know and he cannot control. Arlo sees students gathered around the notice board. He gets shocked after seeing the news about fake jokers. Remy is cheering up Ison, who is sure to be killed by Arlo over this mess. Arlo slams the door and yells at Ison, "What is this?" Remy asks him to calm down. He says that it was Ison's responsibility to control the news from spreading. Ison says that he never wanted that role as he knew he is not capable of that. He says that the whole press team never listens to him and does whatever they want. He adds that Arlo just throws complicated roles to others and expects them to perform them perfectly. Arlo says that he assigned him this responsibility as he knew Ison has talent to perform it. He asks him to solve this issue as a leader and leaves. Arlo is sitting in the park looking at the text he sent Sera for meeting him here. He stands up and about to leave, thinking she won't come. Meanwhile, Sera calls his name and asks what he wants. They both sit at the bench. Arlo says that the school is a total disaster now and he cannot control it. He adds he is feeling lost for the first time. Sera says he is not alone feeling like this. She says that John has changed over several months and doesn't answer her straight whenever I ask the reason. She asks Arlo to tell him the complete story as he is the only one other than John who knows the truth. Arlo starts telling Sera her side of the story. He says John claimed he was a cripple when he came here but never acted like one. So he started finding his truth. After Sera got suspended, he asked students to break John. Then he took him to Turf War Ground and there Miel and Ventus ambushed him. Finally, John revealed his identity, but he defeated me as well. After that, he started taking orders from him. But when Sera lost her abilities, things started getting worse. When Zeke was beating Sera, John should have used his ability to protect her, but he did nothing. After that, he asked John if he was just ashamed and stopped taking orders from him. And when Sera was kidnapped, John just made things worse by beating Ison for personal reasons rather than finding her. After that, he started beating the royals as a joker. Therefore, Arlo asked Sera to talk to him. Sera says as she knows the whole story now, she still needs time to process things, but she'll talk to John after that. John is still thinking why Sera is not talking to him. Cecile comes and says that he should reveal that he is the Joker, otherwise those fakers will keep targeting her. John says he will not reveal himself and from now on, Cecile will protect her. Remy hears students talking about Joker and how they are terrified of these recent fake Joker's attacks. She calls them and asks them if they have any solution in their mind to solve it. Those students get surprised over this. Another imposter is beating a student by being a fake Joker. Blake intercepts and asks him to get off. He asks a student to take the victim to the infirmary. They all demand to unmask that imposter. Blake says he will deal with him in private. He says to the victim that if he hadn't done something bad with someone, he wouldn't be getting beaten by a fake Joker now. He takes that imposter to the class and asks him the reason. That guy says that he is always bullied by that victim, so it was his best chance to take revenge. Blake tells him that things could get worse also, so he should stop taking matters in his hands and asks him to reach him if anyone bullies him next time. At Remy's room, those three are discussing the solution to solve this Joker problem. Remy says that we have to regain the trust of every student, so all high tiers have to work together. Sera and Arlo are walking together when he asks her to come to her if she ever feels threatened. Sera taunts him by saying John finally did beat some sense in him. Cecile is spying on Sera, wondering what she is doing with Arlo. Blake is searching targets on the internet to practice his fighting skills, but he is worried to draw the Ember's attention. He thinks if he keeps his profile, he would not be caught. John asks Cecile to report about Sera. She says that she was attacked 3 times this morning. The first one was a low tier, so she knocked him off herself. The second was taken care of by Cecile in advance. And in the third one, Arlo stepped in before she could. It seems Arlo is keeping an eye on Sera also, and they look to get back on good terms with each other. John asks what she means by that. She says she saw them together in the morning having a nice conversation. John yells why she is with him when he asks her to stay away from him. Cecile guesses that John has kept everything a secret from Sera, therefore he is not revealing his identity to school. She says that Sera might have known John's truth, therefore she is keeping distance from him, and goes to Arlo as she needs protection from attacks. John slaps her and says how dare she is to blame him. Sera is being attacked because she made enemies in the past. He is not responsible for attacks. Cecile thinks how could John say so when he is clearly responsible for everything. Before sleeping, Ison shares his mental situation about Joker news with Blake. Blake tells him to stop overthinking. Ison says he doesn't have any idea how to fix this problem. Blake says this fake Joker news was going to spread one way or another, but Ison should understand Arlo as well. When he took over as king, everything was chaotic, but he put a lot of his energy into building this school again. And now he is facing that chaos again, and he wants us to learn to take responsibility, as we are next in line to take over after he graduates. He says that we should start treating our roles more seriously. Ison asks Blake to stop as he doesn't want to feel more bad for him and goes to sleep. Blake also goes to sleep. After Ison falls asleep, Blake grabs his bag and leaves the room. He goes to Newside Town. He hears the voice of the tremors and thinks his opponent's ability is not very dangerous. He plans to take him as efficiently as possible, and if something goes wrong he'll leave. He wears his mask and gets ready for attack. Lance and his companions are terrorizing a woman. Lance asks her to call the administration and ask them to hand over this town to him. That woman refuses and asks him to leave this town. Lance smirks. Blake shoots a beam at him and releases the woman from his grip. Then he kicks him and throws him away. Lance asks him who he is. Blake doesn't answer this and asks him to leave this town. Lance stands up and guesses Blake is one of those vigilantes. He whistles and his team surrounds Blake. He gets worried as there are so many and he wasn't expecting this. They attack Blake but he manages to escape them. Lance shakes the ground and Blake loses his focus. One of them punches him and he coughs blood. Lance asks everyone to kill him as he is weak. Blake thinks that he is weak, therefore he couldn't protect people around him. Suddenly his ability boosts and he knocks down everyone in a single attack. Then he turns to Lance. Blake goes straight for Lance. Lance again sends a quack to save him. Blake again loses his vision, so he jumps and kicks him from upside down. Lance falls on the ground. Blake puts his finger on his forehead and threatens to shoot. Lance begs for mercy. Blake says he is not going to kill him, as this town's people will decide his fate. He shoots beams in his legs and paralyzed him. Blake turns to that woman. She begins to think that he also wants something from this town as Lance did. He asks her if she is fine. She asks him what he wants. Blake replies he was just passing by and saw you hurt, therefore stopped to help. She doesn't believe and says he must have some other motives. Blake says he has no hidden motives and he was here just to help. He says goodbye to her and leaves. When he leaves the town, someone spies on him. Ison wakes up and sees that Blake is still asleep. He tries to wake him up but he doesn't. He shouts in his ears to wake him up. Blake slams him and says he is skipping the first lecture as he still wants to sleep. Blake walks in the hallway and thinks that was finally able to boost his ability last night. He becomes happy over this. At the infirmary, Darren examines his injury and says it's nothing serious and he'll be fine soon. He advises him to try to solve his issues with Ison by talking, as he doesn't want to see him here again. Blake apologizes to Darren. Ison is working in the press room when Sera comes there. He asks if she needs something. Sera says she wants all the information about John. Ison hides behind the papers and says he knows nothing. Sera pulls the papers and says she already knows John is Joker. She just wants all the information about him before talking to him. In her room, she studies all the information Ison provided her with. She gets everything, but one thing still bothers her. Why did John introduce him as a cripple? Instead, he could introduce himself as a mid-tier so no one would give him attention and he could peacefully. The next day, Sera gets a call from Roland. She takes it. Roland tells her to come to the infirmary as Evie is there unconscious after Joker attacked her. Evie is on the infirmary bed and Roland is sitting beside her. Sera comes and asks what happened. He says they were going for lunch when a fake Joker came and attacked Evie before they could even move. Somehow he unmasked her, but she covered her face and ran. And Terrence also ran. Sera asks how the Joker let him run away. Roland says he forgot to mention that he has a disappearing ability, so he disappeared and ran. Sera thinks that the guy who was chasing them that day also had invisibility. She thinks it is just a coincidence or something else. Evie wakes up and sits. She asks what happened. Sera tells her that Roland brought her here. She thanks him. Roland says that they are low tier and not a threat at all, so why didn't she attack her without a mask? Sera says it gave her extra protection. Evie says they can keep coming for us and they will fight back, as Wellston is not safer like before with this Joker shit going on. Arlo gets a message from Sera that she is going to talk with John. Arlo wonders if he will listen. John comes out of the class and sees Sera standing there. He goes near her. Sera brings him to a separate classroom. John says now she is making him nervous. Sera asks her to stop acting as she knows he is the Joker. John denies. She says she has seen him fighting with royals. John says that guy was under a mask and he could be anyone. Sera says I recognized him by his posture and techniques. John again denies. John angrily says why she is not believing him, as he is the same John who is a cripple. He grabs her from her shoulders and asks her to believe him. Sera wonders if he is trying to convince herself or is he trying to convince himself. She says that she knows about his previous school and his expulsion. John gets shocked as the image he created of himself in front of her is broken. She yells that's why she was ignoring him for a past week. He says she broke his trust. Sera says it was him who broke her trust, as she had to reflect on every moment they spent and think whether it was truth or just an act. John grasps her arm and asks her not to blame him. Sera shocks as he is not the John she knew. She says she is here to help him. John says he doesn't need help and Sera even cannot help herself as she is just a cripple. Sera shocks and tears appear in her eyes. She thinks that his John who used to support her has gone. She asks him to leave her hand. John says she is not going anywhere. She slaps him. John gets shocked. Sera looks at John crying and turns to the door. John is stuck in his past. He sees Claire and Sera. Tries to grab her arm, but Sera pushes his hand and asks him not to touch her. He calls her Claire and says he has beat her once and he can do this again. At the same time, Arlo comes in. John thinks about what Arlo is doing here. He punches him in the face. Arlo grabs him and asks him to look at Sera. How can he turn on him? After all, she was the one John was doing everything for. John says she and you all turned on him first. Arlo says that John never learns to accept his fault. Sera leaves and Arlo follows her. John drops himself on the ground and thinks about why everyone betrays him always. Arlo says to her that John needs help. Sera says who she is to him to help. She is just a cripple and he will not listen to anyone. She says she has wasted a lot of her time on him. Now she will just move on. She says she is looking for a guy named Terrence to ask him some questions. Arlo says he's been curious about that guy too. Ison is instructing a girl about an article. She thanks him and leaves. As she opens the door, she sees Arlo and Sera there. Ison is shocked seeing both together. Sera asks her to check if anyone else is there in the office. Ison checks and says that it's just 3 of them here. Sera asks him about Terrence. Ison says he is pretty new to the school and he can turn invisible. Arlo asks how's his article writing. Ison says he is mediocre and hasn't submitted anything good since he started leading the press. Arlo asks if it is so, how he managed to write about the mall incident. Ison is shocked to hear this. He asks them why they are asking about him. Sera says she thinks that Terrence is somehow related to her ability loss. Arlo asks about his class schedule and other activities and asks Ison to tell Arlo if he finds more info about him. Then he leaves. Ison asks Sera why she looks so lost. Sera tells him to find her about a girl from New Boston. Her name is Claire. In her room, Ison searches for her and he finds that she was John's friend once. Suddenly, the door opens and Blake comes there. Ison closes his laptop, seeing him there. While having lunch at a restaurant, they discuss this whole Joker situation as it is getting worse. Remy says she has a whole drawer of Joker masks. Ison is worried if things remain the same. They would not be able to hold back the mid-tires as they are getting affected the most. Ramir asks Blake if he has convinced anyone to help them. He says that talk to Abel but he is too afraid to help. But Mael and Ventus agreed to help. Remy says she has got Eleni, Holden, and Zeke on the board with them. She says their bigger problem is the rising number of Jokers, so they must find a way to stop them from emerging. Ison thinks if people knew who Joker was, they would stop pretending like him. At night when Ison sleeps, Blake leaves for his ranch again. The next day at school, Ison sees a girl, Gianna, beating a fake Joker who attacked her. Her friend tries to stop her but she says she doesn't care if she gets punished for teaching him a lesson as she is done afraiding this Joker shit. Ison asks her to stop and says it's enough. She says it's not as most of the students are living under the fear of being attacked by these fake Jokers while the Royals are doing nothing. She says if the Royals can allow these people to use Joker's identity, then she sees no problem beating them extra time like the Joker does. Ison is writing an article about John's true identity. He places the laptop aside and lies down and reconsiders. He thinks that John has started chaos as more and more students are following him. And those who get attacked don't hesitate to fight back either. He thinks that John is going to kill him after finding this, but he has no other choice. Ison hands Sera every information about Claire. At the same time, Arlo enters the room and asks Ison about Terrence. Ison shows his past records and says he had good grades, therefore he got admission at Wellston and his ability level is 2.4. Arlo says this information seems normal, so why Ison called them here. Ison says that according to his research, Terrence and that guy at the mall cannot be the same as his ability level is not near to that guy's. That guy not only made himself invisible but turned his partner invisible too. Sera says there are only 2 possibilities. Either Terrence's article is just a coincidence or he is a secret high tier. Ison says there's another possibility that he uses the ability to amplify drugs. Arlo and Sera are shocked to hear this. Ison says that these drugs can boost the ability up to an entire tier. The next day, a bunch of students just beat a fake Joker and left him there. Evie is passing through that way and sees that guy beaten up there. She goes near to help him. Remy is running towards the classroom when she sees Evie trying to lift that guy. She asks her what happened here. Evie says she was just passing from there and saw this guy in an unconscious state. Remy lifts him and asks Evie to come with her to the infirmary. At the infirmary, DRN thanks them and says he'll take care of him and they can leave. Outside the infirmary, Remy asks Evie her name. Evie introduces her to her. Rami thanks her for helping that guy as not a lot of students help others. Evie asks her how she is doing now after fighting with Joker. Remy says she is fine now. Remy asks her about her thoughts on the school's current situation. Evie says before this Joker thing, she had a routine, but with all that is happening, nothing feels safer anymore. Remy apologizes to her for all this situation and asks her for her number as she wants to talk to her about this issue. Evie exchanges the number with her. Remy says goodbye and runs to the classroom. Evie still cannot believe she has Remy's number. John is going to take the class when he sees a lot of students reading the newspaper. They are reading an article on John's true identity. Suddenly they see him and start chattering. Some students say that it's a press attempt to clean up the mess. John ignores them all and walks away. While John is walking in the hallway, Callum comes there. He runs towards John and asks him if the news of him being a Joker is true. John shows no response. Callum says that it's true that the press is using John as a scapegoat to clean their mess as John is just a cripple. He taps his back. John stops walking and asks him not to touch him again. Callum says she can try to stop him if he wants so. He shoves John and grabs. He teases him to fight back. John punches him and pushes him away. Callum gets angrier and uses his phantom push ability to attack John. John dodges it and attacks him back. He slams his head to the wall, then grabs him and punches in his face. He leaves him covered in blood and walks away. While sitting in her bedroom, Sera calls Claire. Sera introduces herself and says she wants to ask some questions. Claire hangs up the call saying she is not interested in taking any surveys right now. Sera calls her again and says she is not a survey taker. She needs her help about knowing John's past. Claire says she has nothing to do with him anymore. She just knows that John goes to Wellston and Sera can go to meet him there. Sera says she is from Wellston and is John's classmate, and Claire is the only one who can help her, so she must listen to her. Sera says a few days ago, during an argument, John called her Claire. That's how she came to know about her. Claire thinks Sera is John's girlfriend. She says she doesn't talk to John so she can relax. Sera says she is misunderstanding and asks her to let her explain. Sera says there's something in his past that's messing with him and he is being aggressive. Claire says she thought John would have learned a lesson after being expelled and handed over to authorities. They switch to video calls. Claire says that she and John met in the first year of middle school. John was beaten up by some high rankers. She reached him and helped him, and they became friends. Claire says that Adrian was John's childhood friend but was a low tier at that time. They three were happy. Sometimes they used to get in trouble but it was fine. But John was frustrated as he thought this behavior unfair. They told him that that's how things were, but he wanted to be powerful. In the last year of middle school, she saw her first vision about John. She ran to his house and told him about her vision in which some ray was coming out of his hand. He was surprised but thought she was kidding. Even though he started sneaking out to get this ability to work, he could not stand being a cripple. One day we were getting beaten by some students. He used his ability to shoot John. Suddenly, John's eyes shined and he shot a ray out of his hand. John also did not know what happened. That bully punched John and they left. They all were happy that John just used his ability for the first time, but she did not know at that time how much it would change him. Claire says after graduating from middle school, she started having more frequent visions about John and she used to go to his home to tell him. He was excited because he could use all the abilities, but they still had no idea how it would work. She asked him to recall how he used his ability for the first time. He said that the bully just activated his ability and John felt empowered and it just clicked. They decided to have an experiment. They convinced Adrian to fight with John. John knocked him out. They spent their entire summer investigating as many abilities as they could by reading and watching tournaments. Then finally high school started and they were eager to take their research to the test. John took every challenge and soon won his first fight. After that he never lost. She was so glad and proud that she helped John in becoming this strong. Maybe that's why it took her so long to realize that John was becoming so aggressive. He also got detention for this behavior, but he didn't care. He also stopped paying attention to his studies and just cared about practicing fighting. One day John said that he wanted to become a royal just to make those who hurt him pay back in the past. Moreover, he wanted to participate in turf wars to increase his ability level. He asked me to work hard on my visions of him as well. John challenged King Zirian but got defeated badly. Zirian also called him selfish. John took this defeat harder and became more frustrated. He was not satisfied with his current rank. After a few weeks, she had another vision about John. She suggested he to have a more powerful version of someone's ability. John's ability let him change the natural flow of aura through his channel, so he was able to increase the intensity of the ability he copied. He worked hard to control his aura and did an experiment on Adrian. When the school opened up again after the break, John again challenged Zirian and defeated him. Now he was the king of New Boston. But he became reckless and started treating people like trash. He even stopped caring about her and Adrian as they were low tier. When she asked him to apologize to her for pushing herself, he blamed her for ordering a king. Aside from his rank and strength, nothing mattered to him anymore. Claire kept having visions about him, but she stopped telling him about them. One day, John told her that he could feel more than one ability. Soon he was able to hold 2 abilities at a time, and then 3, and after some time even 4. As his power was growing, he was becoming more violent. One day she told him that she didn't like when he went overboard with his opponents in turf wars. He promised he would go easy on them next time, but all his promises were lies. He didn't listen to a word of her. When Adrian tried to stop him, John punished him as well. When she asked him to stop, he also slapped her. Then she started avoiding him, but he soon replaced her. Students were so terrified of him that they stopped talking about him. If someone even looked at him, he punished him. Even staff and administration were unable to control him. Claire stopped hanging out with him, but people still called her his lapdog. They used to say that she was responsible for creating that monster. They were right. She wanted to stop John but didn't know what to do. Then she had a final vision of him. She looked for Zirian and asked him to team up with her to beat John. She knew he wouldn't listen to her, so she told a lie that she was with John just for power. But her vision told her that he would be dethroned, so she wanted to be with the new king. Zirian called her greedy but agreed to help. Adrian was listening to this conversation, hiding behind and misunderstood. Syrian gathered all those students whom John hurt in the past. Claire said that she would try to solve the matter with words until then no one would activate their power. John showed up and looked surprised seeing everyone there. Claire told him that those were the students who had been mistreated by John, and it's time for him to stop. But John flipped blame on her, calling her a backstabber. Everyone got angry and attacked him, but the moment they activated their abilities was the moment of their defeat. He grabbed her from hair. She pushed his hand away and called her a monster, so she got beaten as well. When she was in the hospital, she was told that Adrian followed John in the fields. He informed authorities about John and the destruction he caused. He also got beaten by John. Claire says she still remembers how John took advantage of them and mistreated them like servants and still felt sorry for himself. He heeded the mistreatment, but after getting power he became one who mistreated others. Sierra says it's not Claire's fault at all. Claire asks if John has defeated everyone at Wellston. Sierra says technically he has not, as she is number one, but her powers are gone, so she has not fought him yet. Blake is doing his work in the library when Remy comes there and presents to him her idea of creating a safe space for students. Blake agrees with the concept, as it would be helpful to keep students out of the crossfire. They go to the press room. As they open the door, they find Ison trying to hide behind the table. Blake asks him why he is so. Ison says that he has published an article about John and John can come after him anytime. Remy says his article is working as the number of fake jokers are decreasing. Ison becomes happy as his sacrifice won't be in vain. Ison asks them why they came here. Remy tells her about her plan of creating a safe space and wants Ison to put an ad in his paper. Ison says he'll put it in the next issue. Remy and Blake are preparing a classroom for the meeting with the new members. Suddenly she slips from the table. Blake watches it and catches her so she doesn't fall. He uses his ability to push the table away and breaks a window in the process. Remy asks her if his abilities are boosting. He says he is practicing with random people. Remy asks him to have a fight with her sometime soon to check his boost. He agrees. He says he is going to find someone to fix the window and leaves. Remy is happy that Blake is gaining his confidence again, which he lost after fighting with John. John is walking outside the school and everyone keeps talking about him being a joker. Zeke, Martin, and Julian stop their way. Zeke says he has heard rumors of him being a joker and he wants to prove that John is nothing but a cripple. Everyone there starts believing Zeke. Arlo watches it and thinks that Zeke is making the same mistake that he did and no one is going to save him. Cecile is also watching it and is desperate to see John's reality get revealed. Evie and Sierra hear about this fight. Evie asks Sierra if she is not worried about John getting hurt. Sierra says no, as he won't be in trouble. John thinks that all these people treated him like trash when he was acting crippled. And now when his identity is revealed, they are still disgusted with him. They don't deserve his mercy. Zeke asks John if he has anything to say. John says if that lunch bag incident wasn't enough for him to learn a lesson. Zeke is surprised as he didn't mention it to anyone. He is scared, but he cannot back from the fight as everyone is watching. Those three attacks John. John copies Zeke's ability and dodges his attack. First, he goes for Martin. He smashes his head on the ground. Everyone seeing this gets terrified and runs from there. Zeke is wondering what is going to happen to him now. John looks at Julian. Julian gets terrified and runs towards Zeke for his help. John kicks him and throws him toward the wall. He gets smashed himself. Zeke runs to save himself, but John catches him from the front as Zeke cannot outrun him. He punches John, but John stops it and breaks his arm. He tells Zeke that he has not forgotten his welcome Zeke to his dorms. He slams Zeke into the wall. Then he asks him how it feels to be on the receiving side. Zeke apologizes. John says he wouldn't be apologizing if John was still a cripple. John tosses him away. John asks him to beg for mercy from him in front of everyone. Zeke bends to his knees and asks for mercy. John smashes his head. John announces himself as the new king and says if anyone ever crossed his path there wouldn't be any mercy. He kicks Zeke and walks away. Everyone asks Arlo if he is not going to do anything about it. He says that he was beaten by John and John is the strongest one here. So according to the rules, he is the new king. He asks everyone to hail the new king and walks away. Wherever John passes from, people avoid him. Cecile calls him from behind and congratulates him for being the new king. He asks her to cut the crap and says he knows why she is here. He adds her timing is good as he was just going to see Ison. Sierra tells Ison that she talked with Claire yesterday. She told her that John was kept by the authorities for an undetermined period after he was expelled from New Boston. So that change when he came here was due to the treatment he got from the authorities. Ison says that it makes sense as no one else has that much power to control such a perk. Sierra asks Ison to search about the methods of authorities to control such powerful delinquent children. Ison says he will try but can't promise as it would be too difficult. Arlo enters the press room. Sierra asks her if he can talk about it if he wants as was just officially dethroned. Arlo says he has nothing to say. He is relaxed as he doesn't have to stress about being a fake king. Ison says that there's nothing about Terrence to show his connection to Ember. Sierra asks Arlo if she needs to find those who took his abilities. Would he help her? Arlo also wants to know the truth, so he agrees. While the three are having this conversation, John and Cecile come there. John asks them to get out of the room. Sera asks John to wait a little bit as they just made a breakthrough about the invaders at John's home. John yells that she shouldn't change the topic and leave at once as she is nothing to her anymore. Sera leaves. When Ison passes by John, he grabs him and says not to place a foot here again as he has made Cecile the head of the press. Ison says he never wanted this job so he doesn't care. He says he still has to take revenge on him for publishing an article about him. Ison says he can do whatever he wants. Arlo grabs John's arm and says does he feel it satisfying to beat a person who is 3 levels low to him. John asks Arlo to leave his hand and never touch him again. Arlo advises John to never trust Cecile as she was the one who broke the news about Sera. John says he knows who his enemies are and who is not. Sera asks Arlo not to escalate things as they are leaving now. John grabs Cecile and says if she ever crossed him, he'll make her life hell. Ison remembers that he forgot to pick the latest issues. He tells Arlo and Sera about Remy's safe place plan. Ison brings Arlo and Sera to the safe house. Remy looks surprised after seeing them there. She excitedly asks if they are here to join the team. Sera says she is just here to look around. Remy tells Ison that they have decided to have the opening ceremony next Monday. Ison tells them that he wouldn't be publishing ads as he has got fired by John. Arlo calls Remy to discuss the filler. Ison is telling Blake about how John behaved with them and especially when Sera tried to talk he cut her out. Sera says she can hear them both gossiping. They both get embarrassed and stop talking about it. Arlo asks Remy what she wants to accomplish with this idea. Remy says she just wants students to understand that they don't need to fight each other and they can get a better chance to understand each other. Sera says she likes her idea and she is with her. Ison says he may not help with the press but there are other ways to promote the club as well. He makes some fillers to advertise the club. Arlo asks why he put his name on it as he is not a member. Ison says Arlo is popular and they can use his popularity. He hands over the fillers to everyone and asks them to put them on every notice board. Remy asks Arlo if he wants to talk about anything she is here for him. Arlo says he is fine and he will take care of some personal stuff as he has no more kingship responsibility to offer. John is walking outside the school building when he hears 2 students talking about a safe house club created by the royals. He wonders what it is. John calls Remy for a meeting. He says that she is late. Remy says she was busy taking the class. John says that whenever a new king rises to power, he and the queen together choose Jack for turf wars. John says that it would be Cecile. Remy says she's fine with Cecile being the 3rd royal. Remy says if he has nothing else to discuss, she would like to leave. John stops her and asks what this safe house club is about. He says that she is trying to minimize his authority by starting a club with royals just after he took kingship. Remy says that nobody is going against him. This club was partially inspired by their conversation in his room. Their motive is to create a safe place for students where ranks don't matter and they can understand each other better. She mentions that a lot of high rankers including Sera are also helping to oversee the club. John is shocked on hearing her name. Remy says he can also join the club if he wants. John says her safe house will fail and he'll make sure of that. Remy ignores him and leaves the room. Arlo called her Aunt Valerie to ask her for some information. She suggests meeting him next week as she is in town. Arlo agrees. At the press room, everyone is congratulating Cecile for holding back her position. Suddenly, John comes there and asks her to write an article that if any student joined the Safe House Club he would be his enemy. Cecile says the Safe House Club was approved by the staff before John became king so they shouldn't mind their business. John threatens her and orders to do what he says. Otherwise, he'll not forgive her. Then he leaves. Zeke wants an alliance with John and brings a drink for him. John pours that drink on him and asks him to stay away from him. Zeke again comes after him and says he wants to help. John sees the flyers of the Safe House Club on the notice board and orders Zeke to remove every single flyer by the end of the week otherwise he will kill him. Sera says to Arlo that if they bring Terrence to the club, it would be easier for them to have an eye on him. Arlo agrees and says he'll schedule accordingly. Sera sees Terrence coming out of the press club. She asks him to join it. He says that John has forbidden everyone to join the club. Sera tells him that there would be a lot of high rankers so he shouldn't be afraid. Terrence sees it as an opportunity and agrees to join. Blake sees Sera and comes to her running. He asks her if she is going to take classes. Sera says it's her free period and she is going to work out. Blake tells her that someone is taking down all the flyers they put so he is going to replace them. Sera says she can help and take some flyers from him. Sera is putting a flyer in school when 2 students ask her to stop. Otherwise, she'll regret it. Sera says if they have a problem with the club they just can avoid it but she won't take down those flyers. They warn her that John has asked them to take down those flyers and they will do anything to fulfill his orders. They attack Sera but she manages to kick them off with her fighting skills. Suddenly, Zeke attacks her. He lifts her and says she should know her place as she is a cripple. Sera kicks his balls and manages to escape. She tries to find a room to hide before Zeke comes after her, but she can't. Zeke finds her. Luckily, she bumps into Blake at the next corner. She tells him that Zeke is after her. Blake asks him to back off. Zeke says that he is working for John, and if he finds out that Blake messed with him, then he will face the consequences. Blake gets angry hearing this and asks him to go tell John, as he doesn't care about him at all. Zeke attacks Blake. Blake dodges the initial one and asks him to stop starting the fight here. Zeke doesn't listen and keeps going. Blake finally uses his ability to push him away. He grabs his collar and asks what's wrong with him, as fighting here will blow up the building, and why he is fighting over a club and some flyers. He tells him that this club has started to remove the gap between high tiers and low tiers, so Zeke should stay away from it. Blake leaves him and walks away. Zeke, blinded by his arrogance, attacks Blake again. Blake simply sends a shockwave and throws him away without even moving. He warns Zeke and takes Sera to the infirmary. He apologizes to Sera. She says she is used to this treatment as everyone wants a piece of the fallen goddess. She gets attacked every other day, so she fights back as much as she can. Blake says that this club wouldn't solve all the problems at once, but with time people will start understanding things. He goes back to put those flyers. Sera wishes if she had her ability, could help them more. At night, Blake again leaves the room to fight a new target named Lennon. Blake is walking in the grassy hill town to find Lennon. Suddenly a kid named Brennet stops him and asks him why he is wearing this mask. Blake replies that he has a pretty bad cough and doesn't want it to spread. Brennet asks for his help to find his father. Meanwhile, his mother comes and takes him away. Blake hears him saying that he wants to see his dad fighting the bad guy. Lennon sees a bunch of people fighting him. He tells them that they don't stand a chance as he is a high tier. Blake hears him and thinks his registered level is not even close to a high tier, so he starts keeping an eye on him. Lennon attacks them, but they dodge. They attack back, but he shields himself. Blake deducts that his ability is definitely more than 3.5. It means he is also using those amplifying drugs. He decides to walk away as he doesn't want to get himself in danger. But when he sees those people getting beaten, he enters the fight. He pushes Lennon away, sending a wave. He asks everyone to go to a safe place. They warn him that Lennon also has backup. Blake first thinks what if he couldn't fight him, but then he tries to calm himself. Lennon attacks him and he manages to escape, but those discs keep coming back, so he uses a lot of his energy to escape them. He decides to attack, but Lennon defends him. Blake is shocked as his attack didn't even bring a scratch to him. Blake understands his strategy and attacks through a proper plan. He distracts Lennon and attacks from behind. He waits to see if his attack works, but Lennon attacks him back and injures him. Somehow Blake managed to crack his shields. Blake tries to distract him to find shelter and recharge, but gets attacked by a sniper. Lennon keeps attacking him also. He tries to get out of their range, but that sniper shoots Blake and he falls on the ground as he is badly injured. Lennon throws his discs to kill him. He helplessly watches it as he is too weak to move. Suddenly, a masked guy appears from nowhere having a stick in his hand. He breaks all the discs of Lennon. Blake wonders who this mystery guy is. That blue guy asks Blake if he is fine. Blake says yes. Blake wonders if he is a real superhero. Lennon also asks him who he is. He replies that he is Blake's backup. Lennon starts conjuring new discs. That blue guy moves forward to attack Lennon, but gets attacked by that sniper. He barely escapes it. He asks Blake if he can take care of that sniper. Blake says yes and runs to chase him. Lennon tries to stop him, but that blue guy covers Blake. He jumps off the wall to reach the roof. That sniper attacks him and he gets a scratch on his face. He finds that sniper running, but he is too weak to chase him right now. He thinks about going back to school, but then he recalls that the blue guy just saved him, so he can't ditch him. That blue guy is fighting Lennon and he weakens him by breaking his 3 discs. Lennon goes to the roof and tries to run, but even gets attacked by the blue guy. On the other side, Blake paralyzes that sniper and makes him unconscious. He finds vials from him which he hides in his hoodie. Suddenly, Lennon comes there and attacks Blake, which he gets to escape. Lennon gets attacked from behind and falls on the ground. That guy finds more vials from Lennon's pocket. Blake asks him what is this. He says these are ability amplifiers. Blake is shocked to hear about these amplifiers. That guy breaks those vials. Blake asks him if he could have handed those to authorities. He says that he tried, but authorities are not doing anything. So he took the matter in his hands. He says Ember sells these vials only to low tiers. He is wondering how Lennon got his hands on it as he is more powerful. He adds that Ember is now using mid-tiers to improve these amplifiers. These amplifiers are so dangerous that it can boost the ability to more than half of the original. Blake asks him why he became a superhero even knowing about the danger. He replies that the book Unordinary changed his views and he gained a new perspective. Blake asks if his friend is also a superhero. He replies that he was but got killed a few months back. Now he asks Blake about him. Blake says his reason is a bit stupid. He tells him that his friends were attacked by a guy and he couldn't protect them, so he chose this way to increase his ability. That blue guy offers Blake to work with him, but he refuses, saying he wants a break from this after what happened today. Blake is sleeping when Ison kicks him to wake him up as it's afternoon. He and Remy bring him some burgers. Remy asks him about the mark on his face. Blake says he slipped in the bathroom. He goes to brush his teeth. Remy notices that something is off about Blake. Keen asks the headmaster why he isn't taking action against John. He is beating children to death and spreading chaos. The headmaster says that John has an experience that no other at this school has. He has all the hatred for this hierarchy and he is breaking it. It's hard to see the school in this state, but it's necessary for students to learn the lesson that their actions have consequences. Darren is shocked hearing the logic of the headmaster when Keen tells him. Keen asks him to relax. Darren says how can he be, as it's not Keen who has to treat all the children after they get beaten. Darren asks Keen if he really trusts the headmaster, as he is a shady guy. Sierra is searching about Keon as she wants to know what's his method to treat the difficult high tiers. At the school, John beats Zeke as he didn't fulfill his job. Zeke says he was removing all the flyers, but Blake stopped him. He also said stuff about John. John asks him to go to the Safe House Club and make the lists of those who join it. Ison shoves the newspaper to Blake to look at what Cecile has published on the front page. Blake and Remy read the headline about warning students to stay away from the Safe House Club. Remy gets angry over their step of John. Students have mixed feelings about joining the club after John's warning. At the opening ceremony, Remy looks surprised to see many students joining the club even after John's warning. She welcomes everyone and shares the rules and instructions. Suddenly, the door opens and Zeke comes there. Remy also welcomes him and asks if he is here to join the club. He mocks her and says he is not interested in this stupid club. He says he's here on the behalf of King John to take the names of those who are joining this club. He gives them the last warning to leave. Remy sees the students leaving due to fear of John. Those who still decide to stay are asked their names by Zeke. Remy calls him and asks him to get out of there. She gives him an electric shock and he drops to his knees. Remy says if anyone walked into this room to threaten others, she wouldn't hesitate to remove him. And he is not going to take any names. Zeke walks out. Remy, Blake, and Ison celebrate their successful opening of the club. The news anchor reads the news of sighting 2 vigilantes at Grass Hill Town after a long time. They show a picture of one of them wearing a gray hoodie with red hair and golden eyes. Blake is shocked as it is him. They also show a clip where another vigilante stepped in to save the first one. After hearing this, Remy stands up and runs outside. Blake runs after her. He grabs her arm and asks her to listen to him for once. Remy turns with a crying face and says that is how he got all those injuries. She asks him the reason for doing this vigilante thing. He replies that after getting defeated by John, he felt weak and helpless, so he decided to make himself stronger this way. Remy says she lost her brother and he did what Blake is doing now. Every night she thinks if she could know about his doings, she could stop him or help him so he wouldn't be dead. Blake apologizes to her and asks her not to be mad at him. She hugs him and says she's scared and not mad as she doesn't want to lose her best friend now. Blake promises that he won't do it again. The next day, Arlo tells Remy that he is going to see her aunt who works for the authorities and asks her to join him so she may answer some of Remy's questions. Arlo takes Remy with him to meet his aunt, Val. She welcomes them both at the cafe. Arlo thanks her for meeting them. Remy introduces herself too. While having their refreshments, Val asks Remy what she wants to know from her. She mentions Ray and his death. She adds that it's been months to this incident and there's no response from authorities on the investigation. Val says she's sorry for her loss. She calls it such a waste for him to be a vigilante as he could be much more. She thinks Val's way of talking resembles the Vulcans. She stands up and says she needs to use the restroom. After she leaves, Arlo asks Val to go easy on her as she is still grieving. At the restroom, Remy tries to calm herself down. She recalls the Vulcans' features as they were exactly the same as Val's. She gets that the authorities and Ember are really connected. She goes back to them and excuses her behavior. She asks Val if authorities have got any lead on Ember. Val says it's confidential and she can't tell her. She tells Remy that authorities have to face 100 cases daily, so things get delayed. Remy says if it is so, why authorities don't take help from vigilantes. She again misbehaves. Arlo excuses Val and grabs Remy's arm and takes her outside. Arlo says he expected Remy to behave in front of his aunt. She asks him what her aunt's ability is. He says it's a variation of a barrier. Remy is shocked as it is not the same to Vulcan's flame claws. Remy apologizes to Val for her rudeness as she wasn't behaving herself. Val says she can understand her situation and it's fine. Remy leaves but still has doubts about Val. Val asks Arlo about his kingship. He says he was dethroned earlier this year and has no intention to get it back as he wants to focus on other things. She asks her what could be more important than being on top. Arlo says Ray's death and a schoolmate's disability. Val says these things are being cared for by authorities and Arlo should focus on building a good resume as he needs to prove himself for being a high ranking in society. At school, Ison comes to Sierra and tells her that those delinquent kids she told him about are assigned to readjustment classes. Sierra says she was also supposed to attend those classes because she read a book called Unordinary. She adds that in her opinion, authorities don't have a problem with vigilantes, they just want to stop the opposition in general so people just stick to their rules and don't think openly. Ison agrees with her opinion. Sera says Claire told her that John was also sent to take those readjustment classes after what he did at his previous school. Now John is again stuck in the past after what happened to him here. John asks Zeke about the names of students, but he lies that he wasn't let in the club by Remy, and they are planning against John. Arlo is studying in the library. He thinks about his chat with Val and wonders if he is really distracted and wasting time. He completely forgets to take his shift at the club. When Remy comes to the club, she sees two students arguing. Remy asks them what's the matter. The boy says that this girl should not be in this club as she attacked him last week for no reason. Remy says everyone present there has differences from others. What they did in the past doesn't matter. Those who join the club are there because they are tired of violence outside this club and they deserve a chance to be better. Arlo is walking in the hallway when Remy kicks him from behind. She asks him why he didn't supervise today. Arlo asks her if this club is really worth it for her. Instead, she can focus on her well-being. Remy says she is running it because she wants to. But if he doesn't want to do it, it's fine. She will ask someone else to do his shift. Arlo says it would be best and leaves. In his room, Terrence is searching the profiles of all royals when he gets a call from a private number to keep an eye on Target 93. Blake is worried about his news on TV. He says that they messed up the story but gave his characteristics exactly. Remy thinks if the authorities and Ember are working together, what's stopping them from influencing the media? Blake shows them the vials. Ison says if one of them uses these vials, he will be able to beat John. Blake asks him to stop joking as these amplifiers have potential side effects. At the school, John and Zeke are walking in the courtyard when John listens to two students talking about the Safe House Club. When they see John, they shudder for a second. They try to leave from the side but Zeke takes them on. One of them asks John what's wrong with him. They join the club as they wanted peace. The girl tells Blake about this encounter. He reaches there and stops Zeke from attacking that boy. He warns them to stay away from the club members. John asks what if he doesn't. He moves forward and kicks that boy. John asks Blake what he will do now. Blake thinks if he starts a fight with John, he'll destroy him. He decides to buy those two boys some time to run from here. Zeke attacks Blake. Blake dodges it and smashes Zeke in the wall. Blake asks John if he had no one else better than Zeke to lean on. John gets furious and attacks him, which he barely escapes. He tries to take John away from this place. Zeke also runs after them. Those two boys see the way clear and leave that place. John shoots Blake's legs to immobilize him. John grabs him and says he is going to destroy his club. Blake says that John just can't accept that the people he hates the most are making progress. John smashes his head on the ground. He leaves him there and moves away. Blake opens his eyes in the infirmary and sees Sera and Ison there. He says that he hates John. Just because he is the strongest doesn't give him the authority to do whatever he wants. Sera says that whatever John is doing is wrong, but he has realized that we all had been doing this for a long time and we have to correct our mistakes. While studying in her room, Sera finds a note in her notebook. Someone wants to make a deal with her. Arlo is waiting for Sera in the park when she comes there. She asks him if he did come to know anything about Terrence. Arlo says he hasn't as he has quit the safe house. He has to focus on himself. Sera asks if he is not curious to know about Ember now. Arlo says he confirmed from her aunt that the authorities are taking care of these things, and he has no time to waste. Sera replies that she has plenty of time to waste. She passes him a note that someone put in her notebook. Someone has called her to make a deal and she thinks it's from the people who took her abilities. She asks him to come with her but he refuses as it's nonsense to him to go there. He says those people are dangerous and she should report the authorities about this note. Sera taunts like they will take care of it as they are taking care of other things. She says if Arlo doesn't want to come, it's fine, but she will go there as she can't wait her whole life to get her abilities back. Blake has a nightmare that John has killed all his friends and he wakes up panicking. The next morning before going to school, he decides to take that vial with him. Those two guys whom Blake saved yesterday come to the Safe House Club and thank Blake. Some students are going to play cards. Sera, who is sitting near them, hears about it. He asks them if she can join. They ask her if she wants to be the dealer. She agrees. Blake finishes his homework and stretches. He says that he's going to use the restroom and asks everyone to stay out of trouble. At the restroom, he holds that vial and thinks perhaps he should hand it over to the principal. While Blake is gone, John and Zeke visit the club. He sees Sera playing cards and recalls the time they played them together. Students run from there after seeing John there. John recalls how students used to run after seeing him at his previous school. He yells at them and asks them to stop. A student asks Zeke why he can't leave them alone. Another student asks Zeke to leave as he is not wanted there. Zeke grabs the same kid he beat yesterday and asks if he didn't learn anything from yesterday's lesson. John also kicks that student. Sera calls John and says it's enough. Sera walks towards that injured boy and tries to help him. Zeke puts his foot on him. Sera asks him to move his foot. John tells her that she is in no position to order his people. Sera says that students whom he just knocked out need to go to the infirmary. John says that he ordered everyone not to join this club and now those who have joined are his enemies. Sera asks what about her. He says that she became his enemy long before when she betrayed him. Sera asks him to rethink who betrayed whom. He calls her as bad as the other royals who mistreated him. She says that John has humiliated all of them in public and stripped them of their titles and that's enough payback. John asks if they really care about where this place was when he was a cripple. She replies that they made mistakes and learned. Now they are trying to rectify their mistakes. What does he want them to do? Does he want them to go back in time and start it earlier so John could keep pretending to be a cripple? He grabs her and is about to punch her when Blake comes there and throws him out of the window. John manages to land safely and looks at Blake. John tries to jump into the club but Blake pushes him again to the ground. John tries to blow up the building but Blake cancels his attack. Blake jumps down the building to keep the club safe. John punches him and he slides back. Ison sees them fighting from the window. Sera tries to help that injured student but Zeke stops her. He reminds her that she is a cripple now and she can't fight him. Then he kicks her. Sera coughs blood but asks Zeke to get out. Zeke asks her to make him leave if she wants. Talia throws a chair at Zeke and asks him to get lost from here. He punches her in the face. Blake thinks if he has to get beaten by John every time he tries to save the club, then let it be. John rushes towards him but he pushes him away using a repulsion boom. Blake throws a laser beam at him but John escapes it and kicks his face. Zeke keeps beating Sera. Ison comes here and throws him aside. Ison says they have told him not to come here again so he should better get out of here. Zeke tries to punch Ison but misses. Ison grabs his face and slams it into the wall and warns if he doesn't leave right now, he'll kill him right here. Zeke runs away. Ison and Sera look down from the window and see that John has beaten Blake badly. Sera decides that he can't be left like that. He must be stopped. When John is still beating Blake, the headmaster comes there and orders him to stop. John ignores him and punches him otherwise. The headmaster uses his ability and throws John on the ground. Teen takes Blake to the infirmary. Suddenly, he sees a broken vial. The headmaster orders John to come to his office right now. At his office, he orders John not to attack the safe house again. John says that they are the ones who are plotting against me because I'm an outcast. The headmaster says that he is wrong. Being powerful isn't enough. He has to earn the trust of his people. The headmaster makes it clear again that he won't attack the Safe House Club otherwise he'll face consequences. After he leaves, Keen enters the office holding that broken vial. He thinks that it belongs to Blake and that the headmaster should ask him about it. Arlo is walking in the courtyard when Elaine calls him and tells him about the attack on the Safe House Club by John. Arlo is shocked to hear this. She adds that Sera has asked her and Ison to come with her to the cafe to make some kind of shady deal. We refuse but she is going anyway. In the evening, when Sera is about to leave, Arlo comes there and says he'll go with her. Arlo says that if he senses any danger there, they'll leave immediately and will report it to the authorities. Sera agrees. Arlo asks Elaine if they don't come by night, inform the school. They reach the cafe and find no one there, so they sit at a table and place their orders. Sera asks Arlo if he is worried. He questions how she can be so relaxed. She says that it's the least she can do. The door opens and Sera gets shocked seeing Layla there. Arlo asks her who she is. She introduces herself and says she has invited them here. Sera asks her what she is doing here after disappearing for 5 years. Layla says she couldn't stand another day there so she left. She apologizes to her but asks her to listen to her right now. Layla asks Arlo to give them a moment alone. Arlo warns her that he is watching her so she shouldn't try to hurt Sera. Layla assures me that she was not going to hurt her. Layla tells Sera that she's part of an organization called Spectre, and they have made a drug to remove an ability permanently. Sera asks if she did this to her. Layla tells her that she was relocated and her organization attacked Sera while she was gone. She asks Sera to work for her and she'll help her get her abilities back. Sera asks how can she ask her to work for those who made her life hell. Layla makes clear that she'll work for her and not for them. She adds that her mistakes are unforgivable but Sera has to trust her. Sera asks how she expects her to believe her after everything. They all feel a jolt. Layla is being told that she has been followed and she should run from the back door. She sees that there's a van outside the main door. She tells them to leave with her right now. They exit from the back door. Arlo asks how can he believe her that she is not trapping them. She says she is going this way as they don't have time and they can follow her if they want. They all run. Layla asks them to watch the walls and ground as some of them can pass through those. They are caught at the end of the street. Arlo moves forward and punches one of the guys. He feels that his strength is significantly decreased. He creates a barrier around themselves to keep them secure. Layla warns him that his ability is decreased to half so he shouldn't underestimate his enemies. They are surrounded by both sides. Layla asks him if can he work with the half ability. Arlo says he doesn't have a choice. Arlo says he can't hold the barrier for long so get ready to attack. As the barrier fades, he is attacked. He blocks it and counter-punches. A girl attacks him with a knife. He grabs her and throws a punch in her face. He tosses the knife to one of them. He holds two guys while another one appears from the back and tries to inject him. Sera gets him and knocks him down. She breaks the injection. Layla takes a lot of them together. She asks them to run as these attackers will keep coming. While running, Arlo asks her how many people are after her. She replies that they are after them as well because they are high tier 2. Another man appears from the front. Arlo is just about to hit him, but Layla asks him to stop as he is with her. Layla asks that teleporter how much energy he has left with. He says enough. Layla tells him to take Arlo and Sera with her at L39 and she'll meet them there when she can. He teleports them to an empty warehouse. As his energy is totally consumed, he falls. Arlo asks where they are. Sera says she doesn't know, but they're safe for now here. They surround Layla and ask her to talk to their boss as she has no other options. She agrees. She asks him what he wants from her. Her boss asks that she's making unauthorized moves behind their back again. Layla says she was granted permission to speak with Target 93. But why did his people pulsate the entire restaurant during the peak hours? And if word spread about that, their entire operation would be jeopardized. Sera sits and says that the meeting was a disaster. Arlo asks her to figure out where they are and get out of this place. She says he can go if he wants, but she'll stay to listen to what Layla has to say. She adds that she can help her get her abilities back, and in return, she has to work for her. Sera says she needs her ability as this world revolves around power, and she has to make a lot of changes that she couldn't before. That teleporter awakes. Arlo asks him who he is and why he is running from their own organization. He says his name is Caden and he works for Layla. They are running because there's a slight conflict of interest between them. Does Arlo ask if the other part of their organization has any association with Ember? Caden says no. He tells him that Ember is a special task force created by authorities. Arlo is shocked to hear this. He says it's impossible as his source told him that authorities are working to take down the Ember. Caden says you must double check your source as it's not true. Sera says she had been observing this for a while as authorities have no interest in bringing her abilities back. She thinks that authorities want to regulate high tiers one way or another. Arlo tries to connect all the pieces from the past and tries to face reality. Caden asks Arlo if he is okay. Meanwhile, Layla comes there and asks Caden if he is fine now. Sera grabs her hand and asks what she is dragging her into. She says that she has worked for Spectre for years and she cannot see it destroy itself, so she needs Sera's help. But she's losing the fight as she is outnumbered. She asks Sera to take time to think. She agrees. Elaine is worried as she hasn't got any text from Arlo yet. The door opens and they come inside. Elaine sees Arlo injured. He asks him that they should inform authorities as she can't keep seeing them getting attacked again and again. Arlo stops her and asks her to heal him. Blake submits the last vial to the principal's office. Vaughn asks where he got this. Blake tells about his vigilantism. Does Vaughn ask if anyone knows about his identity? He says that some bystanders managed to get his footage in his last encounter and it was broadcasted. But it was a blur, so no one knows. He says he will accept any punishment, but he requests to delay it as he doesn't want to put all the burden of the safe house on Remy. Vaughn accepts his request. After he leaves, Keen asks Vaughn what he will do about the trouble coming to them. Authorities will come to question Blake as soon as they find it. He says he doesn't want authorities to interfere with Blake's development, so it's going to be difficult to get him out of this. He asks Keen to take this vial to Darren and ask him to examine it. Remy hears students talking about the attack on the safe house and saying that it's not a safe place to go as well. When she enters the room, there's almost no one as compared to before. She sees Arlo and asks what he is doing here. He says he had some spare time, so he came. He observes Remy's sadness, so he asks her. Remy asks what the purpose of this safe house is if she can't assure safety here. She thinks to end this. Arlo says it's just a setback and she shouldn't give up as she is doing right. Remy asks Arlo why he looks sad. Arlo says that she knew about the authorities' reality. Remy says yes. He says that he just found out and he wants to spend his time here at the Safe House Club. He asks her not to give up on this place and he'll always have her back. After school ends, Sera receives a text to meet someone at the park. She reaches there and sees Caden sitting on the bench. He asks her if she is ready to go. Sera says yes. He teleports her to a lab. Layla welcomes her. She thanks her for trusting her. Sera says there's nothing like this word in between them. This is just a mutual benefit. Sera gets dressed for the experiment on her. She asks Layla if she really can get her abilities back. Layla affirms. She apologizes to Sera as if she should have come to her sooner. Sera says it's fine as she learned a lot in these 2 months that she couldn't learn in her whole life. Layla puts her to sleep to start experimenting, but Sera is afraid. Layla asks her what she wants to do first after her abilities are back. Sera says she has to help a friend who has lost himself. The next day at the press room, Cecile is giving instructions to the press members about the articles. As they all leave the press room, Ison comes there. She says she wasn't expecting him here. Ison says he wants to ask about the article she published last week about the Safe House Club. Suddenly, she catches another article on the table about their club. He asks her why she is targeting the Safe House Club. Cecile says it's not personal. He reminds her that she's the press leader and she has always been unbiased about her work, so why is she doing it? She tells that she can't help it while John is around. He says that she's way better than this propaganda, and he leaves. After he's gone, Cecile decides that she's not a puppet and tears that article. Blake comes to Arlo and thanks him for joining the club again. He tells him that a lot of students are coming back to the club as Arlo has joined again. Arlo asks him if he's doing fine now as John made him take a trip to the infirmary last week. Blake says he's absolutely fine now, but he thinks Darren is getting sick of him seeing him there again and again. He says goodbye to Arlo and leaves. The next day, while walking in the hallway, John sees a student reading the newspaper. He snatches it from him and sees his article nowhere in it. John comes to the press room and asks Cecile why she hasn't published that article. She says she didn't think it necessary. John says that decides what's necessary and what's not. Cecile says she knows better than him what to publish. He says that he gave her this job. She replies that he can take away this job as she doesn't need it. She tries to walk out, but Zeke blocks her way. John walks towards her. She is terrified and turns her ability on. In the courtyard, Arlo and Remy are walking while discussing the Safe House Club. They see John and Zeke coming from the front and stopping. Arlo asks him what he wants. John asks what Arlo is planning against him as he has again joined the safe house. Arlo says it's his personal matter and it's nothing to do with John as he has moved on. He moves forward with Remy. John grabs his hands and says how can he move on after making John like this. He adds it's all Arlo's fault. Arlo says that it was his fault and he paid the price, but it's John's fault too as he makes others avoid him. Arlo leaves with Remy. John grabs his hands and says he's not allowed to leave. Arlo asks him to let him go. John attacks him, but Arlo doesn't activate his ability as he doesn't want to give him hold over it. Remy asks Arlo if he can run, but he is stuck there. He asks her to go without him, but Remy says she will not. John attacks Remy this time. She gets angry and attacks John by giving him an electric shock. Now John has a hold on her ability as well. John is targeting Arlo as he wants him to activate his ability. Remy takes that attack and defends Arlo. John grabs her arms and she stalks here. John attacks from the upside. Arlo finally activates his ability to defend himself and Remy. It hurts John as well. Remy keeps taking the electric shock from John to defend Arlo. John tries to break the barrier. Remy asks him to calm down as they don't want to fight him. John says she knows that she cannot fight him, therefore she is saying that. Remy says she agrees that he has been mistreated, but the Safe House Club is created to fix the situation. John says she doesn't care in reality, so she shouldn't pretend as she does. Remy says he is the one who is holding them back to rectify things. John in anger attacks and breaks the barrier. John does a mega attack on them, but Sera moves them from there and says they need to talk. Remy and Arlo are surprised that Sera's ability is back. Sera looks at Zeke and asks him to leave. Zeke runs from there. John asks Sera how long she had been hiding her abilities. He blames her that she hid her abilities so she could come after him when he least expected it. Sera says he has no idea what she has risked to get her abilities back. He says he is not interested and she should get out of his way. Sera asks Remy and Arlo to leave. John attacks them to stop them, but Sera defends them. She gets hurt, but she rewinds her wounds. John attacks her in anger. Sera says if power is John's answer, so she'll fight him. Sera hits the barrier and it hurts John. She says she just wanted to talk to him. John says she turned her back on him and he doesn't want to talk to her. He keeps attacking her, but Sera is fast and she attacks from behind. He tells her that she doesn't care about him. Sera says that it's John who kept himself in the corner and now blaming others. Nobody wants to fight John. It's him who's fighting himself. John says that none of you deserve better as you all are monsters. Sera asks if that's how he sees himself, like a monster. John gets crazy and wraps himself with the ropes. John is lost inside his head. He thinks it's too late for him and considers himself a monster. He recalls what Kian told him, that he was doomed to fall. He recalls all the wrecks he caused. He is trying to fight himself in his mind. Sera wonders what's going on in there. Is he talking to himself? She asks him if he can hear her. John thinks he's attacking his inner monster, but he keeps attacking Sera. She says he has to forgive himself for whatever he did. Sera uses all her power to break through the barrier to free John. She creates a hole in the barrier. John starts seeing a ray of light, but his regrets don't leave him so easily. All those voices keep echoing in his mind. Sera keeps breaking the barrier. She grabs him and asks him to look at her. She tells him he is not a monster. John says he is a liar and a fake. Sera says she doesn't believe it. John finally thinks that she is right. John cries with tears and admits that nothing was fake. Suddenly, Sera falls as she has gone beyond limits. Zeke comes to John and says he'll take care of Sera. John pushes his hands away and asks him to not touch her. Headmaster Vaughn and Keen come there. Keen lifts Sera and takes her to the infirmary. Vaughn helps John to stand and takes him also to the infirmary. At the infirmary, Remy and Arlo are getting treatment by Darren when Sera and John are brought in. Vaughn asks Darren to send them to his office after they get treated. At Vaughn's office, he tells John that he can't let this one go. John says he accepts his mistakes and he wants a break to reflect on himself. Sera is still at the infirmary in an unconscious state. Darren, who is also there to take care of her, gets a message from Layla that he'll get a call from the manager. John comes there and says he wants to see Sera for the last time before going. He thanks her for not giving up on him while standing near her bed. He arrives at the new Boston airport and his dad receives him from there. John tries to sleep at night but his nightmares don't let him. He wakes up. He sits and thinks that Sera was trying to help him all the time but he didn't listen to her. Instead, he kept targeting her. In the morning, William sees John and asks if he didn't sleep well. John replies he had a lot on his mind. While having breakfast, William says he was informed that John was sent home for disobedience and violence. John says he knew it would happen if he used his ability. He hates his power. William says he still remembers when John got his ability and how much excited he was. John says it doesn't matter. It was his destiny to fail as he was a late bloomer. Does William ask if something from readjustment classes makes him think so? John doesn't answer and says he is going for a walk. John walks outside his previous school and recalls how he treated his fellows there. He wears his hood and keeps walking. He goes to the mart and buys some snacks. He takes money out of his wallet to pay the bill. He sees Adrian at the cash counter and is shocked to see John there. He grabs his bag and runs outside. Standing outside the mart, he thinks that he should have talked to Adrian. When Adrian comes out after his shift is over, he sees John standing there waiting for him. John asks him if he has got some time to talk. They sit in a park. John asks him how he has been doing. Adrian says he's fine. John asks why he is working on weekdays. Adrian says he helps his mom as much as he can to pay bills. He asks John what he is doing here at New Boston. John says he was suspended for excessive violence. He says sorry to Adrian for what he did in the past. Adrian says it's alright and he's happy seeing John doing better. He also tells John that Claire never used him. Instead, she always cared for him. She just made up a lie to get the support of Zirian. John is surprised. John runs from there. He gets inside his room and grabs his head and thinks about what he should believe and what he shouldn't. Several days later, John is jogging on the track but he still has that conversation with Adrian in his mind. He thinks that Claire always used him as he has seen so many times in his memories. He comes back from a jog and sees his dad doing punch practice. William asks him if he wants to try this new bag. John refuses and says he's going into his room. William asks him what's bothering him. He asks him to share the load on his mind. John says that Adrian mentioned Claire and said she actually cared about him. William says that it's true. John says he has seen thousands of times that she betrayed him. William says that there must be some misunderstanding. He says that once Claire came to him crying and told him about your violence. He says that he tried to talk to John that night but John didn't listen. William asks John to just acknowledge his mistake and learn from them. At night, John decided that he'll talk to Claire. The next morning, he knocks on her door. Claire sees John from the door hole. She falls to the ground. She just wants him to go away. Claire brings out her phone and dials Sera's number but it's out of reach. She just tries to ignore John. John shouts if she's inside. Claire asks what he wants. He says he wants answers. He asks why she reached him on the first day. Is it because she already saw John's power? She says no. She reached out to him because John was as beaten as she was by other students. He says he is confused and doesn't know whom to trust. He adds if he hadn't met her then nothing of it would have happened. She says that he was given that power. She just helped him master her ability but what he did after that is totally his fault. John says that she gathered everyone against him because she couldn't control him anymore. She says it wasn't about control and power. It was to bring him back. As he didn't listen to her every time, she tried to talk to her. Even then she kept trying. She spoke to the staff about it and went to his father too. She still believed that he would get better. How could she get to him when he kept silencing everyone with his fist? John realizes that she never turned her back on him. It was he who deserted her. Claire asks him to go away as she doesn't want to see him. Claire is leaving her school when she gets a call from Sera. She asks her if she's okay. Claire tells her that John stopped by her place a few days ago. She didn't want to see him and asked him to go. And he left after a bit. She says she never imagined that John would listen. Sera says he's changed a lot from the past. John is doing his homework but is disturbed by all the voices in his head. Suddenly, he gets a call from Sera on his laptop. He answers it. Sera asks how he's doing at home. John says it's quiet here so he's doing fine. John apologizes to her for all the lies and mistreatments. Sera says it's fine and she's just relieved that John is back to himself again. John thinks that none of his friends and family disowned him for what he did. They all are happy because he's doing good now. Sera asks him to give himself a second chance and trust himself that he can do better. John asks what if he again loses himself to his power. Sera says she'll keep him out of his head again. She'll be there for him every time he makes a mess. He asks her how she got her abilities back. She says she'll tell him face to face when they meet. She gets a call on the phone, so she hangs up on John. John is relaxed now as Sera will be there for him. While having breakfast, John sees the new punching bag that William ordered for him. He goes near it and thinks to give him a second chance. He tries but gives up already. John walks around the town and thinks about what Claire told him to own his mistakes. He goes to Claire's house and knocks on the door. He calls her name, but Claire is behind him as she just came after doing grocery shopping. She is surprised to see John again after she told him not to come back. John looks back and sees her standing there. He tries to walk towards her, but she asks him to stop as she is terrified of him. She asks him why he is here. He says he's here to acknowledge his mistakes. He apologizes to her for what he did to her in the past. After hearing him, Claire thinks that Sera was telling the truth. John has really changed. Claire says that she's glad to know about this positive change in him and that he owes to Sera, as this is all because of her. John wonders that Sera did all that to bring him back. Claire bids him goodbye and John leaves. John goes to U-Mart to see Adrian when he hears someone beating him behind the mall. Adrian asks them what they want from him. They ask for the discount. Adrian says he cannot give them any discount as the manager doesn't allow it. John is confused if he should interfere as he is afraid to lose control of his power. John interferes and asks them to leave Adrian alone. They turn to him and ask him who he is to interfere in their business. John starts shivering. He relaxes him and asks them to leave Adrian as he owes them nothing. One of those brats shoves him and he slides behind. Adrian asks them to let John go as he doesn't want John to lose his temper. But those brats keep hitting him. They grab him and say he is not going anywhere. John gets angry and kicks him. Then he punches the other guy. John grabs one of them and tosses him to the other one. Then he kicks them away. One of them asks John for mercy and says he'll never disturb Adrian again. John keeps hitting him and says it's not funny to pick on the weaklings. Adrian grabs him from behind and asks him to stop. John cools down and asks him if he is okay. Adrian thinks John seems a lot different since they last spoke. John says he lost his temper again. Adrian says but he stopped and let them go. It really felt like a win. Before going back to his shift, Adrian asks John to catch up later if he wants. John smiles and says sure. John enters the home and William notices all the bruises on him. He asks him how he got hurt. John tells everything. William does bandage to his hand. He tells him that he doesn't need to always choose an extreme. John says every time he uses his ability, someone gets hurt. William tells him that he only allows himself to use his ability when he is angry. He asks John what they did to him in those readjustment classes. John says they kept showing me my memories repeatedly and made me reflect on them. William is shocked and realizes why John has lost confidence in himself. He hugs John tight. He tells John what they did to him wasn't right. He can use his past as a reminder, but he is not that same person now. John leaves as he wants some time alone. 3 weeks later, John gets a call from the headmaster Vaughn as he wants to end his suspension, but only if John is feeling better. John says he is ready to join the school. At the Bureau of Authority, Cassandra comes to see Val. She reports to her about Remy and Blake, who are working as a vigilante known as X-Ray and Nobody. Val remembers that there was a third one also during her fight with them. She hands over Ison's profile to Cassandra and asks her to search about him as well. John comes back to the school. Ison is talking to Blake, who is also on suspension due to bringing the amplifiers to the school. Suddenly, he sees John and hides behind the wall. He tells Blake about John's return. While taking the class, John notices Sera's absence. As the class ends and he comes out, students start avoiding him as no one wants trouble. John stops by the infirmary to say hello to Darren. As he gets inside, he sees another doctor in place of Darren. Meanwhile, Remy brings a student to the doctor who needs help. Remy notices John but ignores him. John goes upstairs thinking he couldn't say bye to Darren. Suddenly, he sees Arlo coming down. He tells John Sera is on the roof. They cross each other and Arlo leaves. John says hello to Sera. She is surprised as she wasn't expecting him till tonight. John says he misread AM to PM. Sera tells him that he looks better now. Sera asks her to go for lunch as he hasn't eaten anything. At William's house, Simon comes to see him. Simon tells him that he found Jane. Sera has her first meeting with officials. Layla guides her about how to answer their questions. The officials greet Sera. They all are hiding their faces. They ask her what kind of work she's been doing under Layla for a month. Sera says she's been gathering information and working in the research and development department. One of them asks her how can they trust her as she's been working here only for a month. Sera remembers that he's the guy who ordered to take Sera's abilities. Layla has warned her about him. Sera answers them to relax as she is not a threat. They have overpowered her once and they can do it again. And she doesn't want to experience what she did while being powerless. They assign her a task when she is on her trip to Rowden with her classmates. At the school, students keep chattering about John everywhere he goes. Suddenly, Zeke sees him and tries to hug him. John asks him to stay away. John asks him what he wants. He starts barking against the Safe House Club and Sera. John asks him to stay away from Sera, otherwise he will be punished. John visits the headmaster at his office. He says that he wants to give up his title. At the Safe House Club, Remy is working on the budget of the trip to Rowden and many students are helping her to organize the trip. Sera comes and asks Remy to take care of herself as well. She asks her if there is any chance to delay the trip or change the location, but Remy says she has made the reservation so there is no chance. Suddenly, an announcement is made and Remy, Sera and Arlo are called to the headmaster's office. They all report to the office. The headmaster says that John wants to say something. John tells them that he is resigning the position of the king. He looks at Arlo. Arlo says he will be graduating in a few months so he is not taking back this position. Remy suggests that Blake should take over then as he is the next in the line. John frowns over this suggestion. Sera asks him if he has any problem with this suggestion. John says no. She asks Arlo the same. He also says he is fine with that. So she announces that Blake is the new king. As they all leave the headmaster's office, Remy says goodbye and leaves. Sera asks John to go ahead without her. She asks Arlo if she wants to talk to him. She asks him if he is coming to the Safe House Club trip. Arlo says no. She says she needs him to come. Arlo sees John in the corridor and avoids him. John calls him and asks him what Sera and he were discussing in private. Arlo says he should ask her himself. A few students stop Arlo and ask him if he is also going to trip with them. Arlo affirms yes. Blake comes back to school and students in the courtyard greet him as he enters the Safe House Club. They all surprise him on becoming the new king. Blake looks surprised as he just came after suspension and was awarded with the kingship. Ison tells him that John gave up the title and Arlo isn't interested either, as it was him next in the line, so he is the new king now. Students at the club are happy and say that they will try to make things easier for him. Roland has made a cake to celebrate as well. Blake is excited to see the cake. At the boys' dorms, Remy, Ison and Blake are deciding whether to go hiking or city touring on their trip. Suddenly, the door opens and John comes out of his room. They ignore him and move towards the Blake's room to help him unpack his luggage. John asks them how he can join the trip. Remy says if he wants to go with them, he has to integrate into the Safe House Club first. The next morning, Remy and Blake decide that Ison should be the new Jack for the team. Ison says he knows someone who is perfect for this job. After a while, they are in the press room where Ison is begging Cecile to accept the title. Cecile refuses as she doesn't want to be a Jack and she is happy to run the press club. Blake and Remy drag Ison from the press room as Cecile is not ready to take the job. Sera is sitting on the roof and thinking she is completely trapped by Spectre and has no freedom now. John comes there and sees her like this. He asks if she is okay as she is looking stressed. Sera says it may be because she's doing more around school. John says it's more than that as she is difficult to hold on to ever since he came back. Sera thinks she can't share it with him as he has already been through a lot recently. She stands up and taps John and says not to worry about it. Sera leaves to have a round of school. John asks to join her. Students feel less terrified of John when Sera is with him. John feels someone is chasing them and he looks behind. John feels strange as he has sensed this aura before. He puts pressure on his mind and remembers it's the same aura he felt when he and Sera were being chased after shopping at the mall. Terrence runs to get rid of John. John asks Sera to go without him as he has to take care of something. He runs after him but he stops sensing it outside the Safe House Club. He guessed that the stalker had managed to be a member of the Safe House Club. Meanwhile, Blake comes out of the room and sees John standing there. He asks him what he wants. John says nothing and leaves. At night, sitting on his bed, John thinks about what happened today at school. Soon he realizes that the stalker wasn't chasing him. He was chasing Sera and she knows about it. Therefore she is so stressed out. He remembers that once she tried to tell him as well but he didn't listen back then. He tosses the towel to the wall in anger. Blake, sitting on the other side of the wall, kicks the wall and yells at John to not disturb him while he is studying. John knocks at his door. Blake opens the door and asks what he wants. John asks how to join the Safe House Club. Blake says he won't help and closes the door. John holds the door and says he really needs to go on the trip as he knows something bad is going to happen. Blake says the members of the safe house don't feel safe when he is around after what he did. He says it's just Remy who is giving a chance. If it was him, he wouldn't let him in the safe house ever. The next day at school, Ison is being dramatic about his new position as he doesn't want it at all. A student asks Remy if she wants anything from the grocery store as he is going to buy some stuff for him. Suddenly, the door opens and John enters the Safe House Club. Everyone is shocked to see him there. Remy asks what he wants. He says he's not here to fight. He just wants to take a look around. Remy allows but warns him if he causes any disturbance, he'll be out at once and for forever. Sera is having a round of school when she gets a text from Ison about John. She comes to the Safe House Club and grabs John and takes him out. She asks him what he is doing here. John says he wants to join the Safe House Club. He already has told everyone that he won't cause trouble but they are not giving him a chance. Sera asks if he does want to be a part of this club so why is he doing this effort. He says he is worried about you as she is being chased. And she knows it therefore she asked for help from Arlo. He adds he wants to help her and he will go on a trip with her. Sera asks him to forget about it and just focus on himself for now. He says he'll get onto this trip and he'll find out what's going on. The next day, while John is sitting inside the Safe House Club, students there keep chattering about him as he has taken up that entire side of the room. John says he never asked anyone not to sit here. It's them who are standing aside. Terrence enters the room and Evie tells him about her plans on the trip. John wonders where he has seen him. Suddenly he connects the pieces and realizes that it was Terrence who was following them. He slams the desk and stands up. Everyone is scared. Then he realizes it and sits down. At the roof, Sera tells Arlo that Terrence is leaking their school information to the Spectre. Now they have assigned a task to her during the trip. Arlo asks who's going to be their possible targets. She says she's been investigating it and she found Remy's and Blake's complete profile there. Arlo asks what they want from Remy. Sera asks him to relax as it's just her speculation and she's not sure about it yet. Arlo says they need help against Spectre as they both are not enough. Sera says she cannot drag anyone in it. Arlo leaves saying her arrogance will cost them. As he is going downstairs, John asks her what's the matter about Sera and Terrence. Arlo puts hand on his mouth and asks him to quiet. He tells him to keep to it himself, otherwise they all will be screwed. Arlo tries to tell him but Sera comes and freezes him. Sera says there's nothing for John to know about and leaves. John and Blake are sitting in the Safe House Club. Blake is keeping an eye on him. John is thinking that he hasn't been able to get anything from Sera yet. He breaks his pencil in anger. Blake yells at him that he is scaring people. John apologizes. Arlo comes to take over the club and sees John there. He asks Blake what he's doing there. He says that John wants to go on the trip, therefore he has joined the club earlier this week. Arlo assumes that John really wants to help, therefore he swallows his pride and joins the club. John is walking in the courtyard when he hears two students getting beaten by Zeke. At first he avoids and tries to leave, but then he remembers what William told him to use his power for good. He goes there and asks Zeke to leave them at once. Zeke gets terrified and runs from there. Those two students thank John. John wonders and leaves. Sera is leaving through the metro station. John follows her to know what Sera is up to. John follows Sera to the Hilford Park. Sera meets Caden there. John sees them together and thinks they are dating each other. He wonders why Sera was trying to hide it from him. Maybe she thinks John would react to it impulsively. He decides to leave. Sera tells Caden that her ability is messing with her and she stumbles. John feels it that her aura is weaker than before. Caden says that Layla has warned Sera before. He teleports her to the lab. John comes out of the bushes and wonders where he took her. At the club, John is sitting and thinking that Arlo wasn't wrong about Sera's ability. Evie comes to John and asks if he wants to play cards with them as they are going to start another round. John accepts the offer. The other students also stand around and watch them play as John hasn't lost a single time. Evie leaves the game as she can't take losing anymore. The other kid keeps playing and tries to bluff John. John reads the sign and guesses he is bluffing but gives up to give a positive impression to the others. The other kid can't believe that he has won. John tells him that he played well. Remy wonders why John lost on purpose. Tomorrow they all vote whether John will go on the trip or not. The next day, Remy addresses the Safe House Club members about their trip, but she asks everyone to vote if they want John to come with them. She asks those in favor of John to raise hands. Only Evie and that kid voted for him. Arlo also votes for John and everyone just gets shocked seeing this. Remy also wonders why Arlo voted for John. John is sitting on the roof. Remy comes there to find him. She tells him that they all voted to see if he could join them on the trip, but he didn't get many votes. John says it was obvious. She tells him that Arlo voted for John. John also gets shocked. Remy says the club is still open for him and he can come there anytime. Then she leaves. John thinks if Arlo voted for him it means he needs help and Sera is in big trouble. The next afternoon, every member of the Safe House Club is ready to leave for the trip. At the boys' dorm, John is also ready to leave alone. Sera is having a bad dream that she and John were having a walk around and he got stabbed by Spectre. Evie wakes her up and says they have reached the Rowden Resort. Terrence comes in front of Sera and she puts an angry glance at him. Everyone is excited to have a great weekend here. They check in and have dinner. Remy says they can do whatever they want tonight. Sera is sitting in the bed when Elaine asks her if she wants to join her for a walk. Sera refuses. After some time, she gets a text from the Spectre. She recalls her bad dream and thinks that John is safe at Wellston. Meanwhile, she gets a call from him. Remy and Blake are happy as their trip is going smoothly till now. Suddenly, she sees John there who is calling Sera to come out and find him. Blake yells at John what he is doing here. John says he can spend his weekend wherever he wants. Sera comes there and takes him to the cafeteria. She says John shouldn't have come here. John says he can't leave her in trouble whether she tells him or not. Sera says it's him who is in trouble, therefore she didn't want him to come. She asks him to take the first train tomorrow and leave. Remy comes there and gives him a pass for the room to stay tonight. John enters the room of Blake and Ison. Arlo comes out of the washroom and sees John standing there. Arlo asks John what he is doing here. John says he's here because Arlo wanted him to come and voted for him. Blake asks them to keep quiet as they are going to disturb the neighbors. John asks how they four are going to sleep on 2 beds. Blake says he and Ison will share a bed, and John and Arlo can share the second bed. John says he won't share bed with Arlo. Blake yells that he can sleep outside the room if he wants so. Ison tries to calm him down and says he'll sleep on the floor. They all go to sleep. While laying on the bed, John wonders why Sera said he was in trouble. The next morning, Ison and Blake leave to arrange breakfast. John asks Arlo to explain what's going on as it's just two of them now. John tells him that he followed Sera the other day and felt her aura weak. Arlo finally tells him how Spectre trapped Sera and now she is serving them just to get her powers back. He says that they are expected to attack on a high tier here, therefore he is here to stop them and asks John for help. Sera is waiting for John's text about leaving. Her doorbell rings and Elaine opens the door. She sees John and Arlo standing there. Arlo asks Elaine to leave the room as they want to talk to Sera in private. Sera asks John why he is still here. John says Arlo told me everything because he forced him. John asks her to let him help her. Sera says she doesn't want him to lose his ability. John says he is not leaving at any cost. Sera agrees. Outside the resort, Remy gathers everyone as they are leaving for a theme park. Remy asks Sera if she has seen John. Sera says he has left for Wellston. Terrence hears it and wonders what John was doing here last night. They all reach Rowden Park. Remy tells everyone to enjoy and meet back there at 5:30 p.m. After everyone leaves, Blake says now they can have their own fun. Sera asks her if she and Arlo join them too. John reaches the park a bit later. He recalls the plan they three made in the morning. Sera will keep an eye on Terrence. Arlo will look after Remy and John has to take care of Blake. He enters the park and asks Arlo for directions as the park is huge. Arlo asks him to get a map and reach near the obelisk. Sera is ready to make her way to Terrence. Terrence informs the Spectre about John's presence here and asks them to investigate if he is still here or has left. Sera is looking for Terrence when she catches John roaming about. She pulls him aside and asks why he is not in a proper disguise. She asks him to go to Arlo and turns to leave. John realizes how cold she has become due to this Spectre thing. He asks to have some rides with her at first to relax herself. He insists, so Sera agrees. They take a few rides. Sera really enjoys it and says John was right. But now they should go back to work. John checks his phone and sees many messages and calls from Arlo. He calls him back and Arlo asks him to come to the carousel. Someone is also keeping an eye on John. Sera comes to meet Evie and others. Evie says they are going to have lunch and she must join them. She is asked to find seats while Sera and Terrence will bring something to eat. Terrence asks Sera what John was doing here. She says he was there without her will. Terrence told her that it was her first assignment and Spectre is not very pleased with her but still being lenient with her. He moves forward to order lunch. Sera sees herself in the mirror and thinks that they are keeping an eye on her every move, so what should she do? She calls John and tells him that Spectre knows about his presence here and he could be followed as well, so he must group with others. John is shocked. He texts Arlo and asks him to cover him. He waves at the others and they all get angry seeing him here again. Arlo comes to him and says John was supposed to be hiding. John tells him that Spectre knows about him and Sera asks him to group with them for his safety. Remy asks John what he is doing here. He says he just planned to visit this park before leaving and seeing them here is just a coincidence. He asks if he can join them. Blake says he won't hang out with John and runs away. John runs after him. John asks Blake to stop and explain he wasn't just himself back then. He just wants a chance to start over. He says he never was against the safe club. It was just his ego who couldn't see the Royals doing something nicer like that. Blake gets a call. He cancels the call and again runs for somewhere. Blake and John come running to Dylan. Dylan says these bullies were creating trouble and when security guard tried to stop them, they started beating him as well. Blake asks them if they want to fight. Bring it on because he is going to beat them to death. People are leaving the spot as they don't want to get into trouble. They call those 4 bullies as Rowden Royals. One of them says that Blake can't run away now but they offer him if he beats any one of them, they'll leave. Blake agrees. Their king Kree comes forward to fight. He gets ready for the battle. John warns Blake about Kree's ability. Kree attacks Blake but he dodges and repels him away. Then he throws some energy bombs at him which hits his back harder. Kree attacks to imbalance Blake and throws a punch at him. Blake blocks it and gets a wound as a result. He hits him with his elbow and throws him away. Suddenly Kree's fellow attacks Blake and injures him. Blake reminds her about the deal. She says she doesn't care. Blake notices that Kree is healing as their healer is linking his ability with Kree. They all team up against Blake. John asks Blake to go for a healer and cut their source off. Blake dodges 2 of them and attacks the healer. Now John asks him to go for one with purple hair. They attack John to shut him but Blake repels them away. He grabs John from collar and asks him to join the fight. But Kree attacks him from behind and throws him away. John finally enters the fight. Remy notices people running outside the park. She asks a man what's the matter. He says that Rowden Royals are beating some kids. John mirrors their abilities and attacks Kree. Then he goes for that girl and cuts her with blades. The guy with purple hair asks who you are. Dylan says excitedly that these are 2 kings of Wellston. That purple hair guy says we heard that Wellston is messed up in hierarchy and now there's 2 kings of them. He mocks John and Blake. Their healer gets up and heals his fellows again. John attacks them and cuts Kree and that girl. He shoots lasers at that purple hair guy. At the end he cuts the healer and ends the fight. Blake asks him to stop. John doesn't listen and runs to attack again. Meanwhile, Arlo traps him inside the barrier. John sees them all standing there and realizes that he has messed up again. He cools down and walks towards them. Kree tries to attack from behind, but Arlo's barrier blocks the attack. Police come there and arrest the Rowden Royals. An officer comes to John and Blake and asks them to come with police for some questioning. Blake and John are cuffed and sitting outside the investigation cell. Blake notices John, who is shivering and thinking about the torture he took during readjustment classes. Blake asks him not to worry as they'll let them go after the investigation ends. Blake asks why John kept standing at the start like a cripple and then entered the fight at the end. It's like he doesn't want to activate his ability. John says he wishes he never had his ability as nothing good ever came out of it. Blake tells him how he used his ability in the past was all for himself, but then he went to different towns and found people there doing their own thing as authorities never paid attention to them, so he started helping them out. Because if he won't do it, then who will? An officer comes out of the office and says they are free to go. As they come out, they see Eisen standing there. He asks John to come with them as Sera and Arlo have agreed with the Safe House Club members to give John a second chance. When they reach the resort, they see Dylan telling the fight scenes to everyone and everyone is getting impressed. Blake and Eisen move forward to pick their plates. Sera comes to John and says she has saved him a seat. Sera and John are having dinner together. John thanks her for vouching for him. Sera says it's fine and with time others will start liking them as well. John says he again messed up by getting into another fight today. Sera tells him what he did was right as Rowden Royals deserved it. She notices his hands shaking and asks if he is okay. She grabs his hands and asks him to promise her that if trouble comes to him, he will not hesitate and will fight back for himself and others. John asks if she is worried about their protection from Spectre. Why is she helping them? She says let's get some fresh air. Sitting beside the pool, she tells John that she wants to climb higher and Spectre to know about every technology of theirs and use it for good. All those students come to the pool to swim and have fun. Sera's phone rings and she goes outside to answer it. She is informed to meet the agent Rowden to get instructions for his task tomorrow. Sera goes there to meet him. Blake is teaching Remy how to swim. Evie is telling ghost stories to everyone around. Everyone around her gets scared. John, who was sitting aside, also gets terrified and falls from his chair hearing those stories. Sera asks Agent Rowden the reason for the sudden change in plans. He says the management has decided to provide you with a difficult assignment. Sera will get inside a campus of NX Gen and have to retrieve 2 assets, research documents and a physical sample. The research is called conversation technology. Sera will be supported by a technician to handle equipment, a communicator to keep them in touch with her, and a planted employee there to guide her. He passes her a map of the location to memorize it before tomorrow. He also gives her a fake ID of a researcher's assistant to enter the lab. He says that they'll meet here tomorrow at the same time. Arlo calls John from behind and he gets scared. He tells him that Sera wants to meet them now. They knock at her door. She calls them in and tells them about her assignment. She adds that she'll just be gone for 3 hours and will spend the rest of the day with them. Till then they have to take care of Remy and Blake. The next morning, Agent Rowden is waiting for her outside the van when she comes wearing her character. The van arrives outside the NX Gen lab at 7:30 am. The technician starts her work to get access to cameras. The communicator develops a link between Sera and him as this will be the only source to guide her inside. Agent Rowden is overall observing the mission. Sera gets inside the lab. Dr. Stacy welcomes her and takes her to a special room. On her way, she sees the room where she has to go inside and get information. Stacy tells Sera that Dr. Kelly has access to the room she has to get inside. He enters at 8:30 and the door closes in 3 seconds, so she'll have to enter there in 3 seconds only. Sera says it's not an issue. Blake is packing separately as the groups are going to divide in 2. Arlo asks Remy about group split. She says that half of the students want to see the city but half want to go hiking. John tries to call Sera to inform her about this but she doesn't pick. Blake asks those who want to go hiking to accompany him. Others will go with Remy. John decides to go with Blake. Blake seems happy having him. As Dr. Kelly enters the lab, Sera runs to enter after him. She gets inside and makes Kelly unconscious. She plugs in the USB and waits for data to transfer. Arlo is with Remy and her group having a tour inside the city. He is worried as something doesn't seem right to him. Remy tells his team to have fun downtown and meet her here at noon. Arlo asks her what's her plan to do. She says she's going shopping with other girls. Arlo says he'll go with her too. At the lab, Sera has tied up Dr. Kelly. The file is still in the extraction process. She decides to find out about this conversation technology by herself, so she opens the file and reads the data. She sees a file about Jane and wonders who she is. She is shocked to see that Jane's ability level is 9.1. She cannot open the file as it is restricted. As the extraction process completes, she pulls out the flash drive and leaves. Dr. Stacy appreciates Sera for her good work. Team Blake is pretty excited during their hike. John is keeping a strict eye on Terrence as he is definitely not a joke. Sera gets ready to retrieve the sample. Sera enters the lab and searches for the sample. She is just about to pick the sample when her vision blurs and her head starts aching. She stays there then recommended time and the security alarm beeps. Sera grabs the sample and tries to open the door but it's locked. She breaks the door and runs towards the emergency exit. Agent Rowden is waiting for her there and they run away. Sera tells them her ability started messing with her head but she retrieved the sample. Sera asks them if they can drop her downtown. Rowden says they have to deliver the package first. After having a little break during their hike, Evie takes a selfie to send to others but finds there's no signals on the mountains. John is shocked to hear this because he won't be able to contact anyone. At a boutique shop, Elaine notices that Arlo has been using his phone since he came with them. Arlo is calling John but his number is out of reach. He asks Remy if she contacted Blake or Ison. She says she couldn't as there's no signal on the mountains. Arlo grabs Remy and takes her outside. Before going, he asks Elaine to supervise the club. Agent Rowden delivers the package. Sera asks if she can go back now but she is asked to relax as she just finished her first assignment. Sera switches on her phone and gets shocked seeing text from Arlo that they have been split on purpose and Blake is their target. Sera gets angry. John grabs Terrence and asks him what's his plan. He soon realizes that the others present here don't have any idea about it and he is creating a scene. John asks Ison to keep an eye on Terrence so he doesn't run away. He asks Blake to come with him as he wants to talk to him in private. Remy asks Arlo to explain what's going on first. Arlo tells her the whole story and says she and Blake are possible targets of Spectre right now. He says he'll explain everything on the way but they have to reach Blake first. Sera throw everyone at the van out. She warns Agent Rowden if anything bad happened at the mountains, they all will have a lot to pay. She talks to Arlo and tells him that she was detoured on purpose. Arlo says he and Remy are going to the mountains. Sera also leaves for the mountains. John explains everything to Blake. He doesn't believe John. John says he is doing this just because of Sera as she doesn't want anyone to get hurt. John says it's okay if he doesn't believe him but at least take everyone where they can contact others. They come back and Blake asks everyone to pack their stuff as they are going back. Meanwhile they are taken on radar. They get attacked by ability dampener. Everyone present there feel a sensation. John is shocked. He notices that Terrence has run away. Everyone is panicking. John yells at Ison as he has only one job to keep an eye on Ison. Blake asks John to calm down. He asks Ison to scan the area, but Ison can't scan a good range as his ability is not working properly. He asks John is this because of that dampening effect. John says yes and now their abilities are reduced by half. Blake asks everyone to stay close. They all head downward. Ison is keep scanning so he could catch if someone attacks. A whole apper's in the ground and two abductors catch Evie and Dylan. They all are surprised. John asks Ison why didn't he sense them. Ison yells back at John that his ability is barely working so he couldn't sense them. Blake asks them to shut up and think what to do. Those abductors asks them to turn off their abilities and kneel. John focuses and makes a plan. He tells Blake to rush them and he'll cover him. They all kneel. Some more abductors appear from behind. John shoots laser beam on them and Blake rushes to release Evie and Dylan. Ison kicks one of them from behind. The technician from Team Rowden sits and calls the Spectre. She tells them they have lost the track of Asset 47 and she is moving towards Rowden Hill. Sera is driving hysterically but she still needs around 30 minutes to reach there. Arlo and Remy are also stuck in the bad traffic. She asks Arlo to get out of the car. She picks up Arlo and says she'll take them there as they can't just sit there and waste time. At Rowden Hill, Blake and team are still surrounded by the attackers. Suddenly, they are attacked by the snipers. Blake gets hurt. Those attackers start attacking at the same time. They are fast so they manage to injure Ison. John asks Ison to take everyone inside the trees. Ison does so but snipers attack them again. Evie gets shot and can't walk. Roland carries her on his back. Terrence drinks a potion to neglect the effect of the dampener. He is ready to inject one of them. Blake and team are taking cover in the trees. John notices that they are not being attacked now. They are just trying to hold them here for a while. Those snipers keep attacking them. Ison traces their location. John says he'll shoot them down if Ison aims at them. Blake covers them and John attacks the snipers. But those snipers attack back and John is injured now. Remy brings Arlo to the Rowden Hill but she's exhausted now. Arlo asks her to take some rest but she keeps going as she wants to help Blake. They see a blast up there and move in that direction. But they get shot by an ability dampener. Arlo warns her that their abilities are just cut by half. They also get surrounded by the attackers. Ison asks John if he is okay. John says he's sure we've hit one sniper as only one person shot this time. Those attackers are regrouping now. John says he can still beat them and take others to a safe place. Meanwhile, they are attacked from behind and Ison gets shot. Arlo is defending him and Remy from attackers, but he is getting weaker with every hit he gets. He tells Remy that he is taking his barrier down. At the same time, two of them attack Remy and give a cut on her arm as she is slow. She still gives them an electric shock but it doesn't affect them much. Arlo is trying to defend himself as well, but due to the last attack, his vision gets blurred and he falls on his knees. Remy asks him to get up as she can't take all of them alone. With everything happening around, John loses his temper and attacks them straight. Blake asks Ison to stand and defend the club while he'll take care of those attackers. He keeps shooting laser beams at them, but they are not powerful enough to create any damage. The sniper shoots at Blake, but Ison defends him and they fall on the ground. An attacker attacks Ison from behind, but Blake shoots at him and Ison punches him away. John kicks one of them. He shoots beams at them, but they protect themselves with a shield. One of them shoots back at John, which he dodges, but another one attacks him with a knife. He tries to flee, but John catches him and knocks him out. Terrence and his team are watching all this standing near and are ready to attack. Arlo has fallen down on the ground due to that sleeping effect. Remy gives him an electric shock to wake him up. A guy tries to attack her, but she dodges it and Arlo punches in his face. He traps them inside the barrier and Remy gives them a high voltage shock, but that girl tries to break the barrier and Arlo gets hurt. The other two attack Arlo and Remy from behind, but Sera arrives and takes every one of them down. She asks about others. Remy says they are further up. Sera stumbles. Arlo asks her to take some rest, but she keeps going upwards. John knows that this shield is too strong to break for him right now, so he decides to go from behind and take them down. He creates a distraction and attacks them from behind. Meanwhile, the sniper shoots his leg and he falls on the ground. Blake sees it and rushes to help him. He helps him stand and takes him back to the group. Ison, Blake and John are still fighting them. John notices that these attackers are tired. He tells Blake that he can't move, but he'll help from a distance. They need to take out that sniper first, and then they'll take care of these attackers. Blake says he'll bait himself while John and Ison will aim for the sniper. He goes and attacks them and presents himself as bait. John and Ison are aiming for the sniper. Once his location is confirmed, they shoot at him. Ison rushes to help Blake. John is also helping them from a distance. John asks others to go down the hill and keep themselves away from the fighting region. Blake realizes that he's not the only target and Spectre is targeting all the high tires as they are all away from school's protection. He warns John to move from there, but someone attacks him and throws him on the ground. John feels an invisible aura near them. Ison catches him, but it's not Terrence. Another invisible man attacks him from behind. One of those is sitting on Blake so he cannot stand up. John shoots at him and helps Blake. Ison is also in trouble and Blake rushes to help him. John is being attacked from behind. He catches him and beats him, thinking of Terrence, but it's not him as well. At the same time, Terrence grabs John from behind and injects him. John grabs him and slams him on the ground. He shoots Terrence, but he manages to escape. Ison feels his ability is recovering. Those attackers try to run away, but Blake and Ison knock them down at once. Sera, Remy and Arlo reach there and see that Blake and Ison have beaten them all. Sera notices 2 syringes there. She picks one of those. She asks where's John. Terrence is hiding behind a tree as he is worn out after sharing his ability. But John aims at him and takes him. He grabs him and punches him, but he faints. Sera comes there and catches him from falling. Sera puts him down. She grabs Terrence and asks him to explain. He smirks and says he disabled John for good. He says that Spectre was noticing Sera's every activity of changing plans and going against Spectre. Sera injects him with that disabler and says she'll burn Spectre to the ground. John opens his eyes at Wellston Hospital and sees Sera sitting behind him. Arlo and Remy are visiting Ison and Blake at the hospital. Ison says the tonics they give work really slow, and he misses Darren's potions. Arlo says he was talented and got a better gig where he doesn't have to babysit children all the time. Blake says if they checked on John. Remy says they're going to see him after this. Sera wakes up. John feels like vomiting, so uses the side bucket. He lays down again and asks Sera how long he had been out. She says for almost a day now. Sera asks him to try to activate his power. John tries, but there's nothing. He says he's fine like this as he won't lose control anymore. Sera tells him that he was doing best when helping Blake and Ison there. John agrees, but it doesn't matter anymore. Arlo and Remy come there and greet John. He asks what happened after he knocked out Terrence. Arlo says we got help from authorities and Terrence is in their possession. Remy says John doesn't need to worry as they have got his back in case he needs them. The next day at school, Arlo is reading a text from her aunt. Professor Keene introduces him to Cassandra. They shake hands and then she moves towards the principal office. Cassandra meets Vaughn at his office. She says that the school's performance is at its worst in history. She asks why Vaughn is instructing his staff to not interfere with student politics. Vaughn says he wants students to learn on their own and they are doing best at this. Cassandra says it's causing a lot of damage, and an ex-student of his was involved in vigilantism and got killed. Vaughn says it's an isolated incident. She asks if he is aware of Remy's, Blake's and Ison's vigilantism recently. Vaughn says these pictures are not clear so they can be anybody. She says once she's finished with this investigation, she'll come again. Then she leaves. John tells Sera that he's feeling weird after coming back to school. Sera grabs him and takes him to the Safe House Club. Everyone there greets them both. Ison, Evie and Dylan ask them to join them to play Monopoly. They both join them. Sera goes outside to make a call, but no one responds on the other side. At Wellston University, Kuyo and Kaden are discussing their exams when Sera comes there. Kaden tells her that she shouldn't be here. Sera asks him to take her to Layla right now. He imports her to the lab and she sees Darren there with Layla. He is also shocked and asks Sera what she is doing here. Darren yells at Sera and asks what she's been doing here. Sera asks the same question to him. Layla tells him that Sera is her sister. He asks why she didn't tell him on their dates. Layla says she didn't think it necessary. Layla asks Darren and Kaden to leave them for a moment. She tells Sera that it's dangerous for her to come here. Sera says that they made a deal. If she works for them, they wouldn't come for her friends, so why did they inject John? Layla says it was kept hidden from her as well and she is furious too. Sera says her words don't match her situation. She asks her if she would work against Spectre as she doesn't have any power no matter what she says. She adds that Layla brought her on board to work with her. Now Sera wants her to work with her. Layla asks her what her plan is. She replies she wants an audience with the execs and wants access to the ability recovery device one last time. Layla agrees. She asks Kaden to take Sera home. She tells Darren about the Spectre which was kept hidden from him. Darren is shocked. She apologizes to him. Darren says how's he supposed to believe her after all this? At Love Prison, Terrence is presented to Keon for investigation. Keon gets inside their brain of Terrence and sees his mother always ignored him as he was a low tier. His classmates used to beat him, and his mother got into hospital due to overwork and died one day. Then Oren took him and trained him to take the ability of high tiers. Terrence is sent to his cell. Keon calls the authorities and tells them about Spectre and what he has got yet. At school, John is just about to leave for class from the club. Dylan asks him if he can join. On their way to class, Dylan suggests why John doesn't give classes on hand-to-hand combat to other members of the club. John says he'll think about it. Zeke sees John and greets him. He grabs Dylan and bullies him. John grabs his hand and asks him to let Dylan go. Zeke runs away. John goes upstairs to see Sera. She asks what's wrong with him. He says he's feeling helpless and strange without his ability. Sera says she has felt the same. He asks if she could manage to get in contact with the Spectre. She says she was able to convince Layla to grant her access to the recovery device for the last time and she's planning to steal the device. Blake, Ison and Remy are going to grab food. Blake also invites John to join them. John accepts the invitation and they all four go outside. Blake asks him how's he doing now. He says he's doing fine now. John wonders why they haven't tell authorities about it yet. Remy says authorities are not reliable. John asks Spectre is targeting them and they are yet so calm. Blake says Spectre is not the only one targeting them. Remy changes the topic and asks where they are going to have food. Suddenly, John sees William and gets shocked. He asks what he is doing here. William says he got a call from the hospital so he came to check on him. Remy asks William if he wants to join them for lunch. He agrees. They all sit in a restaurant. William is shocked to hear about the ambush on the trip. Remy says they all worked together and protected the entire club. William is happy that John is getting control of his ability. William asks where the idea of a safe house came from. Remy says it was a joint effort. John shed light on the issues and we thought it necessary to create this club. William wishes he could have a club like that at his school. They say goodbye to William after eating lunch. William tells John that he's happy to see John using his ability again. Layla calls a meeting with the execs and says it's about Asset 47. Oren says she is a traitor as she ruined the plan. Layla replies it was his personal plan without having other members on board, and it has cost to Spectre. She adds that Sera agreed to work on the terms that Spectre won't hurt her friends, but Oren betrayed her and she's furious now. She adds she will convince her to work for Spectre, but she wants an audience with you all first. While sitting in his room, William gives him a newly written copy of Unordinary as John asked for it a while ago. Sera knocks on the door. William greets her as she enters the room. They both are happy to see each other again. William says he wants to see the Safe House Club. William is impressed to see the club. He says that you kids should be proud of themselves for doing such amazing work. Sera asks William if he could give her some pointers on how to fight. William agrees. At the gym, William throws gloves to John and asks Sera to see a quick demonstration match first. John is also excited to have a match with William. John and William get inside the ring to have a friendly match. Sera is excited to see the match between them. William starts the match by throwing a punch, but John blocks it. He throws a counter punch at William, but he dodges it and again hit the John. He gets hurt. He manages to hit William's face, but William sweeps his leg and makes him fall. He ends the match and says John showed a great performance. Sera also practices with Williams and he gives her some pointers. John is again practicing hard. William and Sera are happy to see him focused again. William is ready to get going. Sera says William always comes in a rush and they don't get much time to spend together. He replies that his schedule is a bit tight, but he will make it up to them next time. He takes John aside and tells him that he should treasure his ability as it is from his mother. John wonders and says William never talks about her, so why is he mentioning her all of the sudden? William says he is thinking about her these days. William gives them a group hug and leaves. At Love Prison, two invaders are trying to get inside to free Terrence. Terrence is stuck with those memories in his head. Suddenly, some water drops from the pipe and converts into a man. He asks Terrence how much information he has provided to the authorities. Terrence replies that they got inside his head and know all the basic information about the Spectre. He tells him they do not have enough resources to free him. He stops his breathing with a water wave around his face and kills him. The Waterman reports to Oren that the target is silenced. Oren gives him another target to kill Seraphina. John sees Blake getting ready early in the morning. He asks him where he is going. He tells him that they have a meeting of the Saf House Club. John says he can teach hand-to-hand combat to the members if they want. Blake is surprised to hear this and says he'll propose this idea to the other members. At the end of the school, John tells Sera that his idea has been accepted. She asks when he is going to start teaching. John is not sure as they have to make some arrangements first. He asks her if she would like to co-teach with him. She agrees. Sera and John try a new cafe. Caden is already present there with his fellow. He wonders why Sera is roaming freely without having her ability. Then he notices a guy chasing them and wonders who he is. John and Sera are walking in a street talking about the new cafe. Suddenly some water starts gathering around them. John is injured and opens his eyes while his hands are trapped in ice. He sees that Waterman trying to kill Sera. He tries to get out of there but he needs strength. Suddenly, a spark runs through his nerves and his eyes glint. He frees himself and rushes towards the waterman to hit him, but he converts himself into water. Sera also gets free. That guy again appears in human form. He traps John in the ice and stops his breathing. Sera kicks him but he doesn't get a hit. Now Sera is also trapped in ice. He stabs them both and they fall on the ground covered in blood. He is ready to do his final attack but some knives break his iced arm. Caden and his friends are here to help Sera and John. Caden wonders who this waterman is. Kuyo says he will keep him busy while Caden should take Sera and John away from here. Kuyo attacks the waterman but he blocks his attack with ice arms. Caden runs towards those two and teleports them from there. That waterman watches them go and pushes Kuyo away. He attacks with ice arrows but Kuyo defends himself. He attacks him with his blade but the waterman converts into water and appears from behind. He traps Kuyo in ice but he breaks the ice with blades. The waterman thinks it difficult to kill Kuyo so he runs from there. Layla is working in her office when Caden appears there with Sera and John covered in blood. Layla is shocked and asks what happened. Caden also falls on the ground as he has used all his energy. She calls Darren and asks him to come to her office as Sera and her friend are dying. Darren comes to her office and sees her reversing their wounds. He gives them some treatment and says they will recover soon. Layla thanks him for saving their lives. He asks what's wrong with Caden. She tells him that he has consumed all his energy and he will be awake soon. After Caden opens his eyes, she asks what happened to them. Caden tells her he saw Sera at a cafe and an ice assassin was following them and tried to kill them when they were alone. But he and his friend saved them and brought them here. John opens his eyes yelling Sera's name. He runs towards her. Darren comes near him and says she will be fine. John asks where he is and who they are. Layla asks him to sit down and explains everything to him. John grabs his hands and thinks where he has stuck himself. Layla tells him he can hide here for now until she manages something to shield him. John says he will not hide and not going to back down that easily. He asks her how he can get access to the ability recovery machine. He wants his ability back. Layla is sitting in the lounge thinking that Orange should be behind the attack. She thinks he has crossed his limits now and she will make him pay. She brings food for them. Darren and Caden were starving. Sera opens her eyes and tries to sit. John hugs her and thanks God as she is okay. Layla tells them Oren won't stop until he kills them, so she will keep them here to assure safety. At the Bureau of Authority 11, Kion comes to report to a high official. He says that Terrence was silenced by Spectre before he could leak any information. But Kion has got some information about the Spectre. He says that Spectre is led by 3 executives: Neil, Miranda and Oren. Each holds a big region of the country. They are attacking high tires and making them cripples. Layla tells them that she works under Neil in the north and was sent here to check imbalance happening here. But Oren has already gathered a lot of high tires and changed the organization's trajectory. She says they will be sent back to school for now, but they will not step off until she or Caden contact them. Kion tells the high official that he was able to recognize one asset of Spectre and it's Seraphina. The high official says he will ask the bureau at Wellston to look into it. He declares the Spectre a terrorist organization from now. Sera and John are sleeping after having a bad day. Darren asks Layla to come out as he wants to talk to her. He asks how she could allow them to put themselves in danger. She says what he wants them to do: wait to get killed or fight back. He asks if they are going to depend on an ability recovery machine forever. She says they have no choice until they get a permanent solution. 3 high tires, which were disabled last week, are presented in front of Oren. He unties them and presents them a deal to get their powers back. One of them attacks Oren. Oren compels him to kneel and compels the other 2 to kill him. Then he asks them to listen to him. Arlo is going to the Bureau of Authorities to interview for an internship. Cassandra sees him and wishes him good luck. After a while, he is called in for an interview. Dimitri conducts the interview of Arlo. He goes through his resume and is impressed by it. Arlo says it was his goal to work for authorities. Dimitri says the authorities have already gone through his profile, and they are happy to have him here. Arlo thanks him for this opportunity and leaves. He gets a call from her aunt and he tells her that he will be starting from next week. Outside the building, he sees Zeke coming for the interview as well. Kuyo is searching about Sera and John. He wonders how two top students of Wellston got beaten that bad. He scrolls down and finds Blake's profile there. He gets shocked as he knows him as nobody. At the Safe House Club, everyone is busy with their activities. Evie asks Dylan about Sera and John as they have not been seen since morning. Remy tells them that they have some stuff to take care of and they will be back soon. Kuyo is visiting Wellston School. Remy wonders who he is. He calls her Pinky. Blake tries to remember where he has seen this guy and recalls he is the superhero who saved his life. He gets shocked. Remy runs to Kuyo and meets him. Blake wonders how they know each other. Remy introduces him to them as he was Ray's best friend. Ison introduces himself. Kuyo goes to Blake and says it's good to see him again. Remy asks how they both know each other. Kuyo tells them they met by chance and he is here to have a chat with Blake. Remy and Ison follow them to hear what they are talking about. They hide behind a tree. Blake asks why he is here. Kuyo asks him if he is friends with Sera and John. Blake says he is good friends with Sera while John is his roommate. Kuyo says someone tried to murder them. They all are shocked to hear this. Blake asks him how he knows about it. Kuyo tells him he is the one who saved them. He asks Blake if he knows about people missing from the town. He says he wants to get the bottom of it and he wants his help. Blake says he does not want to do this vigilante thing again. Kuyo says it is dangerous to work alone and he wants someone to help him from behind the scene. Ison thinks if Kuyo is a vigilante and he knew Ray, then they might have worked together in the past. Remy comes out and asks Kuyo if he was there when Vulcan killed Ray. Kuyo asks how she knows about her. Kuyo asks if they all are involved in this vigilante thing. Remy asks him ought to change the subject and answer her. He says he was there when Ray died. She asks if he was there then how he could have left his corpse there. Kuyo grabs her shoulders and says he had no options. They were camping his body. Ison asks who they are. Kuyo tells him they are Ember operatives. Rem asks him to explain exactly what happened there. Kuyo says they both were partners and were investigating amplifiers. That was the first day we came across an official of Ember. He attacked us. We managed to hold him but it was a trap. Another one of them attacked Ray and badly injured him. Ray was not able to move, but they kept stabbing him. Kuyo attacked them but they were so fast that Kuyo got hurt badly. Ray asked him to go but he refused to leave. But Ray grabbed them and showered an electric current on them so he could run and save himself. He came back to check but they both were still there. Ray's electric shock hardly gave them any damage. He had too many injuries and couldn't risk getting caught by themselves. He apologizes to her that he couldn't save Ray. Remy thanks him for sharing this. She proposes that she will help her with his cases if he will help her in taking revenge for Ray's death. Blake and Ison are playing while Remy and Kuyo are sitting aside having a conversation. Kuyo asks her how she got into all this. She says when authorities did not investigate, she took matter in her hands and later came to know that authorities are related to Ember. She says she always had a doubt that Vulcan had something to do with Ray's death. Then she met Arlo's Aunt Val and came to know she is Vulcan. Kuyo is shocked hearing this, and she knows about her as well as she had seen her without a mask. Kuyo says if all of this is true, then they have a lot of work to do. Arlo is doing his shift at the Safe House Club when Remy arrives. He takes her outside the room and tells her that he is going to start working for authorities. Remy asks how he can do this even after what authorities have done. He says he has been working for this his whole life and moves. Remy tells him that his Aunt Val killed Ray. Arlo says it's enough and she should not drag her aunt into this. Arlo is sitting at his job place when Cassandra comes there and tells him that she is his new mentor here. Cassandra introduces him to other members of the department. She shows him the break room and makes him a coffee. She asks why he chose this department among others. He replies it matches his personal interests. Cassandra brings a pile of files to Arlo's table and tells him to scan them and sort them digitally. Arlo says he was hoping to be a part of an investigation. She tells him that everyone starts from here. Arlo is scanning the files when he gets his eyes on Vaughn's file. He sees he is charged for intentional misguidance. He also sees Sera's and John's file too, but he gets shocked seeing Remy's file there and that authorities know about her already. Cassandra comes there and tells him that this work was for several days. She also tells him to keep information of Bureau within Bureau. Blake comes back to his forms and sees language there. He asks John and Sera about it. Sera says she is moving in here. He says he needs an explanation. Sera tells him that they were advised to stay close to each other after being assassinated. Blake says it's sad and he is here to help if they need it. Oren has called his top 2 candidates to show them the first batch of ability converters. With this development, they do not have to fear authorities anymore. He tells them that the desired aura is mixed with the converter and you get that ability. He says only high tires are able to support the converter's capabilities, therefore these 2 were called here to test it on them. In John's room, Sera and John are having a conversation about their plan. John says she isn't worried if their plan fails. Sera says she is worried but there's no point in getting stuck somewhere for what has not happened yet. The next morning, Blake opens the washroom door and gets shocked by seeing Sera there. He slams the door and asks her to lock the door. At school, John takes Sera to show the room he got to teach self-defense. Sera says it's a storage room. He replies it is, but not for so long, and starts preparing it for classes. While going to the safe house club, Rumi is thinking about Arlo's response. She never knew that authorities mean more to him than Ray. Suddenly, she bumps into Arlo. She apologizes to him for what she said earlier and moves forward. Arlo calls her and says that vigilante stuff is not safe for her. She says he should care about his life and she should care about hers. At the safe house club, she hears Evie, Roland and Dylan talking about not seeing Sera and John today. He tells them that they might be busy preparing the room for self-defense classes. They leave to check on them. They see them exhausted when they reach there, so they offer help. Together they set the room. Dylan asks John if he can get a quick sneak peek of his lessons. John teaches him how to make a fist. He tells him to think about someone who pisses him off when hitting the bag. John thinks about that iced assassin and hits the punching bag. Then he asks Dylan to try. He gives a nice start. John thinks he is going to take down that assassin in their next encounter. At night, sitting in his apartment, Darren thinks about his last conversion with Lalia. The next morning, he visits her in her lab and tells her he will help her in her plan. He says that it is easy to abuse anyone with that disabler, so he wants to find its permanent cure. At school, John sees Zeke beating a kid. He also brags that he works for authorities now and is better than anyone else here at school. John asks him to let the kid go. Zeke says why John is helping the safe house, especially when it was created to take him down. John replies that such logic will not work on him, so he better leave. Zeke in arrogance hits John. John falls away. Zeke keeps hitting him. John gets angry and somehow his ability activates and he hits Zeke back. He says he was giving him a chance, but Zeke never learns. Seeing John in anger, Zeke runs from there. John tells Sera about her ability activation, but it was uncontrolled and faint. Sera says it's good news. Maybe John has not lost his ability completely. She asks him if he is well enough to attend the meeting today. She gets a call from a private number. She tells John that Darren has agreed to help them. Outside their room, Ison is spying on them. Sera is explaining her plan to everyone at Layla's lab. John asks Darren to talk to him for a second. He tells him that he managed to activate his ability somehow yesterday, but it never happened to Sera. Darren thinks and asks for his blood sample so he can run a test. John gets ready for the meeting with Spectre officials. Sera says she can't let him wear a uniform. John says he has nothing else to wear. Sera moves towards the door. Ison, who is listening to them secretly, jumps over the bed. Sera opens the door and asks Blake if he can lend his suit to John. She notices Ison holding the book upside down. John tries the suit. They both get ready and leave. Ison and Blake follow them and catch them meeting with Caden. He teleports them from there. Blake thinks that they should tell Kuyo about Kaiden. They are in the meeting room. Meeting starts and the officials ask Sera why she has brought her friend unannounced. Layla is in a meeting with Neil. He asks her how her plan to weaken Orin is working. She says the plan is ready, but it will be hard as they will be stealing some equipment. She asks him to support Sera and John in the meeting. He says it's not his domain, so he cannot guarantee anything, but he will try his best. Sera introduces John to the members and says he would be a perfect candidate. Orin asks how they can believe him. Miranda asks John to plead his case by himself. John says he hates Spectre for what he did to Sera and John, but he believes in its overall vision. He was a late bloomer. He was a target of others when he was a cripple. After he discovered his ability, he became destructive and authorities mistreated him. Miranda says he needs time to make a final decision about recruitment. She asks Orin to return their abilities for now. Orin orders them to take them to the recovery room. He asks his two candidates to keep an eye on Sera and John. Caden is also keeping an eye on them. John and Sera are on the beds and treatment has been started. Caden opens the lift's door a little bit to have a view and teleports him there. He knocks at the recovery room door. The attendant asks for his ID card. Caden says he forgot it on his desk. The attendant doesn't let him in and shuts the door. Caden teleports him inside and makes him unconscious and drags him to the bathroom to hide him. The ice guy gets a notification of a breach on the main floor. He runs to check it. Kaiden is waiting for the recovery process to get completed. That girl of Orin's enters the room and asks if he had observed any suspicious activity. He says no. She tells him she has been sent here to protect him. She asks him to show his ID card. He says he forgot it. She grabs his head using the conversion ability. Sera kicks her and throws her away. John holds Caden. Sera realizes that they have not been given the full strength. She warns Caden and John at the same time. The ice guy attacks them, but John blocks it. John remembers that guy as he is the one who tried to kill Sera and him. He wants revenge, but then remembers the plan to teleport the machine with Caden. In addition, his ability is not fully recovered. He tells Caden that he is ready to teleport. The ice guy says John is not going anywhere. He attacks John and gives him a cut. John manages to teleport and attacks from behind, but the ice guy converts into water and saves himself. Sera stops the girl from standing, but she clones herself and attacks Sera from behind. John attacks the ice guy, but he converts into water, so John traps him into ice. He cracks the ice and says John cannot use his element against him. Sera is grabbed by the clone girl and she is squeezing her. John is trapped in ice and his head is being crushed. Caden drops electric wires to give the ice guy an electric shock. John attacks the clone girl to help Sera. Caden asks John to forget the plan and leave. He takes Sera and teleports. John says he is not leaving empty-handed. John is barely escaping their attacks. He decides if he cannot get his ability back, he will not let them as well, so he destroys the recovery machine. Caden teleports them to Darren's apartment. They both look pretty injured. Sera asks where John is. She grabs Caden and asks how he can leave him there all by himself. He says he was supposed to follow us as he only could bring one person. She asks him to take her back there. Suddenly, John appears. He is about to fall, but Sera catches him. After a while, Layla asks Darren why he is so quiet since they came back. He says he has not seen them so broken before and it's really painful. He tells Layla that he will fix them no matter what. Sera leans on John and says she is happy that they are safe for now as Oren's high tier won't come behind them for a while. John tells her their claws were weird as they were artificially installed in 10. Sera says it may be due to the conversion technology they made her steal from XN Gen. They were extracting it from a patient named Jane. John is shocked hearing that name. John asks if Sera saw any pictures of her. She says she had long white hair and brown eyes. John says his mother's name is Jane. She left them when he was so young, but he has seen her in pictures and she had long white hair and brown eyes. His dad hardly mentions her as it hurts him. If Sera really saw her in the lab, then something is definitely wrong. William visits Cameron. He asks what he is doing here. William says he needs his help as he has found Jane. Cameron says he has nothing to do with her as she left him decades ago. William says she was found in a heavy guarded lab and she was not looking well. Cameron takes it as a joke. William tries to show him pictures, but the maid pushes him out and asks him to leave. He leaves pictures on the table. William sits outside on the pavement and recalls the time when they were a family back then. Jane asked him if he noticed any suspicious people following him around in the past week, but he did not pay attention. Someone might have been threatening her then. William calls Simon, but he does not respond as he has been killed and dumped into a dustbin. Kuyo shows Caden's picture to Ison and Blake and asks if this is the guy they are talking about. They ask him how he knows him. Kuyo tells them they share a couple classes. He adds that Kaiden is not a bad guy at all, but his association with Spectre is concerning. He says he will ask him directly about it. Kuyo takes out the book Unordinary and gives it to Remy. He says it was Ray's, so Remy should keep it. Remy takes it from him. At night, she starts reading it and keeps reading it till morning. The next day, everyone leaves the club in the evening. Blake looks at Remy, who is taking a nap at the desk. When she wakes up, Blake asks her if she had been reading the book the whole night as she had been dozing the whole day. John comes back to his dorm. He thinks about how he is going to explain everything to them. In Blake's room, Remy shoves the book to Blake and says she just wanted to read one chapter, but the sun came up early. John knocks on the door. Blake opened it. John returns the suit and says it got damaged by him, but his eyes catch the glimpse of the book and he asks him where did he get it from. Blake just shuts the door. While sitting on his bed and holding his copy of Unordinary, John thinks how did they manage to have that book. He wonders if they are all vigilantes too. The next morning before going to school, John asks Blake if they are vigilantes. He turns and asks John to make a deal. John will tell them about their business with Spectre and they will tell them what they are up to. They all gather in a room at school and Sera tells them they were trying to steal the recovery machine from Spectre, but they had only half abilities and got attacked, so they destroyed the machine and escaped from there. John says they would have done better, but their opponents were using an ability converter from XN Gen Lab that gave them an extra ability. Remy is shocked to hear this. She finally understands how Ember agents disguise their abilities using that converter. John asks how she knows about Ember, especially when authorities don't know anything about them. Blake says authorities and Ember are working together to end superheroes as they are afraid of superheroes' increasing influence on people. Remy says her brother Ecstatic was murdered by Ember, so she started a search for it. That book was his. Sera says she and John had also read that book, therefore she was suspended for a month. At university, Caden and Kuyo are happy as they got good grades in exams, so they plan to celebrate after classes. Caden and Kuyo are celebrating their success while having drinks at a bar. Kuyo asks him why he is becoming a healer. Caden says his abilities are not combative, but his guardian gave him confidence in his intellect, so he is using his smartness to help others. Caden asks him why he is studying hard even when he is a high tier. Kuyo says he wants to prove that high tiers with physical advantages can be healers too. While walking back to their dorms, Sera asks John why he has been so quiet since yesterday. He says he is embarrassed due to what he did to others when they were doing a lot for society. Sera cheers him up, saying it was a past thing. John says he doesn't want to feel ashamed anymore and one day he will do something he can be proud of. While passing through the corridor, Arlo thinks about what to do about Remy. Blake and Ison, as authorities already know about them and they will come after them eventually. But the most troublesome thing is those readjustment classes, as he does not know what those are about. He enters the Safe House Club and goes to John. He asks him if they can talk for a minute. They go to the roof and Arlo asks him what the readjustment classes are. John is shocked, thinking how Arlo knows about it. John starts shaking. Arlo asks him if he is okay. John yells how he knew about this. Arlo says he works for authorities and he looked into his files. John sits on the floor. John says why should he tell him? Arlo says he wants to help Remy, Blake and Ison as they will be sent to take those classes soon because of doing some shady things. John says they make you relive the most painful experiences of your life over and over until you never want to look at yourself again and just want to disappear. Arlo says it's torture. John says those three don't deserve those classes. While sitting at his workplace, Arlo is looking at the list of students who are assigned readjustment classes. He is shocked to see that Sera has been declared as a terrorist for working for Spectre. They have decided to send her to prison as well. Arlo thinks about what he should do now. Suddenly, Cassandra appears from behind and sees Sera's file opened on Arlo's computer. She ignores it and asks him to come with her. She takes him to a training room. She says if he passes this test, he will be qualified to work in the field. Cassandra tells him that he has to pass 3 tests. His first test is durability. She attacks him but Arlo defends himself very well. He also passes his next test of taking a dummy to a safe place. The third test is to hold his enemies and not let them move away. He clears this one easily. She says Arlo passed all the tests very easily. She congratulates him and invites him for dinner. She takes him to a truck shop for burritos. Arlo likes the taste. She says it must be hard for Arlo to create a balance between work and school. Arlo says he is managing. She asks why Arlo was looking for his friends in their database. Arlo gets shocked for a while. She says it must be fun looking for what they have been doing. But she warns him not to share any information outside as it may be problematic for him. Arlo asks her why the authorities after Headmaster Vaughn. She says he is an imposter, as he is not focusing on education and students' growth. Instead, he is letting students run the school. The most horrific thing is, students are becoming vigilantes. At his apartment, Arlo sits after taking a shower. His Aunt Val calls him and he wonders why she is calling so late. Arlo takes the call and, after greeting his Aunt Val, asks if she needs something as it is too late to call. Her hands and body have blood stains over them as she has just murdered someone. She replies she wanted to check up on him earlier, but work kept her late. She asks how his first week at the bureau has been. He answered it was fine. She says she has heard he is working with Cassandra. She adds that he is in great hands as Cassandra is excellent. Then she asks what he has done for her so far. He says she's mostly had him sort out documents, and he has learned much about the bureau. Val washes her hands at the sink and tells him he is doing a fantastic job. He has always been so quick to pick things up. She advises him to keep at it, and he will solidify his position quickly. Arlo just becomes silent suddenly. He is thinking about what he saw about his friends in the record of the bureau. His aunt asks if something is bothering him because he suddenly gets quiet. He says it is just a lot to take at the start. She says she can understand. Working for the bureau can be stressful at the start. She says if something is on his mind, he can talk to her about it. They are family, after all. He asks her if she thinks some punishments are too harsh. She gets suspicious and says it sounds like he has been buried in those files for too long. She tells him to listen carefully and that there would be no punishments in an ideal world. Unfortunately, not everyone wants to follow the rules. So if they, as authorities, do not take proper actions, even an incident could escalate into something catastrophic. The bureau only does what is necessary so that everyone can live peacefully. She asks him if he understands what she is telling him. He replies yes. She advises him not to overthink it. She knows he has been working hard, but he should get some rest now. She disconnects the call and starts thinking about what he shared. After talking to her, Arlo starts thinking about his friends' punishments. Remy, Blake, and Ison will be sent for readjustment classes, and Sera will be sent to prison. But he knows they were forced into those circumstances. They are not bad people. Cassandra comes out of the readjustment facility of the bureau. She thanks a gut for helping her with what she wanted. She sits in her car and looks at the documents she just got. She thinks she has spent too long building a case against this man. Now, finally, she has found the missing piece. She opens the file. It has the data of someone named Victor. She wonders if she should call him Victor or Headmaster Vaughn. This guy once was one of them, a great asset to the bureau. Specifically, he worked for the juvenile delinquent department. But then, he was terminated due to multiple instances of insubordination. After that, he disappeared, and there have been no records. A decade later, a man named Vaughn started to build a strong standing within the educational system. His colleagues were charmed by his charisma and power. Nobody thought to question his history. Soon after, he rose to become headmaster of one of the top schools in the nation. The authorities rely on the top schools to build the next generation. Surely, Vaughn knows this. She wonders if this could be part of his plan. After 12 years of service, the bureau burned him, so he weaponized the youth to exact revenge. At the Wellston Private School, Vaughn is taking tea in his office. He is profoundly thinking about something. His subordinate interrupts him and asks him about Officer Cassandra. Vaughn replies she surely has it out for him, though he has got to hand it to her. He thinks she has him figured out. The subordinate asks what he plans to do for it. Vaughn replies that Wellston has drawn too much attention from the bureau. All he can do now is stall. The guy asks if it would not be safer to resign. He replies, perhaps, but his safety is not a concern right now. He takes a sip and says he owes it to every future he has destroyed to break this cycle of control. John and Sera are instructing the students inside the combat classroom, which they recently organized. John tells them that he will repeat this one more time. For all the new people here, as long as they are in this class, it is fists only. No abilities are allowed in this class. They are excited and reply yes. John says that they learned how to parry yesterday. Today, he will teach them how to use it to take someone down. He says Sera will demonstrate. He tries to punch her, but she pushes his arm away. Then she grabs him by the shirt and slams him on the ground. He gets hurt and tells her that it is just a demonstration. She does not need to go that hard. She smiles and asks how else they would show its effectiveness. He smiles, too, and agrees with her. She pulls him up. The students are amazed by this cool demonstration. He cleans his shirt and tells everyone that it is their turn. He tells them to grab a partner, find an open space, and ensure they do not fall into each other. The students are nervous when they start. John and Sera are glad to see them trying. Suddenly, the door opens, and they see Arlo entering the room. John asks if this class is not a bit basic for him. Sera asks what he is doing here. He goes to her and asks if he can borrow her for a second. She asks if that thing can wait till later. She is in the middle of something. He replies it cannot. She agrees to go with him. She tells Jaehan that she will be right back. He takes her outside the school. She asks what is wrong with him. He hesitates in sharing and cannot find the words to tell her. She asks if it is a confession because he is behaving strangely. She says she does not have all day for that. He tells her that she needs to get out of there now. She is stunned but cannot understand what he is trying to say. He stressful tells her to leave the Wellston immediately and never come back. She asks him what has happened and why he is asking her to do that. He tells her that he works for the Bureau and they want her in prison. She stole highly classified research and handed it over to a terrorist group. He asks if she has any idea how profound that situation is. She suddenly remembers that during the NX Gen run, when she triggered the alarm, they must have identified her through the camera footage. He tells her that if authorities catch her, she is done for. She asks him why he is warning her. If they know he tipped her off, then his career is over. He replies he checked up on Terrence to see how his sentence was going, and it turns out that he is dead. She is shocked. He replies he does not know how it happened, but he does not want her to end up like him, so she needs to disappear. She asks how much time she has. He is unsure but expects they will be here no later than tomorrow. She should hurry up and leave. Then he turns back and tells her not to make him regret this. She calls him from behind and tells him to wait. She thanks him. He stops momentarily and then starts walking away without saying anything else. The class has ended. Yunmu is gathering the things. Some students call him and say today's lesson was great. He thanks them for liking it. They bid him goodbye. After they leave, he wonders why she has not come back yet. Suddenly, his phone rings. He checks and finds Sera's text that she is in her room. John goes to the Wellston girls' dormitories and knocks at her door. Elaine goes to open the door. He asks her if Sera is inside. She gets scared to see him. She replies Sera got back a while ago. He asks if he can come in. She says yes. Sera is packing her bags inside her room when he knocks at her door and says it is John. She tells him to come in. He opens the door and asks what has happened. She never came back to class. He was waiting for her, but she suddenly shut his mouth with her hand and told him to stay quiet. She whispers that Elaine does not know anything yet, so he should keep his voice down. Then she goes back to packing her things. He asks her what is happening here and what Arlo told her this time. While working, she tells him that it is the authorities. They know she is involved with Spectre and want to lock her up. He asks what she will do now. She replies she has to leave Wellston. She will probably crash with her sister until she finds a good hiding place. He asks what she means by leave. He gulps as this terrifying thought is hard to digest. He asks her if she knows when she will be back. She lowers her head and gloomily says she does not think she can ever come back. His body starts shaking. He clenches his fists and asks why it always happens when they finally get peace. She emotionally yells that she does not need to do this alone. He asks her to let him come with her. She stands up, holds him, and replies she cannot. He will only implicate himself. He replies he does not care about it. He does not want to leave her again. She grabs his hand and requests him to understand. With their abilities expiring soon, they will be twice as easy to catch. He must stay here. He becomes speechless here. She says they cannot get caught yet. They still have so much left to do. He does not need to worry about her as she will stay safe, and she promises to contact him. He grabs her arm, pulls her, and hugs her tightly. He says he does not want her to go. She hugs him, too, and apologizes to him. After a while, Elaine emerges from the kitchen holding a glass of juice when she sees Sera going somewhere while having her luggage and John helping her. She takes a sip and wonders what they are up to now, but her second thought tells her to stay out of it for her own best. William opens the door of his house and enters. He takes a sigh and thinks that things with Cameron did not go as he had planned. Suddenly, his foot kicks an envelope placed on the floor. He looks at it and wonders what it is. He opens the parcel and sees it is a parcel from Simon. He starts reading it. It says that Simon stopped by earlier, but William was not home. so he left this here because he does not know when he will be around again. He discovered an express entrance into Annex Jen's facility. There, he met Jane. Technically, she found him. When he mentioned William, it seemed like there was a lot she wanted to say, but she could hardly speak, so he had her give it in writing instead. She hopes this will clear up his misunderstandings over the years. William looks at the second letter placed on the table. He holds it and wonders if this is a message from Jane. William opens that second letter. He reads it and recalls that Jane left her whole family to stay with him. Authorities saw this as an opportunity to recruit her, and when she refused, they threatened her. For years, she held them off all on her own. He had no idea what she was going through. His hands are shaking while holding that letter. He never noticed how much of a liability he was all this time. Once John was born, authorities had even more leverage, and she couldn't protect them from all of them. So, she sacrificed her own freedom to give them immunity from the government. It all makes sense to William now. Growing up, why did John get away with so much, and why did they not punish him for writing unordinary? This thought makes him tremble that Jane was protecting them all this time. He is regretting now how he could possibly forget about her. She was the greatest thing that happened to him. He remembers the day he was at the Wayward's annual book fair. All the other authors were busy signing the books for their fans. Only he was sitting alone as no one was there to buy his books in his stall. He sighed and thought he should have stopped coming to these book fairs. It was just a waste of money at that point. Suddenly, someone called him. He opened his eyes and saw her. She was Jane, smiling and full of youth. She said she was a massive fan of his work and wanted his autograph. She said she was following his stuff for a while. She could not wait to meet him when she heard he was attending that event. She moved her hand forward to shake hands. He grabbed it and thanked her for her kind words. She looked around and said it was weird that no one was there. She expected a huge crowd to show up and asked where everyone was. He sadly said that, unfortunately, she did not think anyone else was coming. She strangely asked why. He smiled and said his lack of ability could be a huge letdown. People usually lost interest in his work once they found out. Then he said it would be understandable if she did not want his autograph anymore. She fiercely said that it was other people's loss. She came here for his autograph, and he better not make her ask again. He thought it strange but still took her book and signed it. She was a bit furious and said people were superficial those days. It was always ability level, this power, that kind of talk all around. She did not see if it was a big deal. But William should not have let that get in his career. She suggested that using a pen name might help. He smiled and said he never thought about that. He slammed on his table, leaned forward, and said she was serious. He might be physically strong, but he had a gift. She was advising him like an adult that talent did not just manifest through physical prowess. He could touch people with his words. He was surprised by her behavior and said okay. He returned her book with his autograph. She took it and thanked him. She said if he did not mind, she had another request. She asked if he would like to grab coffee after that if he was not busy. She explained that it was just that his stories were some of the best she had read, so she would like to pick his brain a little. William accepted her request and said he would love to have a coffee with her. Later on that day, they had their coffee date. They both were enjoying each other's company. William thought that Jane was always bright and spirited. He reads the last lines of the letter. Then he looks at the pictures he got with the letter and wonders how they can do this with her. He becomes angry and curses the authorities. Because of them, he lost his Jane for 15 years, and their boy had to grow up without a mother. They broke him when they forced John into those classes instead of guiding him. He looks at the bottom lines of the letter, where she again reminds him of his extraordinary gifts, and advises him never to stop using them. He clenches both his fists and decides that it has to end. An announcement is made at school for Sierra to report to the main office. Arlo hears that while sitting in the class, John is sitting on the rooftop when he hears the announcement. Now he thanks God that she has left before happening this. The authority officers ask Vaughn where she is. He sips his tea and tells them to return tomorrow as she seems absent today. The officer with blue hair comments that her timing is convenient. Vaughn asks him what he is implying. The main officer replies that his colleague meant no disrespect to him. He tells him that Sierra has been colluding with a terrorist group. They would like to bring her in for questioning. Vaughn says that is a serious accusation and asks where are the evidence. The female officer places her pictures through the security cameras and tells him these are shots of her stealing materials from an NX Gen laboratory and documentation of her impersonating a guest at the facility. She adds that this information is consistent with a prisoner they interrogated earlier. Terrence, an ex-student of this school, and Sierra are in the same group. He replies that it is disappointing to hear. The main officer, Mr. Byron, says they would appreciate his cooperation and requests to hand her over. Vaughn replies that, like he said earlier, he can do nothing. She could be anywhere at this point. Byron wonders if it is possible that she was warned about them coming today. He asks Vaughn if he wants to speak with some of her friends. They may be able to clue them in on her whereabouts. Vaughn replies that Byron already knows his policy. He will speak to no one unless he has a warrant or proof that somebody was involved. Byron adds that this is a matter of public security and it is urgent. The blue-haired guy named Arnold is getting irritated now. Vaughn says if this is the matter, He believes Byron will have no issues getting approval from the bureau. Suddenly, Arnold grabs Vaughn by his shirt and asks that old man to listen carefully that they are the bureau and Vaughn is just a measly headmaster. He does not have the authority to refuse them. He threatens Vaughn to show them respect. Then he orders him to call his students here, or they will grab them themselves. Vaughn also loses his cool, activates his power, and asks Arnold to keep his hands to himself. Then he forces him away using his powers, and Arnold gets smashed into the door. Vaughn orders them to get out of his school immediately. Arnold's head starts bleeding. He stands up again. Byron asks him if he is okay. Arnold gets mad and runs towards Vaughn to attack him, saying he dares to raise his hands on an officer. His colleagues try to stop him as he cannot beat him, but he does not. Vaughn throws him out of the window without moving from his place. The students are walking down when they hear a window crash. Suddenly, they see Arnold crashing there. They wonder who that guy is who just fell from the headmaster's office. Arlo wonders if he could be one of the officers who came to arrest Seraphina. He also wonders why Vaughn is resisting them. Then, he recalls what Cassandra told him about Vaughn. His mind is full of doubts and he does not know what is happening. Byron yells at him and asks Vaughn if he has lost his mind. He has just assaulted an officer. There is no turning back from this. Vaughn replies their friend made his choice. He asks how he should show them out now. Door or window. Byron knows he cannot do anything, so they leave the office, saying they will not overlook this. While walking in the corridor, John sees Remy talking to Arlo. She angrily tells him he is always busy, so why can't she also have stuff to do? She bumps into him intentionally and then leaves. She slams the door after getting inside the room. He wonders why she is being so difficult these days. John laughs at him while standing away and says he can bet Arlo deserves this treatment. Arlo tells him to shut up. John goes near him and asks why they are fighting. He replies that she is mad because he is working for the bureau. John replies he does not know what else Arlo expected. They indirectly killed her brother. Arlo is shocked to find that John knows about that, too. John says that if authorities took someone important away from him, he would burn them to the ground. Then he bids him goodbye and enters the class. The students ate, chattering inside the class while John sat alone on the desk with his eyes closed. He thinks that authorities came today to get Sera and that it is good that she left yesterday. He hopes she is safe. He looks at his hands and says this thought is even more painful, and that his ability will disappear soon. He straightens his back and thinks he wouldn't be holed up at school if only he had a way to keep it. Everything feels so pointless without her around, like he is wasting away. He closes his eyes and thinks about what he is still doing here. Two students come to John and thank him for yesterday's class. They said they wanted to double-check today's schedule with him. He says the room will open after school, so they can stop by whenever they want. Caden and Kuyo are walking inside the University of Wellston and discussing their homework. Suddenly, they stop when they see Remy, Ison, and Blake before them. Remy greets him hello. Kuyo is angry to see them there and wonders why they are there. He leaves Caden there and goes to them and says they cannot just show up there like this. Caden is also surprised to see the Wellston's kids here. He is glad that he is not the only one babysitting high schoolers. Blake asks him what the problem is in showing up here as he did the same to them. Remy reminds him that he told them they could find him anytime. He whispers that they can, but not when he is with his friends. Caden asks him who they are. Juyo lies to him and says they are his cousins. Then he grabs them and says it is time to get them out of here. He tells Caden that he will catch him some other time. Caden is suspicious and knows Kuyo is hiding something. After taking them, he gets angry with Remy and asks if she could not bother informing him before coming here. She replies she texted him, but he did not answer. She also shows him the messages. He says she must have tried to contact him during his study session. She says that they helped clue him in on Spectre. Now, it is his turn to hold up his end of the deal. He replies that Ember is not a joke and asks if she wants to do this. She replies she is. Therefore, they all are here. Blake finds something hidden and asks Ison to look at it. It is a map on the wall that is hidden behind a cabinet. Ison removes it from there to see the map. Kuyo asks him what he is doing and tells him to put it back. Remy is surprised that Kuyo has one of those maps, too. Ison asks if having it is a pre-requirement to becoming a vigilante. Remy tells him they have the same map, but his notes differ entirely. She asks what he is tracking. He replies that after her brother died, he went scouting independently. These are the locations of all the amplifier deals Ember has made over the last several months. They are surprised to find that he did that all. He replies she is not the only one who wants payback for what happened to Ray. The kids look at the pictures of the agents of agencies. Their names are Brims, Vulcan, Pyre, Lumen, and Fury. Blake says they all have pretty dramatic names and asks if those were the best shots he could get. Kuyo replies that it is enough to tell them apart. He could not risk getting discovered. He is no match against them on his own. Remy asks him about the path he has marked and what it means. He replies that Ember distributes amplifiers to many different areas, but those are places they stop by on a regular schedule. Ison is surprised that he has even figured it out. Blake places his finger on a dot and says that's where they met, and took down the disc dude. Hugo recipes that he has returned to see if conditions have improved since then. but Lennon is still running the place as they had never been there. Kids are shocked to hear that. Kuyo says he guesses that the authorities let many of these people go free and bribe them with a regular supply of amplifiers so that they can oversee lower districts without much effort. She calls it despicable. She hates the fact that authorities would rather kill vigilantes and ally with proven criminals just to stay in control. Blake observes that Remy is losing her control. He pats her shoulder and asks if she is okay. She says yes. Then, she asks Kuyo if he knows when and where Ember's next stop is. She wants to see how they conduct their exchanges. He points to an area on the map and says tonight they will deliver a package here. That town's name is Lovin. Remy knows that place as Ray was killed there. She asks Blake and Ison if they are up for it. They all are at Lovin, hiding on a roof and keeping an eye on the surroundings. A guy named Kurt is standing in a street, waiting for someone. After a while, Brims comes there. He greets Kurt and asks how he has been. He says he is excellent, and people here have taken a liking to him. He asks him if he has got what he asked for. He replies he has and forwards a package to him. He says it will last him the week. They have adjusted their formula to amplify more effectively. He asks him to let them know how it goes. Kurt takes the package and says he will. He gives him money for the amplifiers. Brims takes it and leaves by saying that it is a pleasure doing business with him. He will see him next week. But three boys come there instantly. Brims asks Kurt what this is about. He replies that he figured Brims must get sick of always making transactions. So why doesn't he show them where they produce these amplifiers? That way, he does not have to make the extra trip. Brims stays cool and says he cannot do that. Kurt says he is not giving him an option. He adds that his guys are all juiced up and he cannot defeat them. But if he gives them the location, they will let them see the light of day again. Brims activates his ability and says today's day is terrible. He grows his fiery claws and beheads the two guys in an instant. Kurt and the other kid become terrified to see his power. Brims says it is too bad that Kurt decided to double-cross him. He rather enjoyed his company. Remy looks at those burning claws and becomes shocked. Suddenly, she starts recalling her time with Ray, and then her brother's dead and burnt face comes in front of her eyes. She starts losing control and moving unintentionally, but Blake and Ison grab her and ask what she is trying to do. They remind her that she said they would just sit back and watch them deal. She says if they don't do something now, he will kill all of them. Ison tells her they are here to observe and not get involved. Kurt tells the kid to get out of there immediately. They both run from there. Brims says they have no use for disloyal dogs. Then he lifts his hand and starts gathering the lightning. That is a real shock for Remy. Even Kuyo is stunned to see this move. Brims throws that lighting on Kurt and his boy. Remy is furious to know that he has stolen her brother's ability, and now he is abusing it like this. Her power starts overflowing. She jumps from the building. Her eyes are wet from tears, and she wants her brother's ability back. Brims looks at those dead bodies and says it is a pain that he has to find new ones now. Suddenly, he notices a charged girl jumping from the wall. Remy attacks him and tells him to go to hell, but he escapes her attack. She does not stop attacking him, but Brims is fast enough to dodge them. He wonders what he has here. When her anger blinds her, he reaches her and surprises her. He hurts her arm with his claws, and she starts bleeding. He tells the little lost vigilante that she should not be outside at this hour. He again reaches her, but she jumps and saves herself. Then she touches his head and gives him a thundershock. Brims grabs both her arms, burns her a little, and tosses her away, telling her to get off him. She stabilizes herself. Brims again runs towards her, but Kuyo comes there and gives him a cut on his front body. Brims jumps back to save him, but he is bleeding now. He looks at Kuyo and asks why it is him again. Kuyo does not stop and approaches him again. Brims charges himself, and when Kuyo attacks him, he grabs his sword. He tells him that he is lucky to be alive. He gives him an eclectic shock, and Kuyo jumps back to prevent the damage. Kuyo thinks that Ray's lightning hurts like hell. He cannot even move after getting this shock. Brims throws the thunder shock at him and tells him to stay dead this time. But Remy jumps in front of him and takes that shock. She absorbs that charge. Brims is surprised to see that. Remy tells him that his copy of Ray's ability is pathetic. This is nothing compared to him. She will show him what a real lightning user is capable of. She launches that charge to the ground and sends it towards him. Even the road is tearing apart. Brims jumps back. He looks at her and realizes that lightning is ineffective against her. He was not expecting that. He needs to fall back, so he tries to flee from there. But Blake shoots him with his laser to stop him. Kuyo also attacks him instantly. Brims is badly hurt and falls to the ground. Kuyo places his blades on his neck so he cannot move. He says they have got quite a list of questions for him. He tries to use his fire claws, but Kuyo stabs his hands and says he wouldn't try to move them if he were at his place. He warns him that next time, it will be his legs. Remy sits and takes off his mask. Now Remy can see the face of Ray's killer. Kuyo is trying to search for something on his phone. Ison says that Brims has 2 additional abilities because of the conversion technique. The way he juggled those powers reminds him of someone. Blake says if it is John, they both think the same. Ison says they are the same and wonders if they are connected somehow. Blake says he has no clue, but Brims still has another ability up his sleeves, so they must keep their eyes open in case he tries something. Remy asks Brims if Ember is not made up of bureau officials. They have been distributing these amplifiers to lower districts and using them as test subjects, not caring about all the lives they have ruined. Kuyo is recording all this. Remy says that Ember is murdering all the vigilantes and extracting their abilities to use for themselves. They have even forced the media to keep things quiet for them. Kuyo asks him why they are doing this and where they are conducting their experiments. Instead of answering, he says Kuyo must be missing his partner, therefore, he teamed up with the mini version of him. Remy gives him another jolt to shut him up. She asks him to quit stalling and answer her questions. Seeing her anger from the distance, they both get scared and decide to stay on her good side forever. Kuyo tells Brims that he knows who he is. He has seen his face on the Bureau's public registry. His name is Byron, and he works in the anti-terrorism department. He says it is ironic to see him as a part of Ember. Kuyo asks him to tell them where they are manufacturing everything, or he will leak everything he has learned to the public. People are already furious about Ember and the missing high tiers. How would they react if they found out the authorities they trusted were behind it? Byron asks what credibility he has. They are all a group of delinquents who assaulted an official in the middle of a job. He asks if they know what the consequences of that are. He could easily identify them a lot and throw them all in jail. But fortunately, he will not need to because their time is up. Ison feels that something is coming towards them fast. Blake says they had already scouted the area, and there was no one. Ison says they need to get out of there. But it is too late now. Another member of Ember appears there and stabs her flame claws in them. Remy and Kuyo hear their screams. Blake is bleeding severely, and he falls to the ground. Fury hits him with her heels and places it on his body. He cries loudly. She says they both are not too bad as they manage to move out of the way. Eyes looks at the injured Blake and wonders how she can take him out just like that. He asks her to get away from him. She tells him to make her if he wants to. Ison wonders what he should do now. Every fiber in his body is telling him to run. But if he leaves now, Blake will die. Suddenly, he punches on the ground and cracks it open. The ground shakes, and she stumbles as well. Ison tries to draw him out of there, but she grabs his arm. He realizes that she is fast. She locks his arm at his back and tells him that he made a noble effort but was useless. Remy and Kuyo can hear their screams. Fury approaches the wall, holding Ison and placing her claws on his neck. Remy tells her to stop hurting them. Kuyo places his sword on Byron's neck and tells her if she touches either of his fellows, he will kill Byron. She asks if he wants to negotiate. He replies there is not much to negotiate. He asks her that which is more valuable to her. He is also recording this whole scenario. He asks if she wants 2 kids or a government operative with a decade's experience. She cuts the upper skin of Ison's neck and tells him to destroy his phone immediately. He says that it is not part of the deal. She asks him to do that before she loses her patience. Remy grabs the phone from his hands and throws her to the ground. She also destroys it completely by throwing thunder at it. She tells her that she threw in a freebie for her and asks her to let them go. She says Remy is such an eager young lady. She lifts Blake as well and pushes them down from the roof. Remy runs to catch them before they fall. Ison grabs the wall somehow and hangs with it. Suddenly, Kuyo notices that Fury has jumped after them. He warns X to watch out as it is a trap. He stabs Byron's ribs with another sword. Meanwhile, Remy catches Blake. Fury slashes her chest instantly and stabs her deeply. She falls to the ground. Before Fury attacks her again, Kuyo blocks her attack. She says he is starting to get on her nerves. Kuyo pushes her away. She looks at Byron, who is badly hurt and hardly breathing. Ison also reaches the ground. Kuyo tells her that his friend is dying. His friends need medical help, and so does hers. He tells her to let them go for both their benefits. The blades will disappear once he is far enough away. She says she can simply kill him. Kuyo replies that it will take too long. Brims will bleed out before she gets the chance. Fury analyzes the situation and tells him to get out of her sight. Kuyo and Ison shift them to a safe place. Ison becomes emotional to see them like this. He says that their breathing is getting faint. They cannot wait around anymore. They have to get them to a hospital. Kuyo says that is out of the question. Ison asks why. He replies that the authorities will not let them off after what they just pulled. They will be at every nearby hospital, looking for them. That is the worst place they can be right now. Ison asks if they would rather sit around and let them die. He starts yelling at Kuyo and says this all happened because of him. These two finally quit vigilantism for good. Then he showed up out of nowhere and dragged them back in. Now look at them. Kuyo tells him to keep quiet as he tries to think. Suddenly, he remembers that Caden once told him about a chemwiz who does not even use his ability, and practically brings back people to life. Kuyo does not trust Caden, but he is the only one who travels fast. And if that chemwiz is as good as he says, he must try. He asks Ison to give him his phone. Caden is studying in his hotel room when his phone rings. He takes the call. Kuyo tells him that he needs his help and it is urgent. Caden is shocked to hear his voice. Caden transports them to their location at Lovin. Ison looks at him and says Kuyo was right about his fast speed. Caden is shocked to see the kids half dead. He asks Kuyo what happened to them as they were fine earlier and why he is dressed like that. He replies that there are no time to explain and asks if he can take them to that chem whiz he told him about. He requests him as he does not know how long these kids can wait. He sighs and says he only has enough energy to take 2. Ison tells him to take Remy and Blake. Huo asks him what he will do about his injuries. He replies he will figure out something. Caden sits near them and holds them. Before leaving, he tells Kuo to have an explanation the next time he sees him. He replies that he will and thanks Caden for coming. Caden takes the kids and disappears. After they are gone, Ison asks Kuo if he has a backup of those clips somewhere. He smiles and says yes because it is not the first time his phone was destroyed like that. At Darren's apartment, Sera is brushing her teeth before bed. When she comes out of the bathroom while yawning, she sees Caden appearing there holding Remy and Blake. Caden tells her that they need help immediately. Darren and Layla are sleeping in their bedroom. Sera knocks at the door and asks them to wake up. Darren starts yelling at her and says he ordered her to sleep at 10. She points at the patients and says it is urgent. Darren gets irritated and asks if there is anyone from Wellston who does not have a death wish. Layla tells him to calm down and prepare to treat them. She walks toward them and says she will freeze them till then. Caden sits on the sofa and says he has studied a lot tonight and now wants to rest. Layla is slowing down their metabolism and all the body functions. Sera also sits by them. Suddenly, she sees something in Remy's pocket. She holds that package and wonders what it is. The following day, Blake wakes up and sits. He wonders why his whole body is hurting. Then he sees Remy sleeping beside him. Then he wonders what happened last night as they both are on the same bed. Remy flips her side. He sees that he is sleeping on her injured side and wonders if he should flip her back. Remy is having a nightmare about last night's accident. She was seeing Blake falling. She wakes up screaming and attacking. But then she looks around. She is not where she was last night. Blake asks her if she is having a bad dream. She was shocked to see him with her. Then she grabs him and asks if he is safe. He replies yes. She asks him if he knows where they are as she has never seen this place. He says he has no idea as he just woke up, too. He tells her to wait and says he will look around. Someone opens it from outside as he goes near the door and slams it in his head. She is Sera and she apologizes to him for that. She thanks God as they are finally awake. She has brought food for them. They both are shocked to see her. She tells them that they are at Dr. Darren's place. She says he and her sister are dating. They both are working in the other room. It is better not to bother them as Darren is in a bad mood. Blake says he did not know she had a sister. Remy asks her what she is doing here and why she is not at school. She replies that the authorities have found out she has been working with Spectre and are after her. So she is hiding out here until she can find a safe place to stay. Now they both understand why she has been absent lately. Sera requested them to keep it a secret. If word gets out, they might come after them, too. Blake says they will. Sera tells them she did not expect to see them two show up with Caden and asks how they know him. Remy replies that someone else might have contacted him for them. Sera asks if someone else is one of their vigilante friends. She asks if Ember got to them as their injuries looked severe. Blake replies that the last thing he remembers is that they had brims in the bag. But then a second one showed up and knocked him out. He says he should have paid more attention. He dragged them down. Remy says she should not have jumped in like that. But when she saw Brims using her brother's ability like that, using lightning to murder people, she could not control herself. All she wanted to do was go in there and end it. She apologizes for acting like that. He pats her back and tells her not to let it get to her. They made it out okay. Sera asks if they have managed to convert lightning too successfully. Remy asks if she knows about it. She recipes yes and says she has read a file on it. Authorities have been trying to convert a handful of powerful abilities. She should have guessed they were getting them from vigilantes. Blake says that Brims was using at least 2 abilities simultaneously. They were thinking about how much it reminded them of John. Sera says she knows it is similar. From what she has read, authorities are sourcing the conversion tech from a woman named Jane. Now she is confident that Jane is John's mother. Darren is studying those amplifiers in his home lab. He angrily says that his girlfriend and 3 kids live in his bedroom apartment. It is not precisely the life he pictured for himself. Layla sympathizes with him and says it is only for a few days. She asks him about the package they brought with them. Darren says they are ability amplifiers. This is not the first time he has seen it. Blake was caught with it before when he had a vigilante phase. Back at Wellston, Vaughn wanted him to take a look at it, but he refused because he did not want any part in it. She asks why he is doing it now. He replies that he figured if it has ability-altering properties, it might be helpful to Sera and John's recovery. She appreciates him and says it is brilliant. After a while, the kids come to them. Remy greets Darren and asks how he has been doing. He does not reply and looks at them with anger. Layla stands up from her seat and walks toward them. She says she is glad to see both awake. She introduces herself and says it is a pleasure to meet them. Remy also introduces herself to her. Blake gives a thumbs up to the doctor as he is saying he has a good catch. He angrily says that Blake is back to his vigilante habits. He defensively says that they both can explain. He says he does not need it. Everyone at Wellston is doing some type of illegal thing. He is glad he got out of there. Layla asks them how they are feeling now. She says it must have been a tough night. She bows and says they are fine because of Darren and her. She also apologizes for the trouble they caused. Suddenly, she feels pain in her shoulder. Layla worriedly says that she does not sound fine to her. Blake also asks if she is okay. She replies the pain flares up now and then, but they need not worry as they will be out of their way soon. Darren says they cannot on his watch. His policy has not changed yet. He clarifies that they are not going anywhere until they are healthy. They both accept his orders. John is sitting on the desk in the safe house room. Students are chattering about Remy and Blake as they are not present today without informing anyone. Ison also called in sick. John thinks it is weird. After the class, John walks in the corridor. Arlo calls him from behind. John turns around, looks at him and asks what it is. He replies that he cannot reach Remy. She is probably with Blake. He asks if he has seen them. As he mentions it now, John says he does not remember returning to the room last night. Arlo is shocked. He suddenly recalls telling Remy how he was supposed to protect her from the bureau if she was dead. He is worried if she is okay or not. He starts walking back angrily. John notices his worrying and asks if he has tried Ison. After a while, they both go to his room and knock at the door. No one replies or opens the door. Arlo says he stopped by earlier and no one was there. He did not answer his tests either. John says that the thing with Ison is that no one can tell whether he really is not there or if he is just hiding. John kicks his door and breaks it, but they both are stunned to see that Ison is badly injured and is unconsciously lying on his bed. John touches his head and says he is burning up. Arlo calls Elaine. She comes and starts healing him. She is tired of this and says he will get better now. Arlo notices that Ison has just moved a little. It looks like he is waking up now. Elaine is disappointed she did not get even a thanks, as usual. Ison opens his eyes and sees John and Arlo leaning upon him. He suddenly sits and asks if he is in hell. John replies, not yet. He is relaxed to know that he is still alive. John says he has serious wounds and asks why he did not see a healer. He replies it is not that simple. He cannot tell them hospitals are swarming with cops to catch them. Arlo asks him if he went out with Remy and Blake last night. He does not reply. Elaine asks them if she can leave. They both look at her and wonder what she is saying. She replies she does not want anything to do with this. Arlo asks what is with her sudden attitude. She asks if she came off wrong. She replies that she has always tried to be a part of their group, but she knew they only wanted her around for her healing powers. She guesses once she stopped hanging around them as much, she felt less pressure to impress all of them. She would prefer to just focus on her studies and her friends now. She is still a call away if they need her for anything urgent. She bids them bye and leaves the room. Ison asks why he feels like they all just got dumped. John tells him to leave him out of this, as she is talking about Ison and Arlo. Arlo asks if they ran into Ember last night and if Remy and Blake are okay. Ison replies they are being taken care of. John asks how, as he earlier said, they could not get to a hospital. Arlo asks him where they are. He replies he does not know. Arlo asks what is wrong with him and why he is not answering. He replies that he does not trust Arlo anymore. Arlo gets angry after listening to him. He asks Ison if he has lost his mind. He says he is trying to help them. Ison replies he is working with the same people who tried to kill them. He cannot expect Ison to tell him anything. Arlo gets angry and says he did not take him to be so dim-witted. Being a part of the bureau, he has weight and access to information. He asks how long those three can last on their own. Ember is backed by the government, which publicly denounces people like them. Become their enemy, and there will be a horde of high tiers after them. They will not stop until they are incarcerated or dead. Ison's head is aching because Arlo is angry at him. John makes him shut up and says Ison has got the idea what Arlo is saying. He tells Ison that Arlo will not bust him. He warns Sera when authorities found out about her inspector. Ison is shocked to find that authorities know about Sera. Arlo tells him that he is not off the hook either. They have photos of Remy and Blake as vigilantes and suspect Ison as their accomplice. He gets stunned and scared to hear that. Arlo says they plan to expel and put them through a readjustment course. Ison starts trembling after getting all of this. Arlo says this was all before last night, but they have gotten into even worse trouble. Ison's head is shaking, and he says they saw the face of him and Blake. They wounded one of their against badly. He says it was not supposed to end up like this. They were using Ray's ability. When Remy saw that, she immediately jumped in. They could not stop her. Arlo is stunned to know that and asks what he means by they used Ray's ability. Ison says that Ember is stealing abilities from dead vigilantes and using them for itself. Arlo cannot believe that they took Ray's ability. He wonders if killing him wasn't enough. He cannot even rest in peace. He is getting angrier now. John asks how he does not know about it even when he works for them. Arlo yells that he is telling them the last time that he works for the authorities, not Ember. Ember is a secret even within the bureau. Only the highest officials are in on it. His supervisor does not even know they are related. John asks how he would find out about these things. He replied when he encountered Spectre that one time, a guy named Caden told him. They both are surprised to hear about Caden from him. Arlo asks how they both know about him. Ison replies he is the one who took Blake and Remy to get healed. He still has not heard anything, though. John thinks that they would probably be with Darren if Caden took that. He smiles and tells them not to worry about Remy and Blake as they will fully recover. Arlo asks what makes him so sure about that. He tells them just to trust him on this one. Ison says if he says so, he will take it. One less thing to stress over, at least. He asks Arlo what the punishment is for the attempted murder of a government agent. Is it public execution? John asks if he can pull some strings to save him. He replies that he just started working. They will not even let him go out on assignment yet. It will take several major promotions before he gets a say in anything. Still, he will poke around and see what he can find. At Wellston Hospital, Val visits Byron, who is admitted there. She greets him good afternoon and asks how's his recovery going. He replies that he is glad to see her. His wound is still hurting. Val tells him to be careful. Farah told her that she found him in critical condition. He replies he is doing much better now and thanks her for her concern. She peels an apple and asks if he looked at the perpetrators well. He mentions a lightning girl, red energy beams, an orange-haired boy and the blue swordsman who worked with Ecstatic. She replies those are pesky Wellston kids again. He is surprised that she has already identified them. He was going to run a check after being discharged. She replies she has encountered them before. The lightning child is the younger sister of Ecstatic. He replies there is no wonder she dealt with the lightning so well. He takes a slice of apple from her and says that Wellston is a troublesome school. That old man Vaughn is holding his ground. Byron cannot wait till they get rid of him. Vel says Cassandra should have enough evidence to throw him out soon. Byron gets hurt even if he moves his neck. She tells him to take it easy. He says his whole week was terrible. Not only is he stuck here, but Spectre's student terrorist is also still on the list. She says she thought he went to retrieve her. He replies that he did, but she was not there. She had left school the day before. Her timing could not have been more perfect. He doubts that someone must have tripped her off. This creates doubt in Vel's mind, and she wonders if it could be Arlo. Blake and others are playing cards at Darren's apartment. Darren asks them to keep quiet as he is trying to focus here. He gets back to Layla and asks what she was telling him. She replies that the amplifier's results came back from Neil's lab. He takes a look at them. He is surprised to see that these amplifiers contain traces of DNA. He thinks that must be where its effects were driven from. But the more surprising thing is that these traces are almost an exact match to John's DNA. The following day at school, John walks in the corridor and hears students chatting about Remy and Blake. They worry about them and Sierra as none of them is back yet. The news of all the recent abductions and Ember roaming around makes them think Remy and others are in trouble. They all are scared. John wonders what is happening. It has been a few weeks since Sierra and John used the recovery machine. According to her, John's abilities should have worn out by now. But for some reason, he can still feel the aura flowing through his channels. He still has access to half his ability. He wonders if there is something wrong with him. He tells everyone to partner up and repeat the drill during the combat class. Wyatt annoyingly asks if they can do something different today. He says that they have been practicing the same stuff over and over. He asks if John cannot show them something cooler, like something ability related. John looks at him and thinks this idiot wants to do the advanced things before learning the basics. He tells them that he has made himself clear. This is a no ability zone. They use their fists only. Suddenly, other students start asking the same thing and if he can make an exception just this once. He is annoyed now. When all students request him to change things today, they will all return to the usual one from tomorrow. Wyatt says that he is asking because, in the real world, no one will come at them with a regular punch. Everyone has their ability, and he thinks they should practice against it. John thinks they all have no idea what they are talking about, but he has to make them shut up. He goes to Wyatt and says he will show him something different. He asks Wyatt who he thinks he is least likely to beat out of everyone here. Wyatt points at John. John tells him to exclude him and answer the question then. He points at Sherry. John says he could make it work, but they must find an open area first. He tells everyone that it is their field trip time. Wyatt cannot understand what John is doing. He asks him why they are going out. He replies it is because they two fight it out. Wyatt was not hoping for this. He tells him that Sherry is the strongest one of her. There is no way he can fight her. John smiles and says there is, and he will show them all. He takes the kids out on the ground. Wyatt and Sherry are standing opposite each other. John tells him not to be nervous and to try his best. Wyatt is altogether nervous and even shaking. Now he realizes why they say, be careful what you wish for. He looks at her. She looks so calm and composed. He is sure he is going to get beaten. Before they start, John reminds them that this is just a demonstration match. He tells them to keep it friendly and go easy on each other. Then he tells them to start the match. Sherry activates her vigor ability and runs towards him. He gets scared while seeing her charging at him. He uses his charge shots and attacks her. She dodges it easily. She reaches him and hits him in the face. He falls to the ground after getting one punch. He says he knew it already. He asks how he is supposed to land a single hit if she can sidestep them easily. Sherry forwards her hand to offer him help in standing. He thanks her. She tells her that changing his attitude could work. John tells him that if he knows she can evade her attacks, why even bother throwing them? He tells him to watch closely. He will show him how it is done. John and Sherry come opposite to each other. Wyatt wonders if he can win with just his ability. Sherry thinks even though John is only using Wyatt's ability, they do not call him the Shadow King without any reason. He defeated all royals on his own, so she needs to be careful. She runs towards him. He takes deep breaths and tries to calm him down, as this is just an instructive fight. He can control his power. As long as he sticks to the purpose, nobody will get hurt. Sherry jumps and takes him from the upside. John wonders why everyone likes this move so much. It is so flashy and for no reason. As she comes closer, he jumps back. She misses the target and punches the ground. She does not stop and again tries to punch him, but Yunmu pushes her arm and changes her punch's direction. Everyone is surprised to see this move as it is the move he has been making them practice. John activates his charge shot. Sherry looks at his hand and thinks John knows she can dodge it from afar, so he uses it up close instead. But Wyatt's ability does not have much power, so she can prevent damage if she blocks it. But she is shocked when John does not use it. Instead, he makes her trip, and she falls to the ground. He made her think he would attack, then used the distraction and defeated her without using the ability. He ends the match. Everyone is so surprised and happy to see his tricks. Wyatt cannot believe his moves. Sherry stands up. John asks him if she is hurt. She says not physically, but her pride is. He tells her that she has a good grasp of the basics. But next time she does aerial attacks, follow up with something. Otherwise, she is just giving her opponent more time to think. She is amazed to get this lesson. John says that they all keep complaining about practice, but these skills are not something they can pick up in a day. He has been doing it for as long as he can remember. He looks at Wyatt and says once they have nailed the basics and learned to apply it to their ability, they will see a massive improvement in their strengths. Wyatt now realizes what he wants to teach them. John says until they can defend themselves properly. He does not want to hear any more whining about doing reps. He tells them the playtime is over and orders them to return to practice. The media is preset and ready for a press conference outside the Bureau of Authority. The chief comes to the desk, greets everyone and thanks them for coming here. He is sure many of them are curious about recent events. He says that by now, they are probably aware of the string of missing people reports. This was done by a group of terrorists who call themselves Spectre. He tells them that the members of the Spectre group are scattered all across the country, and starting today, they will be the Bureau's top priority. The reports are surprised to hear about another terrorist organization offering people. They ask what the authorities have done about Ember. The media still have not had any closure about them. The chief replies that the Bureau understands their concerns. He adds that Ember is something they will continue to pursue. A reporter respectfully says that this is not an acceptable answer. He asks how the chief can guarantee there will not be more groups like this. The public is scared. Another report says there has been a lot of talk of authorities slacking lately. He requested the chief to comment on this. The chief raises his hand to assure them they are doing everything possible to resolve these issues. Everything is still a work in progress, and they cannot disclose details as it may disrupt their investigations. For now, the authorities urge everyone to stay alert and continue to report any suspicious activity. He thanks them for their patience and their trust in them. William throws the TV remote at the screen where the live press conference has been showing and breaks the screen. He calls his name as he is angry at the authorities. He sits on the sofa and thinks he has not been able to get a grip since he reads Simon's letter. He repents breaking his TV now as he has to buy a new one. He thinks that those people in charge took his wife, broke his son and silenced him. They have been exerting all this control over his family, yet barely making an effort to fix any of the fundamental problems out there. He calls this system garbage. He decides he will not stand idly and let them take everything away from him. He remembers Jane and her letter, which she told him not to stop writing. It's late at night, but his study room's light is still on. William is still working on the computer. He is typing something on it. It seems like an untitled article. He finally clicks on the publish button after finishing writing. He takes off his glasses as his work is done. John is sitting on his bed, holding the copy of Unordinary in his hand. Suddenly, he hears a knock on his door. He opens the door and sees Blake is there. John asks him if he is all right. Ison told them what had happened to them. He replies they are fine now. They had a lucky break. John asks if they were with the doctor. Blake is surprised to hear that and asks how he knows about that. He replies that Darren helped him and Sierra not too long ago. Blake says that is right, as Sierra was there too. They also met her sister. Suddenly, he realized he had not to talk about Sierra's location. He panics and tells John to keep it quiet as it was supposed to be a secret. John replies that it has been a minute since he returned, and he better not leak that secret to anyone else. He says okay. Then he bids him goodbye as they are going to see Ison. He bets he is worried about them. He smacks his face as he realizes he has made John sad by talking about Sierra. John is glad that Sierra is living with Darren and Layla but is sad because it feels like forever since they last saw each other. He misses her a lot. Blake knocks at Ison's door. Ison opens the door. He is surprised to see them both standing there. He hugs them instantly and asks them if they are okay. He says he is glad to see their beautiful faces. They have no idea how worried he was. Then he suddenly pulls them and tells them to get inside. As they get inside the room, he starts his lecture. He says that they are bad at this vigilante thing. They both look at each other and think they cannot disagree with this one. Ison yells that they almost lost their lives again. They cannot be acting stupid out there. He clears that there will be no more jumping in without warning and no more getting ambushed. From now on, when they make a plan, they will stick to it. They need to stack as much evidence as they can against those people. Luckily for them, Kuyo managed to save most of the footage they took. He asks Remy if she still has those amplifiers with her. She replies that they left them behind. They are with Darren. He wanted to run some tests on them. Ison is shocked to hear about Dr. Darren. Blake says Ison is pretty fired up about this. He thought he was going to put on them for sure. He replies he was, but it is too late now. Arlo has told him the authorities have known about them for a while. They will not let them off easy after what happened with Brims and Fury. Hermes asks if Arlo is helping them. Ison says he is, at least for now. He thinks they can trust him. He will see if they can get any other information from the Bureau. In the meantime, they should figure out what to do if worse comes to worst. Delaney is hanging out with her friends. Suddenly, her mobile beeps. She checks and sees that it is a text from Arlo, and he is asking for a meeting. But her friend grabs her arm and reminds her that no boys are allowed during their fun time. Whoever this person is, he can wait. Delaney first thinks and then decides that her friends are right. They decide to go karaoke studio. Arlo is looking at his mobile screen. He receives Elaine's reply that she is busy and cannot meet right now. Cassandra goes to Val's office to report to her. She asks her about the Wellston case's progress. Cass replies that it is going great. She is still gathering materials, but she should have everything done in a few weeks. Val replies a few weeks is much longer than they were expecting. She asks him to be honest and tell if she is slacking. Cassandra is shocked to hear these words. She says she is not. Vaughn's crimes run deep, and she wants to be as thorough as possible. Val tells her she is still new and has much to prove here. Simply being through is not enough. She must also be fast. Many of them have high hopes for her, so she must not disappoint them. Cassandra bows to show gratitude and says she understands. Then she comes out of her office and thinks she is working on multiple cases while running her team. But they still think she is slacking. Arlo is working on his computer at the Department of Anti-Corruption and Transparency. Suddenly, he hears other fellows gossiping about recent events. One of them says that he has heard that terrorist organizations are very desperate for intel. With Ember and Spectre on the loose, people are losing faith in the Bureau. The problem is that Spectre seems even more mysterious than Ember. Arlo thinks that of everyone here, he is the only one who knows anything about Spectre. Suddenly, Cassandra taps on his shoulder. She says she did not think he was one to give in to gossip. He wonders how she sneaks up on him every time. He replies it is hard to ignore. Since the press release, Spectre has been a hot topic. She says she is not very sure. This is the anti-corruption department. Spectre has got nothing to do with them, so it's the best not to let this nonsense distract him. They have got plenty of other work to do. Then she walks away. Arlo notices that she seems a bit upset about something. He asks her if everything is okay with her. She smiles and says that it is just a couple of cases that the higher-ups are hounding her to finish. He replies that if she needs a hand with anything, he has got time, as he finished his homework early today. She takes him with her and directs him about the work. It is night outside. They both are still working inside the office. Arlo stretches his arms. She asks her if he is finished with the reports she asked him to write. He hands it over to her. She takes a sip of the coffee and says he is strange. Most kids his age cannot wait to go home. Yet, here he is, working overtime. Arlo thinks that according to these case files, the headmaster has been pushing back on the Bureau's advances, which means those three still have some time before authorities get to them. Cassandra has been working on Vaughn's case since before he arrived. He wonders why she is so adamant about taking him down. He tells her that he is wondering what was the name of the junior she mentioned who was killed. She replies that his name was Ray. Arlo is surprised to hear his name. She smiles and says Ray would have been in his last year when Arlo first entered Wellston. Arlo replies Ray was king before him. She replies that she still cannot believe he grew up so strong. All her money was on Kuyo. This name is also surprising for Arlo as he was the guy who always used to smack his head in the first year. Cassandra keeps going on and says she hardly got to relax that year. She spent the entire time stopping all their fights. Ray was a go-getter and annoyingly persistent. But there was something about his energy and attitude. She could not help but smile when he was around. Suddenly, she sees Arlo smiling while listening to Ray. She says she can see even Arlo was a fan of him. He is surprised to hear this. She says she is not surprised to find that Ray had a way with people. Arlo replies that he is afraid he does not understand why she thinks Vaughn is to blame for Ray's death. She cannot get him at first. He asks her not to get him wrong. He thinks the headmaster should be punished for resisting the Bureau and assaulting their officers. Arlo has known Ray for a long time and loves to stick his nose in other people's business. He asks if she thinks he likely would have become a vigilante regardless of who was leading Wellston. Shouldn't Ember be her target if she wants justice for Ray? She sighs and says he is right. Unfortunately, the Department of Anti-Corruption is not authorized to touch cases relating to Ember. The only way to access them is through promoting himself to the Anti-Terrorism Department. In the meantime, Vaughn is not faultless. Then she says that the break time is over and they should return to work. Arlo thinks that Ember's cases would not be off limits if people knew members of their government funded it. Sera shuts down the TV. She says that they have been broadcasting the same thing over and over. She cannot even relax without being reminded that the Bureau is after them. She asks Layla what their plan is. They cannot stay at docks forever. If authorities catch her here, he will be in trouble. Layla replies she is afraid they are stranded at the moment. Since their plot against Orin, she has been cut off from all Spectre resources in this area. Neil's making arrangements to transfer them back into his territory. Then they will be safe. Sera guesses he will not be seeing anyone from Wellston anytime soon. She is sad about it. Layla comes to her and says she is sorry for her. She understands how hard this has been for her. Sera replies she just did not expect it to all happen so fast. Their goodbye was so rushed. She sits beside her and asks if she is talking about her goodbye with John. She says she has seen the way he acts around her. That time when Orin tried to assassinate her, he refused to leave her side or even eat until he knew she was okay. She says he cares about Sera. When they discussed her recovery, she said there was someone she wanted to help. She asks if it was John she was talking about. Sera says he has had his fair share of struggles, but since then, he has built himself back up. She hopes he is doing okay alone and does not take her sudden departure as abandoning him. This makes Layla sad as well. The word abandon takes her back to the night she escaped home. That night, she ran away without warning. She left Sera to face their dreadful parents all alone and put her through years of suffering. She wonders what kind of sister she would be if she forced her to do the same thing to someone important to her. She says they will bring John here so that she can give him a proper explanation and say her goodbyes. She does not want Sera to have any regrets. Suddenly, they hear the sound of the door opening. They both look there. Darren comes inside holding a grocery and says he needs blood urgently. He has an idea, but he needs John's blood. At Wellston University, Kaeden and Kuyo have a conversation. Kaeden asks him if he is a vigilante or out fighting Ember. He says he did not see that coming. He thinks he knew there was something off about Kaio as he always was meddling in his business, so he thought he was an undercover cop. Kuyo says since they are sharing their deepest, darkest secrets, is there anything he wants to tell him in return? He would not want Kaeden to feel left out. Kaeden wonders why he is always so smug. He just tries to get rid of it and says sometimes he only brushes his teeth once a day. Kuyo plays the press conference on the laptop. He tells Kaeden that he is sure he has heard the news recently. The Bureau is interested in Spectre. He asks if Kaeden knows anything about those people. He hesitates and says no. Then he asks why he would know anything about them. Kuyo asks how his cousins suddenly lost their abilities. Perhaps he is familiar with the Iceman who tried to murder them in the street. Kaeden gets that Kuyo already knows about him, so there is no need to hide. He asks him how he found out about it. Kuyo replies that it just happens that his cousins are close friends with Kuyo's cousins. Kaeden corrects him and says he said only Sera was his cousin. Kuyo says even that one is also made up, so who cares? Kaeden asks if he is going to turn him in. He replies he does not want to screw him over. The Bureau probably wants him as much as they want Kaeden. He asks what makes Kuyo so unique. He proudly replies that he happens to have exclusive information about them and Ember. Kaeden asks if that information is like how they are a branch of the government. This time, it was Kuyo's turn to get surprised. It means Spectre already knows. Kaeden requests him not to lump him with the same guys on the news. They are nothing but criminals. Kuyo says he better explain himself then because Spectre's reputation of kidnapping, disabling, and killing is not putting Kaeden in a good light. Kaeden replies that they got it all wrong. They are not malicious. Their only intention was to even out the world's power imbalance by taking some decisions out of the Bureau's hands and giving them to the public. As Kuyo is a vigilante, he assumes he will get it. Everything they are saying on the TV has been the doing of one executive within Spectre. He is some kook who hijacked the entire cause and weaponized everything they have built. They were never supposed to go public like this. He thinks this better be enough reason for Spectre to remove Orin from his seat finally. Kuyo says that is too bad. He guesses this makes them both outlaws. Suddenly, Kaeden's mobile rings loudly. It scares them both. He checks and sees it as a call from a private number. He turns around and takes the call. John comes to meet Kaeden at Hilford Park. He says he came here as soon as possible because Kaeden told him it was urgent. He asks if everything is okay. Kaeden replies that Darren wants to see him and will take him to him. John is surprised to find that. He cannot believe Darren wants to see him and thinks it is a prank. Kaeden replies it is not. He taps on his shoulder and says he does not have all the day for this. They appear at Darren's apartment. John says he will never get used to traveling like that. Then he sees Sera sleeping on the couch. He goes near her and sits there on his knees. She opens her eyes and sees John sitting before her. She sits and asks John why he did not wake her up. He replies he just got here. She asks him how he has been doing as they have not seen them for a long time. He says he is better now as he is here now. He adds that he missed her a lot. The doctor intercepts them and asks John where his manners are as he barges into his place and does not even greet him. John realizes his mistake and says hello to both. Darren reminds him to take off the shoes inside his house. Caden comes to Leela and asks if she has an extra laptop, as he still has to study. She gives him the laptop. They both sit on the couch and start working. Darren takes John's blood sample. He asks the doctor why he needs his blood and if he has found something. Darren replies that Remy brought in some amplifiers, and they have a lot of overlapping properties with the last blood sample he took from him, so he is trying to use his blood to replicate its effect. He hopes this gets them closer to restoring their abilities. John suddenly remembers and tells Darren that his ability has not weakened since he used Oren's recovery device. Sierra is shocked and asks how that is possible, as it has been weeks since they used it. Her ability has gone completely. He shrugs as he does not know the reason. Darren says he figured that John had some resistance, but this is better than he could have ever hoped. He asks John to give him a brief rundown on how his ability works. He says that, unlike most people, he can increase aura flow through his channels. That is how he makes the abilities he copies stronger. But it is taxing because he has to use twice as much auras to maintain them. So, back when he was training intensively, he focused on expanding his aura supply and storing aura whenever he could. Sierra looks at him and thinks all high tiers have an enormous aura supply built up over their lifetime. It is part of the mastery process so they can use their abilities effectively without exhausting themselves. So that is why only high tiers can use the ability converter successfully. John's aura manipulation is one of the most complex abilities she has ever seen. To juggle so many abilities so flawlessly, he must have exact control over his channels and a supply far beyond most high tiers. Darren says he can now understand and thanks John for sharing information. Sierra thinks that John's capabilities perfectly align with Jane's. There is no denying it at this point. She asks him if she can talk to him in private. They both go inside the room. John asks her what she wants to talk about. She replies that she has been trying to piece things together for the last couple of days. The woman she read about in the NX Gen lab, Jane, might be John's mother. John is shocked for a second. Seer tells him to think about it. The amplifiers and converters originated from the authorities, who have a hold of Jane, and both are exact replicas of his ability. Even her name and physical description match him. He replies that he does not care. Sierra asks if he is not worried about her. He sits on the floor and asks what's with everyone, bringing up his other suddenly. First, his dad, and now she is talking about her. He says he has considered the possibility too and honestly, he does not care. She left them years ago, and he knows nothing about her. They are strangers. She sits beside him and says he can understand somehow. She and her mother have the worst relationship. When she was growing up, her mother would force her to work and train all day, and any other time, she would be confined to her room. She would be punished if she took even a step out of line. It was not until she could overpower her that she finally broke out of her grip. So, if something were to happen to her, she is unsure how she would feel. John looks at her and says he never told her things were like that for her at home. She places her head on his shoulder and says it does not matter now. As crazy as it sounds, she does not mind how things turned out. John holds her and says it could have been worse. She asks him how things are back at school. She wishes she could go back and see everyone again. He replies it is not the same without her. She asks if Remy and Blake made it back safely. He replies yes and says they might not be safe for long. She straightens herself and asks what he means by that. He replies that authorities already know they have been interfering with Ember. She asks if Arlo cannot help them. John says he doubts it. Arlo says he will need several promotions before he can influence anything. He grabs his face and asks why everyone around them is in a problem. She tells him she does not think she will be around much longer. If someone finds her here, Darren could get arrested. So, Layla and she are planning to move out soon. He becomes angry and yells that is not fair. She did not ask for any of this. Oren forced her into this. She should not get punished for it. He says there must be a way out of this for Oren to get what he deserves finally. Seer wonders how that is possible. Oren controls the most vital Spectre branch. Neither of the other execs wants to mess with him. The government can only stand up to his power with all his high tiers under his command. She suddenly hits an idea. She tells John that she thinks she has figured it out. John asks what she has figured out. She smiles and says he has a way to get Arlo his promotion. Suddenly, Darren opens the door and says they are having a long talk. It is better not to be getting comfortable in here. Sarah stands up and says she needs to speak with Caden. Layla sees the article on the internet where Spectre has been declared the public's #1 enemy. She says this is out of control now. Spectre is now under fire because of Oren's string of reckless decisions. At this rate, everything they have worked for will be for nothing. Caden says he cannot keep getting away with this. There must be a way to reprimand him. Sierra comes there and says why not just turn him in. She reminds Layla that she said herself that Oren's branch has been muddying Spectre's vision for years. Let him duke it out with the authorities. He got them into a mess, so he might as well get us out. They just need to warn Neil and Miranda and give them time to cut Oren off. Caden says this idea can work. Then authorities will be off their backs for a while. Layla says to let her make a few calls before they all sit together. Sierra tells them that they have a connection at the bureau. All they need is a location in one of Oren's facilities. The rest should be handled. She asks Layla what the address for her office is. She replies that Zeta Psi is a shell company. It will not lead to anywhere. Oren took extra precautions to ensure outsiders knew as little about him as possible. John says he thinks Oren was onto something since they plotted his demise. Sierra asks what about the location of the conference room where Caden always takes them. Caden must know where it is. Otherwise, he would not be able to travel there. Layla looks at him and asks why he is not saying anything. It seems he is not present there. Layla shakes him to wake him up. He comes back to his senses and asks what it is. She asks him again if he can tell them where Oren's facility is, but he goes again in his previous state. John activates his ability to copy his ability. He senses a faint trace of someone else's aura. Caden's head starts aching. Layla asks him if he is okay. John tells others that Caden is under some kind of influence. Layla asked him when they first transferred here, and he had an audience with Oren, what happened then? He replies that Oren told him that only a select few are allowed to know his location, and then cannot remember what happened after that. Sierra asks Layla if Oren can wipe away memories. She says he can command. He must have put a spell on Caden to make sure information about him is kept secret. Caden wonders if Oren screwed with his brain without him knowing what else he commanded him to do. Layla says there must be another way. Sierra asks Darren if he has a map that they can use. They put the map on the floor and sit around. Sierra tells him to try to point to it instead. As soon as he tries, he again falls into that state of being under Oren's influence. His head starts aching again. He apologizes to them and says this is so frustrating. Layla tells him not to pressure him as they will think of something else. John looks at the map, and looking at a specific place gives him a tour of some memories of when he fought Oren's high tires. He places a finger on that point and says he thinks it might be around here. They all look at him with strange expressions. Sierra asks him how he figured that out. He says he just knows in his guts. Maybe because he has made the trip once before, he can kind of feel the general distance and direction he came from. He says it is not an exact location, but at least it narrows things down. Sierra smiles and says that is plenty. Arlo is working in the office. He remembers his last meeting with John, where he tells him about Sierra's plans. He calls the plan a stupid one. John gives him the location of Oren and tells him to negotiate and get whatever reward he can out of it. Arlo thinks they make it sound so easy that the people here would not get suspicious when he gives up the information. Ember agents are hidden throughout the bureau, and there is no way to know who he can trust. He looks at his phone, where he has got texts from his Aunt Val. He wonders if he should ask her for help. After a while, he goes to Cassandra. She looks at him and thanks him for the other day's help. She says she is a bit ahead now. Arlo says there is no need to mention that. She asks him what's going on as it is rare for him to visit her for once. He asks if he can have a word with her in private. They go into a private room, and she asks him what it is. He says that he read that the Bureau is willing to pardon crimes in exchange for information under specific circumstances. He asks if it is true. She asks what he is getting at. He says he has got a tip regarding Spectre. She asks what his source is. He replies that he wants to protect their identity. She says she does not understand what is going on. He knows someone who is unwillingly involved with Spectre. Now, he wants to help them get immunity. Arlo requests her to keep that between them. She says she is surprised that he came to her instead of Val and asks if they two are not close. She is a part of the anti-terrorist department. Arlo wonders himself why he did not go to her. She tells him that if he wants this to work, it depends on the severity of that person's crime and how valuable the information is. If they do not have anything valuable to offer, she would suggest he just turn them in so that he does not get any complications later on. He says that they have given him the location of Spectre's hideout. Cassandra is shocked to hear that. She says that certainly is something. She asks him how he knows this is not a trap. He replies that he trusts them. She says he has got some nerves. A fresh intern is coming in and making demand this big. She says she is impressed with him. Since she owes him a field mission, she asks why they neither scout that area. They can escalate this case and discuss conditions if they can confirm that Spectre is located there. He says he will take that. They both reach that area that John mentioned. He says that the search radius is extensive. They will be here a while. She says that, luckily, scouting is one of her many fortes. She tells him to watch and learn. She spreads her dots all around the area. Arlo looks at her while walking beside her and wonders to see another perk to her ability. She can scatter those particles all over town and surveil a large area. She finds something and tells him that one place sticks out. She asks him to come with her. They reach outside a big building. She says this building is enormous. He asks it is what they have to do with it. She tells him that she has been watching it closely, and not a single person has entered or left in the last hour. He says that is strange and asks if people should not be leaving work now. She says her thoughts are identical and asks if they should look. They get inside the building and see a receptionist sitting there. She tells them this is a private facility, and they are not open to the public. Cassandra says she needs to use a restroom and asks if she would mind if she uses their restroom quickly. He tells her the directions, and Cass follows them. After reaching there, she spreads her dots all over the building. She wonders that in this vast building, elevators are not in operation. Something is fishy here, but she decides to see what kind of secrets they are hiding. A security team is keeping an eye all over the building through cameras. They see Arlo sitting on the sofa there. Arlo feels like he has been watching. He looks around and sees cameras pointing at him. Meanwhile, he is sitting there. The receptionist searches about them both and finds they are the bureau's agents. Arlo looks at his phone and wonders why his phone has no service, even when he is in the middle of town. Cassandra comes back there and thanks the receptionist for her help. She says welcome. Cass asks Arlo if he is ready to go. He says yes and stands up from the couch. He wonders what she is so smug about and if she found anything. Suddenly, the beam hits them. Cass wonders what that tingling feeling was. After that, the entrance door starts shutting close. Arlo tells her that they are trying to trap them. He tries to stop it from closing using his barrier, but it cracks and the door finally shuts down. He is hurt as his barrier is broken. Cass asks him if he is okay. He replies he could not hold it open at half strength. She wonders what he means by half strength. She tries to attack that receptionist, but she disappears from there beforehand. Arlo warns her to be careful with what she does. They are watching them. She breaks the cameras so they cannot keep an eye on them anymore. She says the cameras are straightforward now. Now they have to get out of there. She punches the door, but it does not even get a dent. She is shocked to see that. She asks him if he is sure his friend did not set them up because this feels like it was planned. He says his guess is they had this mechanism built all along. Spectre does not have many strong fighters. They disable high tires by weakening and trapping them. She wonders how he knows so much. Maybe he is not so innocent after all. She points at the receptionist and asks him to see if they can get a hold of the bureau and call for backup. They check the computers, but there is no power. They have shut the system down. Arco tries the phones, but they are dead, too. Nothing is working there. Cass says they thought of everything before. Suddenly, they release a gas there to make them unconscious. She notices it and tells Arlo to cover his nose. Arlo creates a barrier around them so the gas does not affect them. He tells her they will come here in a few moments and remove their abilities. Then, they will have no choice but to follow their rules. He says they cannot stay here. They need to find a way out now. Cass sees his body is shaking, and he is afraid. She grabs his arm and tells him to look at her. She says she does not know his encounters with Spectre but believes in his capabilities. He is a part of the Bureau now. Their job is to investigate and get to the bottom of this. She asks him just to follow her lead. He nods his head. After a while, they lie on the floor and act like they have fallen unconscious. That receptionist appears there again. She looks at them both and informs the others that they are clear. Another guy in their team comes there after some time. He is holding the injection to make them disabled. He gives one to the lady, and they both sit to inject them. Before they grab them, she opens her eyes and slashes their hands using her powers so they drop the injections. Arlo gets up as well and traps the lady inside the barrier. Cass pushes the other one to the wall and ties his hands and feet. That lady wonders why she cannot pass through the sphere. Arlo tells her that she is staying here. Cass picks one of those injections, goes to that man and tells him that she is an agent of the authorities. She can see how their group has captured so many high tires. That guy grinds teeth and curses authorities. She asks him to tell her who is running this place. Both agents of Spectre are lying there half dead. Arlo and Cass go downstairs. They are wearing their coats to help them blend in for now. Arlo asks her if it is okay to leave those two upstairs and what if they wake up. She replies they cannot do anything about it. They are weak, so their priority is to stay hidden. She thinks that Spectre members are hardcore. When she threatened that guy, he said her threats would not work on him and that he was not like her greedy, power-hungry tyrant. The authorities might think they own all of them, but they would get what was coming to them. She wondered to know they had it out for the Bureau. And worst of all, they did not care about their abilities or livelihood. She thinks that this unwavering loyalty is frightening. Arlo tells her that this floor's layout is too complex. Their best bet might be the surveillance room. Maybe they can find a way out from there. She agrees with him. Then she asks if he knows how long the damping effects last. He says it lasts about an hour. She says they may not have that long. Once they find out they got away, they will be looking for them. She tells him to stick together. In the worst case, they each have a disabler in hand. They will not hesitate to use the injections if they encounter a strong opponent. They hide in a corner. She spreads her dots to investigate the area. Arlo asks her if she found anything. She says her range is much shorter than she is used to, but she may have found something. She shows him the way. They stop outside a room. Arlo asks if she is talking about it. She nods. He uses the key from one of those agents and opens the door. They see two men inside the room. It is a security room. Those men ask them how they got in there as they were supposed to be upstairs. Cass uses her ability and ties them so they cannot move. Arlo beats them well, and they both fall to the ground. Cass checks the footage and says this place is bigger than she anticipated. They have got a lot to look through. Suddenly, someone calls in the speakers and asks the persons in the surveillance room to report the status on the ground floor. Cass tells Arlo to keep them busy. He asks what he is supposed to do. She tells him to make it sound convincing. He answers that everything is under control. They have successfully injected the high tires. The lady on the other side asks them to alert her if anything happens immediately, but she thinks it's strange as the guy sounded different from the man she spoke with a moment ago. She dials a number and orders to send an asset to the surveillance room to ensure everything runs as it should. Someone runs through the corridor and stops outside the door of the surveillance room. She opens the door, enters the room and asks if everything is okay there. Arlo turns his face to see and becomes shocked to see that person. That girl, Rain, is also stunned to see him. She is the girl he once fought and hurt so much during the match. She asks him how he dares to show himself in front of her again. She activates her ability and attacks him instantly. He activates his barrier and blocks the attack. He wonders what Rain is doing here at Spectre. Rain grabs him by his neck and says if she had known he was the intruder, she would have volunteered to hunt him down. Arlo thinks she is too strong for him now, and he is not a match for her. He tries to inject her with that ability disabler, but she stings his hand with one of her spider legs, and the syringe falls from his hand. She tells him it was a nice try but will not work on her again. She asks him how it feels to be the weak one for once. He is choking and is about to lose consciousness. Suddenly, Cass attacks her to help Arlo. Rain escapes her attack, but Arlo is free now. Cass goes to him and asks if he can breathe. He is coughing heavily. He asks Rain why she is in Spectre's base. She says it is she who should be asking this question to him. This is not a place he can casually waltz into. She says once someone enters here, either he becomes one of them or they die. She attacks them again, but Arlo creates a barrier around them. With half strength, his barrier cannot withstand her attacks and starts cracking. Every strike hurts him, and he starts bleeding while coughing. His barrier is useless anymore as he cannot hold her off. Cass helps him by strengthening the barrier with her particles. He is stunned to see that she can even reinforce his barrier. Rain tells them they cannot hide forever. She starts attacking them hysterically. Now, it is even more challenging for Cass to hold on. She asks Arlo who this mad woman is and why she is so angry with him. He replies that her name is Rain, the queen of Agwin High School. They faced off in turf wars, and he went overboard over her. Cass thinks he has got a collection of enemies. He says never in a million years would he has expected to see her here. He looks at him, and this cannot go on like this. He has taken too much damage. She calls Rain and asks her why she is working for Spectre and if they took her ability and forced her into this. Rain replies that should not concern her. Her anger is still intact, and she is giving them a hard time. Cass tells her to listen to her for once. She says she can get her freedom back. Rain is surprised and stops attacking. Cass tells her that she is an agent from the Bureau and is here to investigate Spectre and its involvement with recent missing high tires. She requests Rain to talk to her as she is here to help. After knowing that she is from the Bureau, she starts thinking about some past events, when she and another man killed a guy to survive. Oren started making them worried by saying they had just killed a man, who happened to be a high-valued citizen, with their bare hands. He said if the Bureau were to find out about this, they would be marked as a danger to society and locked away for life. However, if they chose to work for him, it would be as if none of this happened. They would have their abilities returned and be free to use them however they wished. All that he asked was to do him some favors every once in a while. Rain thinks if she gets rid of these two, then it will delay the Bureau's attack on Spectre. But then, she would be forced to continue working for that prick who made her into a murderer. She asks Cassandra how she knows she will not turn on her when she lets them out of there. Arlo says they know of someone who was forced into the same circumstance. She stops Arlo and tells him she is not talking to him. Cass tells her that Arlo is right. They are here to free all the high tires that have been imprisoned and to make sure that Spectre, as a whole, is extinguished. She asks if they destroy Spectre, what would happen to their abilities. They will have no way to get them back. Cass shows her the syringe and says the Bureau has connections to the top researchers in the world. And with this sample, she is sure they will be able to develop a cure and help her recover. Rain asks what about all the crimes that Spectre forced them to commit. Cass replies that she will do everything she can to guarantee her immunity. Rain thinks she has no other choice, so she decides to trust her once. After a while, the surveillance is asked again to report. But Rain and others have left, and the workers are tied up there, so no one answers. That lady stands up furiously as she realizes that they have been tricked. Cass asks Rain if she can help them find a line to the outside. The whole building is reinforced with steel. All signals are blocked. She replies she is not familiar with the layout yet. Someone teleports her here once a week. Arlo is feeling congested in that attire. Rain tells them they only granted her permission to walk around this floor. She does not even know if they are above or below ground. Cass replies that she and Arlo came from the main entrance upstairs. With their abilities halved, they did not have the strength to break out. Rain asks how long it has been since they were dampened. Arlo replies it has been about 40 minutes. Rain says it might be best to hide somewhere and wait it out. She knows a place. But suddenly, they hear the footsteps of someone running in this direction. They get surrounded instantly. Those guards say they will not let those intruders will not leave this building. Then, they attack them simultaneously. Arlo protects him and Cass. She attacks them back and throws them away. Rain clears her side of the guards. She changes the plan and asks them where the entrance is. She will try to break them out. They go upstairs and reach the entrance gate. Rain says she will need some help. Her attacks are not as strong as they are fast. Cass replies that she will give her a boost. They merge their attacks and launch them at the gate. It works, and they can see through the other side. They launch the second attack to make the hole bigger. Right then, they are attacked by ice bears. Arlo notices it timely and blocks the attack. He hurts himself as well. He looks at the attackers and finds they are those two that John warned him about. They have water and cloning abilities. The clone girl calls Rain a snake and asks how she dares to turn her back on them. Rain asks him to shut up, saying she never asked to be here. She says they ambushed her, stole her abilities, and then blackmailed her into joining them. But now that the bureau's found them, they can forget about ever imprisoning another one of them again. She is about to stab them but suddenly stops. Her head starts aching instantly like someone is trying to control her. Cass asks her what is wrong with her. Suddenly, she attacks Arlo, and he escapes using his barrier. She is in control of Orin. He smiles and asks what two little bureau agents are doing inside his territory. Cass asks Rain why she is behaving like that. Arlo tells her that is not Rain. That is Orin. He is the one who runs this place. Arlo thinks that John warned him about Orin. Arlo knows Orin can command others, but he does not expect him to be able to take complete control of their bodies, too. Cass thinks that if Orin can get a hold of Rain, he might be somewhere in the building. She peeks at the hole they created in the wall. She thinks she cannot let him get to them. She blocks the view by using her red particles. She needs to call for help without him noticing. Orin says that hiding will not get them anywhere. Meanwhile, Cass types the message about the location of Spectre and asks for urgent help. She throws the mobile securely out of that hole into an area where the signals are available. Arlo asks her if it will work. She says that as long as she gets it far enough from the building, it will. She tells him not to worry. They will get out of here but must hold as long as possible. She attacks Orin and others with her particles. The water boy and the clone girl dodge it successfully. Orin blocks it using the spider legs. Cass is shocked to see their power. Then, that clone girl and Orin try to break through the barrier. Those attacks give Arlo huge internal damage, and he starts coughing blood. Cass tries to talk to the water boy and the clone girl and asks why they are doing this. She says they do not need to work for Orin. She can get them out of here. Orin tells her to stop it. He says this may have worked on the new girl, but she does not know what these two have endured over their lifetime. Her empty words mean nothing to them. Their combined attack finally breaks the barrier. He thuds to the ground as he is losing his strength. He kneels and coughs blood. He tells Cass he can no longer do it with his current strength. Orin tries to stab him, but Cassandra takes the attack instead of him. He asks her what she is doing. She says he has been taking shots for her all day. She is just returning the favor. He replies that she is not built for that. She still tries to attack them, thinking they just need to stall a bit longer. But her punch is blocked by the water boy. Orin does not stop attacking. He stabs her right shoulder and left leg. Then, he stabs Arlo as well. He hangs them in the air and says their effort was valiant. He adds that those two have unique abilities and will be a great addition to his collection. He says that Spectre thanks them for their donations. Arlo thinks that he cannot die like this. Before he stabs Arlo again, he grabs that leg and stops it. He suddenly feels like his strength is back. He tells Cassandra that the dampener's effect is gone. Cass grabs him and smashes him on the wall. They both fall to the ground. Arlo notices that she is having trouble staying conscious, which is not good. That clone girl and water boy say that the fight is not over yet, and they attack them together. Arlo tries to protect them from their attacks. As he fails their efforts this time, they both jump back and wonder about his strength. Cass takes her turn and stabs them, but they get minor damage. Suddenly, more Spectre men come there running. Cass is worried and asks how many high tires Orin has here. Arlo replies that he collects them for sports. Orin stands up again and says he is tired of their little games. He orders his team to destroy them. Cass tells Arlo to get ready for the final stand. But before they attack those two, a blast happens at the entrance and the gate breaks. Suddenly, a shield appears around Arlo and Cass to protect them. It's the Bureau. They have arrived to help. Val tells them they have done good work and says the Bureau will take from there. Arlo cannot believe that she is here to save them. Cassandra says she already told him that they would be fine. But Cass cannot bear that pain anymore. Arlo asks the team if they can get a medic here. He himself is coughing blood. One agent comes to them and starts healing them. The clone girl grinds her teeth and wonders when they call for the backup. Two of them combine their power and attack the authorities. But they could not break Val's barrier. One of the agents jumps over the barrier and goes to the other side. He creates a blast there. He grabs two of them and injures them so they cannot move. A girl tries to attack with her tornado, but Val blocks it with no effort. Her shield starts getting closer to that girl. Then it pushes her back and slams her to the wall. That girl falls unconscious with just one attack of Val. Orin looks around, grinds his teeth and thinks he cannot win. Spectre has not gathered enough strength to stand against the authorities yet. He tells his team to fall back as their enemy is too strong. Oren's body is lying in his office, and his secretary is standing beside him. He opens his eyes and sits, holding his head. The lady asks what is going on up there. The building is shaking. He replies that the feds are here. He orders her to wipe all the data and evacuate the building. Val has captured some of the Spectre agents, but the water boy and cloning girl flee from the scene. Val orders her team to follow them and beware of the traps. They follow the orders. The medic girl informs her that the rest of the team has arrived. He orders the Red Squad to sweep the building and capture any terrorists on site. Blue Squad is ordered to secure the entrance and ensure no one escapes. Rain opens her eyes and tries to get up. Val captures her in the barrier as well. Rain cannot understand what is happening, so she calls Cassandra for help and asks why she is here. Cass tells Val that Rain is with them. She is not malicious. She helped them get this far. Val asks if Cass did not see that she was the one giving out orders. Cass says she can explain, but Val replies that she does not want any. Arlo is admitted to the Wellston hospital. He is reading a book but then closes it and thinks his recent experience was messy. He should have known Spectre has a trap in place for investigators. If it were not for the information he already had walking in there, that would have been the end of them. He is still having pain in his chest due to the damage he took. He regrets that he could not hold them off even after spending all these years training his defense. He still has a long way to go. He recalls Val's attacks and thinks he needs variation and versatility like his aunt. He tries to practice his barrier on the vase before him but breaks it instead. He gets out of his bed to clean the mess. The doctor hears the voice from outside. She enters the room and asks if he is okay. He replies he accidentally knocked over a vase. Cassandra is also admitted to another room. She is thinking about that clone girl. She was using two abilities simultaneously. A knock on her door interrupts her thoughts. It is Val. She has brought fruits for her. Cass says it is good to see her here. Val asks her how she is feeling. She replies she is much better now that she has had time to rest. She asks her if they secured Oren. She replies they could not. They had a backup escape route. She says that Spectre is quite thorough. They completely wiped all their data before they left. Her team is sifting through to see if anything's salvageable. Fortunately, they captured his men, researchers, and guards. Cass says Oren is a twisted individual. It is too bad he got away. Val says it is all right. They have more than enough to track him down. She says Cass did a great job in there. The Bureau could not have asked for a better outcome. Cass says she will make sure to include every detail in her report so that she will not delay finding him. Val smiles and says the higher-ups hoped her to lead the Spectre investigation. She is surprised to find that opportunity. Val says she deserves it and tells her to keep up the excellent work. Cass says she will not let her down. She is glad she collaborates with the anti-terrorism department and can get promoted. She tells Val that she would not have been able to do any of this without Arlo's help. He saved her life multiple times back there. If possible, she would also like him to assist her with Spectre. Val says she is glad her nephew is doing some good work. She will put in a request for her. Arlo is fixing his tie and seems nervous. Cass tells her not to be nervous. She will do the talking. Suddenly, they see Leon coming there. Cass tells Arlo that Leon manages all bureau branches in this region. Leon comes to her and asks if she is Cass. She bows her head in respect and says it is an honor to meet him. Leon asks who that young fellow is. She replies he is Arlo, and he is her aide. He also bows his head. Leon smiles and says those two were the ones who infiltrated Spectre's facility. He adds that Spectre has managed to stay hidden from them for years. Those two did a great job. He asks how their injuries are. He heard it was a brutal fight in there. She thanks him for his concern and says they are mostly recovered now. He smiles and says it is good to know. Then he asks if they should get going. Leon welcomes all the reporters at the press conference. Cass and Arlo are standing beside him. Leon thanks all the reports for coming and says they have some great news regarding Spectre. The Bureau has infiltrated one of Spectre's facilities. Following this, they will interrogate everyone detained and eliminate all Spectre-related activity for good. He thanks them again for believing in them. Arlo is feeling nervous to see so many people there. Leon says he would like to introduce one of the talented officers who participated in this investigation. Cass thanks him and come on Dice. She introduces her to the media and says she will be responsible for all Spectre cases moving forward. Sierra is watching the press conference on TV and sees Arlo there. She smiles to see him. She excitedly tells Layla and Darien that Arlo did that. Their plan is working as Arlo has managed to lead them to Oren. She says it will not be long until Oren pays for what he has done. At Loven Prison, Rain is sitting in one of the rooms. Cassandra comes to visit her there. She runs towards her and tells her to hurry up and get her out of there. She says she cannot let her out yet. Rain asks why. She replies that the situation has gotten complicated. The rescue team witnessed Oren giving commands through her. They do not want to risk that happening again. She must stay here until they can verify that she is no longer under Oren's influence. Rain yells and says she knows her situation. She is innocent. She even helped her break out of there. Cass says she explained everything to them, but this decision is beyond her authority. Rain asks how she is supposed to survive here when she cannot defend herself. Cass apologizes to her and says she has to go through with this. She promises her that she will get her out of there. It will take some time, but she will ensure she is cared for here. She can ask an officer to connect her to her if she ever needs anything. Rain turns back and tells her to save it for later. Arlo is walking in the corridors of the school. Students are seeing him and whispering that they saw him on TV yesterday. He will be a part of that big Spectre case. Most students did not even know he was working for the Bureau. Unlike some people, they assume he did not need to announce it to everyone. They are pointing at Zeke. He also wonders how Arlo got in on such a massive case, while Arlo is wondering if he has to deal with that dampener every time he faces Spectre. Suddenly, John appears at his back and slaps his shoulder, saying when he returned. Arlo is shocked. He groans due to pain. He asks John what is wrong with him. John asks if he is okay and where his armor is. He is worried that Arlo has become disabled. He replies he has not, but he has got a bad injury and it is still tender. He asks John why he is here. They go on the roof. Arlo sits there. John asks him what happened back there. He replies that Oren got away and took that Iceman and clone girl with him. But the Bureau has arrested many workers in that facility, so they should be able to extract plenty of information. John says they better have rewarded Arlo for it. He replies that he is a part-time officer now. John asks what about Sera and if he can get her immunity. Arlo is now getting irritated with his questions. He asks him if he can relax as he almost died back there. John says it is nice and welcomes him to the club. Arlo tells him that his boss is writing a report as they speak. She is going to request a pardon for Sera. John asks what the chances are that it will go through. He says the chances are high. With news of Ember and Spectre floating around, the public started losing faith in the authorities. So, taking down a Spectre facility was a massive victory for the Bureau, and they seemed very pleased. He thinks Sera has done more than enough to earn her freedom. John is glad and thinks Sera will not have to hide out anymore. He says he is impressed, but he did not think Arlo would be able to pull this off. Arlo asks him who he thinks he is. John says he was just teasing him, but he appreciates him. John is sleeping on the desk in their safe house. Students are chattering about Arlo being on TV as they think it is cool. One says he is happy about the Spectre, but authorities did not address Ember. His fellow says it is weird that they found Spectre so fast, even though Ember has been around longer. The boy says that Ison always says sometimes the media hides stuff because they do not want people to panic. She asks him if he thinks Spectre could be a distraction from Ember. He says he would not be surprised if it is true. He says he does not know who authorities think they are fooling, though. People are not that stupid. Suddenly, Evie comes to Remy and passes her a paper. She says she has compiled the poll results for her. She is shaking and looks nervous. Remy thanks her and asks if everything is okay as she seems anxious. She replies that she has been wondering lately since Terrence was arrested. They still do not know what happened to him. She tells Remy that sometimes the authorities scare her. Things and people are vanishing and never mentioned again. His fellow joins and says the authorities are shady if they ask about his opinion. They are using all these fancy words but not telling them anything. He asks if the terrorists from Spectre are hidden among them. They could be here from the school. Meanwhile, John wakes up yawning. Those two greet him good morning. John waves back. They both continue their chat with Remy. The boy says his family has been paranoid about them since the beginning. He is glad he can come here and escape all that nervous energy. Remy says she knows what he means to say. At Portsville Town, a vigilante is running from the thugs. He is injured and needs to get out of here, as he is no match for these guys. But they are more in number and strength than him. He gets surrounded by them. He thinks he did thorough research before coming there, but their levels do not match their documents. Those thugs ask him where he thinks he is running. One of them says that if he dares to pick a fight with them in the middle of the night, he better stick it out till the end. Then he punches in his stomach. None of this is making sense to this guy. He is hurt and coughs blood. Suddenly, that attacker is hit with a laser beam. Then Remy takes them all by her lightning. Kuyo kills them by slashing them with his blades. That guy is surprised to see more vigilantes. Blake and Ison are hiding on a roof. Blake asks him what is happening down there. He thought they were going extinct, but they have run into so many rogue vigilantes this week. Ison thinks Ember is just not doing it anymore. That guy thanks Remy and Kuyo for helping him. Remy asks him if he is okay. Kuyo tells him that he should not be out there all by himself. It is not safe. He asks if he has not seen the news. That guy asks why they are out there, then Remy replies that they are not alone. Kuyo asks him what his reasons are for coming out here. He says if he wants to gain levels, he might want to consider something less dangerous. That guy replies that it is not about gaining levels. He guesses they could say this is an outlet. He is just not happy with the way things are right now. Remy asks what he means by that. He replies that the authorities are not doing suet. First, Ember came, and now Spectre is causing terror among people. They act like they have their act together when it is obvious they do not. Ison asks Blake if he wants to listen to what that guy is saying. He is on to something. Blake says he cannot hear anything from here. That guy keeps saying that it never felt right to stand back and do nothing, especially while all these terrible things are happening around them. But after Untitled, he managed to build up the guts to come out and help others. They both wonder what Untitled is now. Kuyo says whatever his reason is, he needs to stop until stronger. A lot of vigilantes have been killed on the job. Remy says that they have to return now. She bids him bye and tells him to take care of himself. That guy asks them to wait and says they both seem so strong. He thinks he can learn a lot from them. He asks if he can join them. Remy and others are gathered at her apartment. Blake has opened the profile of that guy they met on the streets. He says he cannot believe that guy just gave his info like this while the whole point is to stay anonymous. His name is Grayson and he is from Agwin High School. Remy says Grayson is new, so the risks must not have sunk in. She notices that he is in the same year as they are. Blake says that his level is 3.7. He feels terrible saying this but will not survive long at this level. He wonders why everyone wants to become a vigilante all of a sudden. Remy also finds it weird. She suddenly remembered that Grayson mentioned Untitled. She wonders if that has something to do with it. Ison joins them and says yes. He says this might be the reason. He tells them to see something on his screen. Untitled was published 10 days ago, anonymously. That is around when these new vigilantes started popping up. It seems like it is spreading rapidly around niche parts of the internet. It is a novel of some sort. He says he would read it if it were not this long. Remy says she can recognize it. It is unordinary. Blake asks if it is that book and why the author does not publish it with its real name. He can get views fast that way. Ison replies that getting quick views is not always a good thing. The Bureau is probably monitoring this stuff. They could shut it down just as fast. Leave it untitled, and it is way harder to trace. Although it takes time to ramp up. Blake asks why that person would leak it. They will be in a problem if they get caught. Remy says he may not care about this. Maybe they are a fan of the vigilantes. Ison is pretty sure that whoever did this declared war against the authorities. William is shopping for some necessities from the mart. He bids goodbye to Andrian and leaves. While walking towards home, he recalls one of his memories with Jane. They were having a walk together one evening. He asked her why she had chosen him of all people. She said that his words touched her. She said she had spent the last decade fighting and experiencing the most powerful abilities imaginable. In the end, all she learned was that ability did nothing but bring out the worst in people. But then she found one of his stories in the discounted section of a bookstore. She said that genuine words could move even the most influential people. He always wrote from the heart, which she loved most about him. He keeps walking with recalling those moments. He thinks that after Jane left him and John, he was lost. He blamed himself for being too weak to keep her around and for John's lack of a mother. But her letter gave him the clarity he was missing. He thinks that they deserve better. They deserve to be together. The three of them as a family. He decides that whatever it takes, he will keep fighting for them. He reaches home. He sorts the groceries and puts them in the fridge. Suddenly, he hears a knock on the door. He opens the door and sees the two agents from the authorities standing there. Jude introduces himself to William. He asks them if he can help them. Jude steps into the house and tells him to excuse the intrusion. William uses a rough tone and says he did not allow them to come inside. Jude says the Bureau has discovered a book called Untitled floating around online. He says that 10 days ago, William leaked it on multiple outlets, knowing full well it would result in another vigilante uprising. William replies that he has no idea what they are talking about. Jude tells him not to lie. The Bureau sees all. They have already warned him once before. A year ago, they spared him after the release of Unordinary. Since then, it has not been easy for them. Even now, they are still cleaning up after the mess he made. But instead of being grateful for the mercy he received, he turned around and bit them again. William says that if the authorities had done their jobs correctly, one simple story would not cause such a commotion. Jude gets angry. He grabs William, slams him against the wall and asks who permitted him to talk. William's head starts bleeding. He smirks and asks if he hit a nerve. Jude says it is so smug for someone so weak. He asks him if he thinks Jane's immunity would save him. William is stunned and wonders how he knows about it. Jude smirks and asks if he did not hire the pie, Simon, to look into Jane. Then he says that if they had gotten rid of him sooner, things would not have come to this. William wonders if Simon was not replying to any of his calls because he was dead. William curses Jude in anger. Jude shuts his mouth by placing a hand on his mouth and says he can explain everything to him. He says breaking into government facilities and stealing sensitive information is an executable offense, as is inciting a vigilante uprising. William realizes that Jude is here to kill him. He tells him that all he did was publish a book. Jude asks him who he thinks he is. He asks if William thinks his actions would have no consequences because he was granted immunity. He says that immunity means he sits down, behaves, and is thankful for the long life the Bureau has allowed him. He activates his ability and stabs William in his belly. He tells him that society has no use for a disobedient fool who throws away his opportunities. As he takes out his hand, William falls to the ground. After killing him, Jude looks at his body and says it is a waste of his time. They sent him all the way here just to dirty his hands with the blood of a cripple. His secretary offers him a handkerchief. He takes it and wipes the blood on his hands. He tells her to clean this mess up. He wants to be back before tonight. Cameron takes a bath and comes to the home bar. He takes a wine glass, picks a book from the rack and sits on the chair. He sees Jane's pictures when he places his glass on the side table. He picks them up and looks closely. He calls his maid Marisol. She comes quickly to his study. He angrily says that he told her to get rid of those pictures. She wonders that she left them here ages ago and he is getting them now. She replied that they seemed important, so she wanted to be sure he had a look first. He tells her that she is not the one making decisions here. She says that she can still remove them if he wants. She forwards her hands to grab them, but he tells her to hang on. He looks again and wonders if it is his sister. William's phone is ringing continuously, but no one is answering. Cameron is the one calling him. He wonders why he is not taking his call when he was the one who came to ask for help. John is coming back from school when he hears students discussing Untitled. One of them recommends it to his friends. He says he read it last night and it was good. John wonders what this Untitled is. Blake, Remy and Ison are leaving the dormitories. Blake asks them what they should do about that Grayson kid. Ison says they should ghost him. He is not strong enough. He will just get in their way. Remy says that Grayson has the right idea and they should not just ignore him. Suddenly, they see John entering the dormitories. They greet him and say they are going to grab some drinks. They ask him if he wants to join. He refuses the offer and says he is going for a run. They walk forward in their directions. Blake says it is unbelievable how fast Untitled has spread. Remy says it was expected from a resurface of Unordinary. So many people missed out the first time around. It is only natural they would flock to it now that it is available again. John is surprised to hear this from them. He tells them to wait and asks what this Untitled has to do with Unordinary. Remy replies that a revised version of the book was leaked online around 10 days ago, and it is called Untitled. He is shocked and asks her if she can show him. They go inside the room. Blake opens the book on his laptop. Ison says that it is being reposted everywhere. John looks at it and is stunned to find it is Unordinary. He runs outside hurriedly. Blake asks them what is wrong with him. John is calling his dad, but his number is unavailable. He is worried now. Blake asks him if he is okay. He says he knows they are not that close, but John was the one who said they should watch each other's backs. So if something is wrong, he can talk to them about it. He adds that John heard that news, freaked out and started calling people. He asks if something has happened. John wonders if he should share with them. But still, he tells them that his dad wrote that book. This falls like a bomb on those three. They ask who his dad is. He replies he is an author. The authorities gave him a hard time when the book first came out, but because he meant no harm, they let him off with a warning. Those three think that, with how brutal Ember is, it is surprising Ember did not off him. John says he checked to ensure he is okay after the leak but is not answering his calls. Remy asks if he knows anyone at home who can check on him. John thinks about this idea. Adrian is at William's home and knocking at the door. He even calls his name to check if he is inside. He peeks inside through the window. It looks like no one is there. He texts John that he could not find him at home and assumes he is on one of his trips. John asks if he can check back in a few days and let him know. Adrian agrees. Val is sitting in her office and looks at Sierra's profile. She thinks she was the one who infiltrated NX Gen, stole conversion tech research, and granted Spectre the power to use multiple abilities. It is the same girl who narrowly escaped arrest when Brims went to Wellston to retrieve her. She also managed to relay all those Spectre secrets to Cassandra. Val wonders how she did that. Suddenly, she remembers that Arlo asked her once about the punishments given at the bureau. She drops her file on the table. She closes her eyes and thinks Arlo has disappointed her. She wonders who his loyalties belong to. She calls him to visit her office. After a while, Arlo enters her office. She tells him to come in. Then she smilingly asks how he feels and if his injuries have healed. He replies he is doing fine. He asks if she needs something. She replies yes. She picks those papers and says Cassandra's report mentions a student named Seraphina to be pardoned. But this girl has been on the run for some time. She asks him if he knows how Cassandra would have gotten hold of her. Then she answers herself that it must have been through Arlo. She says he can tell him if he wants to. Arlo is nervous now. He says that he and Sierra have known each other for years. She reached out to him. Like Rain, her ability was removed and forced into Spectre's ranks. She tried to get out of working for them, but they did not give her a choice. She wants to take down Spectre just as much as they do. Val says it is devastating that an 8.0 was reduced to nothing. She can see why she had held a grudge. She says she thinks they could arrange something. She asks if he is in contact with her. He replies he could get a hold of her. Val says that she seems to have a lot of insight about Spectre. Perhaps she can become a helpful resource for them. Val wants to meet her in person and asks Arlo if he could set that up. He happily says he can. Val says she would prefer it this weekend. He bows to her and says he will arrange it. He calls her Aunt Val. She says that while they are at work, Val is fine. He says okay. Then he leaves the office by saying he will let her know as soon as it is done. Val wants him not to fail this time. Arlo meets John and tells him that her aunt wants to meet Sierra as soon as possible to work something out. John says he cannot believe that the authorities are being understanding for once. Arlo sighs and says he already told him they are not all bad. John slaps him and says he accepts whatever he says. He is glad and runs from there to tell her that she is almost free. Sierra is surprised to hear that the authorities want to meet her. John asks if it is not great. He says she can finally go out and see everyone again. Sera says it is okay. But why do they want to meet so soon? She says there is no doubt that Arlo is capable, but it almost feels too easy for things to do this smoothly. Layla says that it might be worth taking some precautions in that case. She says they can request to meet in a public place. That way, if something happens, people are around to witness it. They are the bureau, after all. They do not know what kind of ticks they will pull. John realizes that he did not think about that. As a wanted person, Sera has been under so much stress. Layla says that she and Caden can come along, too. They will keep watch around the area. John requests them to take him with them. He can help as well. Layla apologizes to him. She says he is still at half strength and Sera does not have her ability. Caden can only carry 2 of them if they need to get away. He should stay behind. He becomes sad and wonders why it is always like this. Suddenly, Darren comes out of his room. He just woke up and is yawning. He looks at John sitting there and asks what he is doing there. He waves at her and says he is here to deliver a message. Darren tells him to get up and follow him. He stands up and follows his lead. Darren says since he is here, there is something he wants to show him. He gives him a potion. John takes it and asks what it is. He replies that the amplifiers that Remy brought in have channel-altering capabilities. He synthesized them with his blood's specific properties and camped with this sample. It should help open up his channels. John drinks it before the doctor finishes talking. He says he did not understand a single word he said, but he knew he just wanted him to drink it. Darren asks him if he feels any different. John tries to feel and says he can't feel any difference. John and Sera are doing laundry. She tells him she does not even know what it is like outside. She notices that John is not paying attention to her. She asks him if there is something wrong. He sighs and asks her if she has heard about the untitled rumors. She asks him if he is worried about his dad. He says that he has not heard from him in a while. She puts her arm on his shoulder and says that they will ditch school for a week and see his dad once she leaves this prison. He smiles and says he is in. While going upstairs, she tells him she has been watching the news closely lately. It is mostly Spectre talk. There has been no mention of Untitled. He replies that they are afraid to draw attention to it. It will only make the vigilante situation worse for them. She asks how bad the situation is right now. He replies that according to Blake, Remy and Ison, they have been seeing newbies pop up everywhere. Sera says she did not see that in the news either. It means they are hiding that too. He replies that hiding that will not do anything. This thing has been plastered everywhere on the internet. Ember has to work overtime. She says that those 3 better stay safe out there. John thinks they have gotten the hang of it by now. They will be fine if the bureau does not go after them directly. They both enter the apartment while talking about that. Darren calls him and asks how he is feeling now. He replies the same as before. Darren thinks that it does not make sense. It has been an hour and the effects should have kicked in. John and Sera are setting the clothes. Darren comes there and asks how about now. He replies there is nothing. Darren keeps glaring at him even when they are having dinner. He asks John if anything has happened yet. He replies that he has got nothing. He says he is sorry to break it to him, but he does not think this sample works. Darren thinks that it is not potent enough. After running some tests on the amplifiers, he discovered they can cause severe damage to a user's channels in large doses. He had theorized that a lesser potency would still trigger his ability without causing harmful side effects, but his calculations seem off. He knows there is a balance somewhere. It looks like he still has some work to do. John thanks Darren for letting them stay for dinner. Layla says that it is the least they could do. She tells him to let them know if he gets any other news. Sera waves goodbye, saying the next time they see each other, it will probably be at school. He smiles and says he will catch her back at Wellston. After that, Caden takes him back. Layla notices that Darren is a bit worried about something. It is past midnight. Layla is sleeping in bed. She opens her eyes and sits while rubbing them. She leaves the room and sees that Darren is still working on the laptop. She asks him why he is still awake. He says that he will be accessible in a few more minutes. She puts a blanket around his shoulder and says he always says that. She knows he wants to cure John and Sera but will catch a cold if he sits in shorts all night. She kisses him on the head and is surprised to see her affection. She smiles and tells him not to be so hard on himself. She knows he will figure this out. Val is sitting in her office and looking at Sera's profile. She thinks that there is more to this young lady than it seems. Arlo told Val that Sera agreed to see her in person, but she requested that the location be in a public place and that he be present when it happens. Val thinks that for someone her age, she is quite the negotiator. She strongly distrusts the authorities, so dealing with her will be challenging. Ison and Blake are sitting on a bench in the Hilford Park while covering their face. Blake tells him that he cannot believe they are doing this. They are keeping an eye on Grayson from a distance. He is waiting for someone here. The person seems late as he is watching time again and again. He thinks the other person is not coming as he was supposed to be there 20 minutes ago. Suddenly, Remy comes there running and apologizes for being late. Grayson is awestruck to see her. He knows her as X-Ray and thinks she is so cute. She tells him that she has lost track of time. She hopes she did not make him wait long. He shies and says he just got here himself. Seeing from a distance, Blake wonders why Grayson's body language is changing. Ison says his heart rate has elevated, and his body temperature has increased as well. Grayson lifts her hand and is about to kiss it, saying it is a pleasure to meet her officially. Ison and Blake are angry to see that and want him to get away from her. Remy pulls back her hand and tells him not to touch her. Grayson says she already knows her name and asks what her name is. She replies that it is not essential. She came here because she did not want to leave him hanging. She thinks it is significant that he wants to use his power to help people in need, but there are safer ways. This vigilante stuff is dangerous. It would be irresponsible if they let him join them. She says she is sorry, but it is too dangerous for someone like him. He asks what she is supposed to mean by that. Suddenly, Ison and Blake come there and say they will explain it better. Blake says it is better if he backs up from this. Grayson is confused and scared to see them. He asks them who they are. Remy asks Blake what he is trying to do. They are supposed to be watching from far away. Now he has seen their faces. He replies he does not care about that. The feds already have a target on them. Grayson says he knows him. His school fought against theirs a while ago. He is Blake, Wellston's Jack. Blake interrupts him and says he is a king now. Grayson says he remembers him as their queen beat him. This hits him hard, and he asks if he wants to pick a fight. Grayson replies he did not mean any offense. It is just Wellston is so strong in turf wars, so when they were finally able to defeat one of them, the whole school celebrated. He says Blake is famous around. Suddenly, he realizes that if Blake is from Wellston, then X-Ray is the Lightning Queen, Remy, the one who is beautiful, powerful and kind enough to risk her life for the good of others. He seems enchanted by her personality. Ison warns him and tells him to focus on the conversation. He says that they are not here to make friends. They are here to tell him he is too weak and will die out in the wild. If he wants to make a difference, he must start a club. Grayson says that she knows he cannot match up to the prowess of Wellston students, but he has his own strengths. Blake says the way it works out there, every bit counts. One wrong move could mean life or death. If he cannot defend himself, what could he offer? Grayson says his family is loaded. Ison furiously asks if he is trying to buy his way in. He says that is not it. They saved his life the other night, and he would not be here if it were not for them. He wants to repay them somehow, not in cash, but if they need any extra gear or disguises that are not sweatshirts and face masks. He says he has been thinking about it all week. He asks what happens if other newbies with no idea what they are doing get caught up in a dangerous situation. If Ember kills them, they will be another casualty on the news. Vigilantes already have the odds stacked against them. He asks if they should not help each other to protect their own. If the Bureau is not doing anything about Ember, then why not just deal with Ember themselves? Remy thinks that he might be on something. They make a group huddle to discuss. Remy tells them that Grayson has got a point. They are not strong enough to stand up against Ember, but they can pull new vigilantes out of danger. They could overwhelm them, at the very least. Blake says that is true. Kuyo identified 5 Ember agents in this area. He doubts there are many more. Ison says that having a sponsor would not be bad either. He agrees with Grayson that the sweatshirts need to go. Grayson asks them what they have decided and if he is in. At Darren's apartment, Sera is holding a potion in her hand. She asks Darren if this is the same stuff he gave John the other day. He replies that he has made a few adjustments. This one is more potent, so it should provide some practical results. He asks her to try it and tell him if she feels anything. She drinks it and hopes it works. She is scrolling social media on her laptop and thinks Entitled is spreading like wildfire. Even if the news is not broadcasting vigilante stuff, people are taking matters into their own hands. Suddenly, she finds a site dedicated to discovering vigilantes, and people post pictures there. She thinks that the posts are more frequent than yesterday. It does not look like this trend is falling off anytime soon. Still, these people need to cover their tracks better. If Ember identifies them, it is a game over. Suddenly, she feels her heart pounding. She grabs her chest and wonders what is happening. The pain becomes unbearable, and she falls to the ground. The voice was so loud that Layla and Darren came to see what was happening. They run toward her and ask if she can breathe. Suddenly, her eyes glint. The Royal Cafe is full of people. Val and Arlo are also sitting there and having a coffee. Val notices Arlo's body language and asks if he is stressed. She tells him to relax and says it is not like he is the one on the ropes. He replies that it is just Sera can be unpredictable sometimes. Val says she is curious why Seraphina wanted him present today. He replies that she is not a fan of the Bureau, so having him around makes her feel more at ease. Val smiles and says she must have a lot of trust in him. Layla and Caden are standing opposite the Royal Cafe and keeping an eye from there. He asks her if she will be okay be herself. She replies she will be, but he must not let his guard down. They are dealing with the Bureau, after all. Sera enters the cafe. Seeing her there, Arlo stands up from his seat. Val follows him. She walks towards her. She forwards her hand for a handshake, introduces herself as Val, and says it is a pleasure to meet her. Sera looks at her hand and tucks her in her pockets of jeans. She verbally answers that she is glad to see her as well. Val observes her behavior. She invites her to have a seat. They all sit on a table. Val says that she has helped them immensely with their breakthrough with Spectre. They are grateful to her for that. She adds that Arlo tells her she wants to cooperate with them in exchange for a pardon. She tells her that, unfortunately, breaking into an NX-Gen laboratory and stealing highly classified research is not something the Bureau can forgive easily. However, they are impressed by her talents and insight, so they are willing to make an exception but under certain conditions. From now on, she will work as a permanent member of the Bureau in exchange for her freedom. She asks how it sounds. Sierra asks if she has to work for them even after the Spectre is eliminated. Val says she has got it right. Sierra replies that it hardly sounds like freedom to her. Val says the Bureau will pay her a generous wage. She would still be considered among the world's elites even with her temporary loss of abilities. Val adds that Sierra is an intelligent young lady. Val hopes she can understand just how great of an offer this is. Arlo hits her leg with his to signal that she should show some respect to his aunt and accept this offer. She sighs and thinks that working for a government that tortures its opposers and murders its own people as a means to stay in power is impossible for her. She respectfully says that she wants no association with the Bureau. She agrees to help capture Orin, but their collaboration ends there. Afterwards, she will stay out of their way. She promises Val will never have to see her again. Val replies that she is afraid they cannot let her off that easily. What she has done has allowed terrorists to use their own research against them. That is an executable crime. Sierra replies that what she did for Spectre was out of desperation. The authorities' job was to help her, yet they ignored all her pleas. So they are also to blame for what happened. Val thinks it is quite the mental gymnastics that she is trying to hold the Bureau for her decision. She assumes there is no changing her mind. She says she will not be a servant to the Bureau. Val says he leaves her no choice. She imprisons her in her barrier. Arlo stands up, tells Val to wait and says they can discuss this. There must be a middle ground somewhere. Val tells him to stop and says there is no need to pretend anymore. With this, everyone in the cafe stands up from their seats. Arlo wonders what is wrong with these people now. As they gathered around, he realized Val had placed them all here. This meeting was rigged from the start. Val pats his shoulder and says he has done a great job. Everything played out exactly as he predicted. She thanks him for luring Seraphina here. The Bureau will reward him greatly, as promised. Arlo and Sierra are shocked to hear that. He does not know what she is talking about. Sierra is furious that he lured her here, which was a trap from the start. She could not believe that Arlo was playing them around from the start. Therefore, everything felt so easy. She slams that barrier and asks Arlo how he could do this to her. He replies he did not do that, but Val scolds him and says it is enough now. She whispers that if he says another world, she will throw him in prison along with her, and if he tried to help her here, there would be hell to pay. He becomes speechless. Val tells everyone they have done a great job and starts walking outside. Sierra is furious and asks what else she can expect from the Bureau. They are all the same. Her eyes glint and she activates her powers. She forcefully breaks that barrier. Val gets hurt by this. Arlo is surprised to find that she has got her ability back. The process injures her greatly, but she frees herself. She quickly heals herself and says she is not going anywhere. Arlo wonders how she got her ability back as he thought Spectre blacklisted her. Val thinks that she knew Sierra had something up her sleeves, but she did not expect it to be this. She raises a colossal barrier and says she will not get away. All those people run toward her to catch her. She replies she did not plan on leaving. She says that since they all worked so hard to lure her here, she would not want all their efforts to go to waste. She takes all of them down in one attack. She also punches Val, who is not ready for this attack. She stumbles and hardly balances herself. She thinks Sierra is far too powerful. If she escapes, she will be impossible to capture in the future. Arlo looks at her and wonders why she did not attack him. Val again traps her inside the barrier. Arlo requests her to stop it, but she thinks this must be dealt with at all costs. She tries to make it strong by merging all her barriers. She is fortifying the barrier. Arlo is stunned to see this and thinks that Sierra's talent lies in her speed. She may not be able to break out on her own. Arlo tells Val to stop as she will crush her this way. Suddenly, Layla comes there and distracts Val by attacking her. While Layla breaks Val's concentration, Sierra breaks her barrier. This time, Val gets excellent damage. Arlo holds her, who is coughing blood. Layla asks Sierra why she is picking a fight with them. She tells him that backup is coming soon, and they have to get out of there. Sierra stands up and tells Arlo they owe each other nothing from today onward. The next time they meet, they are enemies. Arlo tries to tell her, but they both leave without hearing him. After a while, ambulances show up outside the cafe to pick up the injured. Val instructs the team to take good care of them. After they all leave, she looks at Arlo and says he seems relieved she got away. He asks her why she did not tell him she would capture her on the spot. She replies he would not have called her here if she had. She shouts that even if she wants to use him to capture her, he does not understand why she pinned the idea on him. It was never his intention to do that to her. She replies he is trying to save him. He inquires what she is talking about. She replies she knows he was the one who tipped her off. He is stunned to find that. Val adds that he told Sierra to run away before the Bureau went to arrest her. He asks her how she knew about that. She says this is not the high school. The bureau is not full of naive children. Some people within the authorities are far more intelligent and powerful than he could ever imagine. He cannot hide anything. She says that aiding in the escape of a known criminal through his connection with the bureau is an abuse of power, and he could have quickly been jailed for it. But now that they have today on the record, they can justify his actions. He let her go to gain her trust to fish out Spectre's hideout location. Then he set a trap to recapture her. Even though it failed, at least he attempted. He yells at her and says this is not the point. If they had spent more effort coming up with a compromise, they could have worked with her to take down the rest of the Spectre. She says that Sera was never going to work with them. Arlo says that she took a risk to come and meet them. She is not hostile. Val asks him to examine what she has done with this place and his fellow bureau members. He replies that she defended herself because they attacked without a proper negotiation. Val slaps him and tells him to wake up. She asks how many more excuses he will make for her. How long does he want to negotiate with her? She says she is a terrorist. Spectre has access to their weapons because she stole them from them. Whether Arlo likes it or not, she has to pay for her crimes. She again starts to cough blood. He tries to hold her. She tells him to look at himself as if he is a mess. If he even remembers whose side he is on. He has worked his entire life to become part of the most elite group in the world, and now, because of a few high schoolers, he has lost his head. She asks him what those vigilantes and terrorists are to him, what they have ever done for him to be willing to sacrifice so much for them. Arlo is speechless. Val says she cannot protect him forever. It is time he takes charge of his life. He must stop letting these outsiders cloud his judgment. She leaves him standing there. The following morning in school, while walking towards his classroom, John tries calling his dad, but he is still unreachable. He worriedly thinks about where he has gone so suddenly. He goes to the safe house and hopes that Sera will return today. As he enters the room, he sees students gathered and seeing news on the phone. He goes there and is shocked to see that Sera is on the news. The newscaster reads that authorities identified 2 Spectre members at the Royal Cafe yesterday. Seraphina and Layla, both high-tiered time manipulators, injured over a dozen bystanders at the scene while officers Valerie and Arlo attempted to apprehend them. The 2 are still on the run, but thankfully, the Bureau officers stopped them from causing further damage. Students cannot believe Sera is a terrorist. She had always been so kind to them. She even helped start the safe house. John is still stunned. He grinds his teeth and is furious with Arlo. Conversely, Arlo is walking in the corridor and hears students whispering. He recalls what Val told him yesterday. Suddenly, Zeke taunts him and congratulates him on getting recognition once again. He says he must learn a few things from him. He adds that Arlo undoubtedly works hard and uses whatever means necessary to climb the rank, whether it is his family connections or boss. He will even sell out his friends. This makes him angry. He launches an attack at him and smashes Zeke into the wall. Arlo grabs him by his shirt and says his time at the bureau has gotten to his head. He tells him not to forget whom he is talking to and to show some respect. Zeke smirks and says everyone in his department is talking about him. They are calling him a genius who thought 10 steps ahead. He lets Seraphina go to trick her into giving up Spectre's location, then reap the rewards. John comes there running. Zeke keeps speaking and says he cannot believe he still shows no mercy even after that. He still went after her. He is even colder than he can imagine. John calls him from behind and asks what Zeke is talking about. Arlo leaves Zeke, walks away and says they will not talk here. Zeke is surprised to find that those 2 are on speaking terms. They meet outside the school building, and John grabs him by his shirt. He starts yelling at him and says he must have known Arlo was in this just for himself. He asks how he could do this to her. Arlo pushes him back and asks, even after what he has done for all of them, he still doubts what kind of person he is. John asks him to explain how it turned out like this. Arlo tells him to watch his tone when he is talking to him. He says they offered her a deal and she rejected it. John asks if they made her public enemy #1 because she rejected an offer. He says her face is plastered all over the news. Everyone knows she is part of Spectre now. They are both unaware of the fact that Zeke is keeping an eye on them. He wonders how John knows about all this and whether he is involved with Spectre. Arlo replies to John that this one is on her. He says he risked his life and career to get her an offer. She would have been safe if she had just agreed to work with them. John replies that if she did not take it, then it was clearly a rejectable deal. Arlo says they were more than generous. He asks John what he is expecting. It is not like she stole a candy bar. She took government secrets and allowed a group of terrorists to rise to power. She created a massive threat for them. The fact she even got out is a miracle. Now, they have no choice but to go after her. John is shocked and asks him what she will do now. He replies she has to hide. John again grabs him and asks if he expects her to hide for the rest of her life. He replies yes, she has to unless she wants to be executed. John replies this can be the end. He says they will think of something and can get her out of this. Arlo just has to get many promotions, and he can do something. Arlo replies that it may seem like he is gaining notoriety, but he is this close to getting locked up. There is nothing more he can do. He asks John to let him go. John leaves his shirt. While leaving, he tells John that he may want to cool it from here on out. If the authorities find out he is an informant, they will come after him, too. Zeke hears this conversation and runs from there before he gets caught. While standing there alone, John thought that they were so close. He wonders if this means she cannot ever return. He gets angry and his eyes start glinting. He wonders why they cannot win for once. He punches into the wall and creates a hole in it.